So Monica, this is Wendell. I'm going to go ahead and get us kicked off if we're ready.
Give me 1 second and I'll let you know as soon as we're live on YouTube.
Okay.
I want to
And
make sure that, can everyone see the screen, Monica?
yes, sir, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, we're live.
Very good. Thank you, Monica. First of all, I want to take this occasion to say good morning to everyone. I know that, well, the commissioners certainly they're just coming off of a meeting that went a little late last night, but for the most part, we are here for the purposes of getting prepared for our FY 21-22 fiscal plan. Typically, commissioners, when we meet this time of the year, there's a few different things going on. The NACO conference, which is our National Association of Counties, are typically um, getting prepared. We're getting prepared for that. The commissioners will often go off to DC to look at large national legislative issues that are going on in the country. Our general manager, Deborah Craig Ray, she works vigorously to help us get that agenda sort of laid out. City managers and county managers from across the state are typically right at the precipice of participating or coming off of their winter conferences. And county attorneys are essentially doing the same. But obviously, in this pandemic, we're all in a very different environment now. But nonetheless, for the most part, the issues remain the same in terms of the respective challenges that we are in fact confronted with. So I want to take this occasion to first start off by welcoming back our facilitator, Martha Marshall, who some of our board members know. Two newest ones have not had a chance to meet Martha officially, but I'm sure that you've had a chance to talk to her by now. Martha comes to us from the Northern Virginia, DC metro area, where she has essentially spent her career as a local government expert, particularly around areas of performance and efficiency and good government. And so I've known Martha for a long time and delighted that she could accommodate us today. I want to essentially take this opportunity to run through very quickly our agenda for today, commissioners. And after we essentially do that, from there, I will turn it over to Martha and we will get going. For the most part, we, as we can imagine, do these retreats for the express purposes of not just looking sort of down the road and around the corner, trying to understand what is happening and what is in fact around the corner, but it's also an opportunity for us to begin thinking about key priorities to lay out a fiscal plan for the year. And so this is our opportunity to do that. So we will spend the morning looking at our financial overview, budget outlook, and understanding what some of the trends are. In addition to that, we spent probably a good part of a year essentially trying to undertake some property tax relief efforts. And so Dwayne is here this morning, our tax administrator, and he will carry us essentially through a piece on the status of our property tax relief. And then, of course, we're going to spend some time talking about major needs. We also have the good fortune of having Dr. Michael Walden with us a little later in the morning, or the day, should I say. And Dr. Walden is going to spend time with an overall economic forecast in terms of what he sees coming down the pike, particularly as it relates to the economic outlook, because obviously that ends up oftentimes becoming the basis and foundation for what we can anticipate, whether or not we think that there's going to be a substantial growth in revenue, or whether or not it'll be flat or what have you. And then, of course, from there, we'll look at some of our development trends. Development trends tend to be pretty critical as we go through these kinds of planning, fiscal planning efforts, because it tells us essentially where we are, particularly as it relates to our permitting process, what's in the pipeline for building permits, what kind of plans have been submitted, where we are in respect to that overall planning and development activity, and what it means for our future revenue growth. We've talked a great deal over the last year about racial equity and racial equity training, and put a racial equity commission in place and all of those things. And just a few weeks ago, Quayle, Joanne, and myself, we had an opportunity to attend the annual GEAR conference. And subsequently, we heard a great deal in respect to the nuts and bolts about getting this work done and being able to do it at a high level, which in effect means that it has obviously fiscal implications for our operation and the organization. So we're going to spend some time talking about that as well. And then from there, we pull some economic data to look at essentially what's happening at the localities, what's happening at the state, what's happening at the national level, particularly as it relates to just, the overall economics of what we know to be the case today. Obviously, those things will change as we progress to develop a set of recommended budget items for you to consider, but we will look at that data and get the best information that we can as of today in order to develop a set of recommendations. And then from there, we will essentially do a overview of the budget and look at essentially some budget policy issues as it relates to the broader challenges that we are confronted with and faced. And from there, Martha will take the board through a board discussion to hopefully get us to the point that we can have some conversations around getting some priorities set. So that, for the most part, is our day and our short stint that we anticipate tomorrow. And once again, I'm delighted that everyone could get on and join us. And I want to take this chance to give you Martha Marshall, introduce Martha. And Martha, it's good to see you once again, and thank you for being here.
It is beautiful to be here. I really genuinely appreciate it. I know that everyone's time is precious. The board has taken a day and a half out of its very important time for this purpose. And my job as facilitator is to help the board and the staff get the best return on investment out of spending this time. There are two main outcomes for the day, and we want to be very outcome focused. One is sharing some context about the board's priorities, some context that will really help shape the board's priorities. Keith, if you could advance to slide 5, that would be great. Yeah. In this conversation, it's much like the board having a conversation with your personal financial advisors. The staff wants to get a sense of, is the county making the right investments? Do they line up with your priorities? And what should we be looking at investing in down the road? If you advance to slide 6, when we get to the hour at the end of the day, hopefully an hour that we've held off for board discussion, I want each board member to be thinking about and have ready in her mind or jot some notes. What are your main 2 to 3 priorities that you would like to see emphasized in the upcoming budget? We will probably just get to being able to express one this afternoon and hearing each commissioner give a few minutes on that one priority. We will use that to build an agenda for tomorrow when we'll get all 3 of your priorities, maybe this evening, and we'll compile a list. Before we get into the staff presentations, I just, as facilitator, need to give a few rules of the road. One of them is for presenters. We want you to be as succinct as possible. You have a lot of valuable information. As we queue up each segment of the agenda, and I'm not sure whether Wendell Davis will be doing that or whether Claudia Hager will be doing that, but we want to know how much time we've got allotted for the entire segment and how much time we're going to allot or save at the end for board questions. For commissioners, I want you to try very hard to hold off questions during the segments unless there is something absolutely critical for understanding during the presenter's time. If you have something critical, we have to stop action so you can understand what's being said or clarify something, please signal me and I'll recognize you. Otherwise, we'll hold the questions toward the end of the segment and I will recognize commissioners who want to speak to it. In terms of time management, we will be periodically, I've got some signs, so if you're seeing me with time, it means we're running short of time, and I'm going to try to remind people of that. The other thing is we will have the staff, probably the budget staff, keeping a parking lot, which is just a running list of things we get into, but we recognize we don't have sufficient time to cover at this particular moment. And so we want to save it to later. And we'll look at those things as we build the agenda for the second day of the retreat, but also in your future budget calendar discussions. So those are the rules of the road. I'm like a traffic cop. I'm neutral. The direction is the board's direction. My only job is to enforce the rules of the road so that we don't have any major collisions and that you get where you need to go. So that said, I'm going to turn it over to whomever is going to queue up our first set of speakers.
Fantastic. That's me. Good morning, commissioners. I want to share with you our framework for this first section of discussions. We will talk about our fiscal picture as well as tax property, and then get into the nuances of the budget. Wendell shared that we will have that framework. There's an hour allotted for this time. We'll try to give most of that time to the budget conversation with about 15 minutes each for the fiscal overview. We do have with us, in addition to our Chief Financial Officer, Susan Teaside, Doug Carter, who will share some policy-related financial components as well. And Doug will be back with us in April when we talk about capital planning. We know that's fresh on the board's mind, and we're trying to make the best use of all the time. So everyone will move quickly, and they will try to do their presentations within about 10 minutes and allow some time for the board, and we'll be as flexible as possible, but thank you for your time.
Just one clarifying question. What time do we want to start board question period?
Great question. So after each section, so for an example, the fiscal conversation that will happen by the Susan and Doug, we can have a brief question and answer period after they complete their questions. And then we'll do the same with tax and then budget, because they are distinct, different topics.
All right, so 3 separate periods. Thanks.
Yeah, 3 separate periods. All right, thank you. Susan, so we'll pass it off to you.
Okay, thank you. So you had a more extensive presentation that was delivered to you in the pre-meeting materials, but due to time, we've limited or scaled down. So for the, can we go to the next slide? So this is just for information purposes. You know, everybody's always concerned, how's the swap doing? How's the swap doing? And it's doing great. The first quarter for this year, for the first payment received out of 2 was over $915,000. That is trending up compared to the past year, which is good. That's a good sign. So it's still doing well. Next slide. And this is just for the last 5 years, how we've performed as far as our revenues, actual expenditures to budget. So you can see the historical trend there. Next slide. This is new. I wanted to give everyone an oversight as to how we've compared with our collections to budget for revenues and our expenditures to budget. And so you'll see our peers, which are the other 4 counties in the Big Ten. And I also included Orange County, our neighboring county. So you can see what our budgeted revenues were for FY20, the actual revenues collected, whether it was a favorable variance or unfavorable, the percentage collected to budget, and how we trended with our peers, expenditure budget, the actual expenditures, again, whether that was favorable or unfavorable, the percentage to budget. You can see all were under budget for the expenditures. Forsyth and Orange were slightly under for their revenue collections to budget. Everyone else was over 100%. And I wanted to show the beginning fund balance for each entity, whether or not they grew their fund balance or they used their fund balance, and what their ending fund balance was for FY20. You can see that Forsyth and Mecklenburg used fund balance. And you can see at the bottom, when I analyzed their financials, both planned to use fund balance. So for instance, the Forsyth, even though they only spent 91.57% of their expenditure budget, they transferred over 105K. And of that 105K, 96.3 was transferred to another fund that is for the accumulation for future debt service and capital projects. So that was a planned use. Mecklenburg County, even though they only spent 91.01% of their expenditure budget, they transferred over 76.6 million to fund capital projects. So there again, it was not reoccurring, it was planned. Next slide. Excuse me. And here you see the historical trend of our percentage of fund balance as expressed as percentage of our expenditures. I'm sorry. So you can see for FY20, we ended at 36.25% for overall fund balance. For unassigned, we were at 15.07. So per our finance policies and our fund balance policy specifically, our goal for overall is 35%. So we ended slightly higher than our goal there, but our goal for unassigned is 16%. And as you can see, we've never met that goal, but we are closer now than we have been in the past at 15.07% for meeting that goal. And the key point here is as I've got on the slide, is the future fund balance spending planned on capital financing is to keep the tax rate stable. So I think you can see we're doing well. After 2 disasters, we're doing well. And I think that was it. Also here, what I'm saying here is this is a picture of our CAFR for FY20. And if you really want to know how we performed, I would suggest that you read not just the letter of transmittal, but our MD&A. The MD&A is pretty much a summary for the entire fiscal year and how we fared. It explains variances that were significant for expenditures, revenues. It gives you a summary of the entire fiscal year. And so I would suggest, if you have time to do that, and you should have a link to the FY20 CAFR that's on the county's website. And I think that's it.
And Susan, can you clarify the internal the audit firm will come to the board at the first regular work session, I believe, to present the CAFR to the board officially?
Yes, that is correct. He's scheduled to meet with the audit committee March 9th. And then at the next regular scheduled board meeting after that, he's scheduled to come to the board. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right, thank you.
Are there any commissioner questions at this point? And not seeing any.
Martha, it would be great if we could get the CAF, or if somebody could send us a link to that. I didn't know it was done because I know it was late this year.
We just got the hard copies yesterday.
Oh,
So,
wow. Okay.
Yeah, because the printer,
Okay.
there was a lag time with the printing, and now with COVID, they shipped them instead of delivered them themselves. So you will have those this week, as well as the compliance report for the single audit.
Okay. So we're going to actually get a hard copy of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Any other questions for Susan before we move on? If not, I don't see anything, so let's keep going.
Morning, Chair and members of the County Commission and county staff. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank you. Just as Susan said earlier, we've kind of cut this presentation down a bit, taking out most of the capital planning parts of it, which will be addressed again in April. So next slide, please. In this next few slides, we've tried to focus primarily on the county's history and methods for long-term financial planning, which is very essential, as each of you know, for success in the financial management of the county. And so I want to just go over a few of needed elements of planning and where the county stands, and then we'll move forward in a bit to talk a bit about credit rating and a few things like that. So what are the defining elements of sound and long practice financial planning? First and foremost, a multi-year operating budget. You were among the first that I saw as a large urban county that did multi-year operating projections. I think that speaks so highly for you. You have had long-term fund balance retention policies. That is very important to your rating, and I'll identify that to you later. You have separated resources for a very long time between operating and capital, and that is essential. In many cases, counties have combined operating and capital all into the general fund, and that just tended to mix so much the resources. You guys in Durham County have long had separate resources between your capital management and your operating management, a real plus. You've had a comprehensive CIP. You've had debt policies that govern multiple decision points. We'll go into that more later in the year. You've had great flexibility on how you can meet your changing service demands, especially as they're driven by fast growth in the triangle and particularly in the county. And then I would say you've done, at least from my observation, you've managed both through the good and the not so good times. And of course, we know one of those because we're still trying to exit ourselves from it. And then your future growth is focused on both your operating and your capital. So what has the county done related to these defined needs? Well, you've been a leader for one thing. You've had long-term operating projections, as I said earlier. You've had good fund balance policies that are sound, but not excessive, particularly as you measure them against criteria to maintain your highest credit ratings. You have focused in your capital planning and policies on affordability. You have blended both debt and pay-go funding. We simply can't borrow everything. And so I think the blending of debt and pay-go has been a sound practice here. And you've also recognized, as you looked at capital investment, that there's often an operating cost that goes with that new capital investment. And then you've used very efficient forms of debt, and I'm going to give you a key to that on another slide. You've also focused on being first, and I'm going to give you one example, and I think this is very instructive for the newer members of the commission. They may well have heard this, so I'll do the mini version. You guys were one of the first to say we're going to operate like a private company in how we borrow money, and we're not going to borrow the money up front and then hold it in the bank and not spend it as fast as we thought we were going to. We're going to operate, most of you all would know the term commercial paper. And so essentially the county developed a method that it would borrow based upon construction need and then take those construction borrowings out essentially when the facilities were completed. And therefore you did not start charging the taxpayers for the cost to amortize that debt until the facilities were essentially ready for use. A very sound policy. You all invented what we know as draw notes. It's a form of commercial paper that's placed privately with banks. Durham County was the first to do it and continues to be sort of a real benchmark in how it uses it. I will say this to you, over the years, the use of this money has saved many, many dollars in how you've operated your debt and capital program. Next slide, please. Can we advance the slide, please? Thank you. Back one, please. There it is. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about how y'all compare, what your benchmarks are to what would be good planning. I just want to say to you in general, if you look at financial planning as a general concept, how would you measure good financial planning? And so there's a number of things that you can look at. I'm going to give you a few. First, active engagement by elected officials, particularly in government. You guys have received multiple presentations on an annual basis. The report that you just had from your CFO showing comparisons to your peer units is really sound data. Not everybody sees it. And so I really applaud staff for providing you that level of data and information. A second measurement, or what would measure, is well qualified and long tenured management and county employees. A comprehensive and state-of-the-art budget method. I mentioned earlier, and I probably will a couple of times later because I think it's so important. Forward-looking operating budgets are really, really important. You have not had reliance on one-time revenues. We all know the dilemma of trying to balance budgets with revenues that only come once. You've had really sound service delivery, looked at cost efficiency, and you've survived economic downturns, a really pretty significant measure. Both 2008 and COVID are the two biggest that we all know about. While many of us were fearful that COVID would be bigger than 2008, in many cases it was not from a financial perspective, but you survived both well. And then you've had a reputation as a leader in financial planning. How does the county do this? By its performance, as I mentioned, meetings like this, being first at sound practices and policies. Your debt policies were as comprehensive and inclusive as any that I've seen very early on. Extraordinary interest by those that invest in the county. And I presume that you've heard this again, but I just think this is exemplary. We just sold for the county GO bonds a couple of weeks ago. They were sold for an all-in interest cost of 1.25% for 20 years. This is the lowest interest rate known in North Carolina since rates have been kept, or histories have been kept. You've also invested in programs that benefit not only the community, but provide for attraction for business location and hopefully job production as part of that. DPS, community college, and many others. You've invested in capital assets with a great orientation towards accessibility. And then probably the biggest and easiest to measure is you've retained highest credit ratings. Okay, really quickly here again, probably as a way to update you all on how do you rate, how do you get rated, and how does it count? 30% of your rating is based upon economy and tax base. Obviously, you have one of the strongest economies in the country, and the county has had some good growth initiatives as part of that. Your finances are 30% of the rating, and essentially the finances part of it is based almost exclusively on fund balance levels and liquidity and future cash flow needs. So you will know, you just saw on your slide that you're just over 35% of fund balance as a percentage, Susan, I believe, of expenditures. It's either revenues or expenditures. The policy for Moody's to maintain a AAA is at least 35%. So you are at that level, but haven't gone way beyond that as a way to keep your AAA. 20% of the rating is on management, which is basically focused on budgets and consistency. And then finally, 20% on debt. Let me say this to you to end. Why would you, for this slide, why would you want highest ratings? First and foremost, 1.25% interest rates for one, at least in the current market, but you also want flexibility in how you get there. You want the ability to create structures in how you structure your debt that meets your needs. And then finally, you want greatest access to financial markets. And I'm going to give you one quick example of how access to financial markets is so important. We recently, about a year ago, did a draw note program. I referred to that earlier as your creative method to borrow on the front end. And we needed more, but we were only able to obtain 75 million in capacity to do that. And that was purely COVID related. The financial markets had become far more tight in their credit structures and in their capability to lend. But you were one of those that got money. There were a number of local governments that could not have. So if you hadn't had highest credit ratings, it would have been difficult to get there to support the method that you've acquired your capital assets. Next slide, please. Let me say this. I've told you about the 30-30, how ratings are split, 30-30, 20-20. Let me just say this to you, and it's a term that we've often used because we have the great pleasure of working with many of the largest and highest rated credits in the state. You are what many of the largest and fastest growing credits are. In our humble opinion, you are a management AAA. You don't meet all of the strict metrics or scorecards that are kept, but essentially because of your sound overall management, debt management, financial management, retentions of fund balances, and use of really good borrowing programs like your draw notes, essentially you are a management AAA. And that is, in my opinion, a strong mark that you want to be. Thankfully, you're not simply looked at only by metrics. Last slide, please. And then I just want to summarize with this as a central premise, at least as I see your planning. It's extensive. It's often one of a kind. It's agreeable to change. I apologize, a backslash escaped itself between the word positives and outcomes. So it's the disappearing backslash. Here's the things I'll say to you to recap. Planning has long been a top priority at both the policy, the county commission, and management level. It doesn't occur in a vacuum. There's been many ways to encourage giving advice inside the financial planning. There are different methods, modes, and means to plan for strong finances. You know how to manage beyond only the good times. You've had flexibility to make change. You've measured as well as planned. You understand the importance of sound credit metrics. And then first, and probably at least in a Doug Carter opinion, being first in financial planning is a good thing.
Any questions from commissioners?
Hey, Martha, it's Wendy. I have a question.
Perfect.
Okay, Doug, great to see you. Always appreciate your presentations. What are some of the areas, because you said we don't, we can't, because of our policies and management, we compensate for areas where we don't meet the metrics.
Mhm.
Could you talk a little bit about what are some of the areas where we don't meet the metrics?
Well, I will tell you probably the two biggest or the two most known. And these are really not false, but they're just, here again, not a metric. And the metrics, I will say this, are often based upon averages or medians as well. So the two big ones is your outstanding debt is higher than the median AAA. Now, I could say that for Mecklenburg, Wake, Durham. You choose the 5 largest counties, probably only one isn't in that. Of the 5 largest cities, they're likely all at higher debt levels. That is growth. And also the fact that you've tried to maintain your assets in a good operating order and in order to meet needs at service levels. And then also one of the measurements under economic development is median family income. I don't know of a single county that's a AAA that is at or exceeds the medians for the AAAs by Moody's. So we're slightly under on median family income and somewhat over on debt outstanding. But guess what? All of that gets overcome by sound management.
Could you talk a little bit more about what you mean by median family income?
That is the income in the middle for the average family of the US in one measure, and for rating agencies for all those entities that are contained inside the AAA category. So it's the income in the middle.
So looking at the income level of the people in our community
Yeah.
in Durham County,
Yes.
what percentage are at the, or what that is? What are we being, we're being compared by a national average? What is the criteria?
Sorry, Commissioner. You're being compared to all the AAAs, a blending of all the AAAs.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from other commissioners?
I had a really quick one.
All right, is this Commissioner Burns?
Yes, how are you, Martha?
Wonderful.
Mr. Carter, pleasure to meet you. Fantastic presentation. I did have some similar questions that Commissioner Jacobs has. I'm happy she got those out because I'm sure when some folks heard that we didn't meet some metrics, they would use that as ammunition later. But the way you explained it, it's pretty much par for the course because we've already, we're on board with everybody else. My question is, you mentioned in the first slide, well, the first couple of slides, that there was some things that we did that were good, sound practice financial planning. You talked about the separating the resources for operating capital, which is what a lot of folks don't do. Some of our debt policies are governing multiple decision-making points. And you also talked about how we managed doing the good and not so good times. My question is, I'm looking at how long we've had this AAA rating, and I'm looking at, some of the things that we've had in place, both rules and people. And my question is, how far back, in your professional opinion, have some of these things been in place? I mean, were they in place 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago? Like, so that's my question. Like, how long have we been doing these things? Because I think it's important for the community to know when kind of sort of some of this change management occurred. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Nice to meet you as well. Let me just go back to your point on the couple of metrics that you may not meet. Growth communities, it's very difficult in high growth communities to match at least debt and some of the other things. And so the reason that none of the large urban counties with AAAs in this state meet all the metrics is it's fueled by growth, a lot of it.
Right.
And so thank God for growth. I mean, sometimes it's not what we want. In most cases, it probably is. Now, in terms of how long you've done things, you've had a debt model where you have planned your debt and structured your debt and had a model to trace those revenues that you set aside for capital and how you could afford debt, well, you've had that at least for 2 decades, at least, likely beyond that. You have used draw notes, which is so significant to your debt program. You have used those, Susan, you correct me when I'm wrong, but well over a decade, well over a decade. You've had long-term other financial policies relating to levels of fund balance and liquidity. Your financial policies are 27 pages long. You have a lot of financial policies, and you have had many of those for decades as well. Commissioner, I'd be happy to do specific research to try to find out specific beginnings, but it's a long time.
No, but you answered all my questions, and the metrics that we didn't meet make sense to me. And Martha says time. No, this was absolutely wonderful. I grew 10 feet just listening to you, and I thank you, sir.
And
I know we're
to
coming
add
on
to,
9:45.
I'm sorry. I was just going to add to Doug. The draw program started about 2000, 2001 when George Quick came on board as CFO. That was
Right.
one of the things that the great ideas that George brought to us.
Thank you.
Beautiful. I know we're coming on 9:45, so unless there's something urgent from another commissioner, we will move on. I'm not seeing any commissioners waving at me, so let's keep going. Next
Have a
up.
great rest of your day. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners. This presentation, my first presentation, I've got 2 or 3 today, is about the tax base, where we are with the tax base, what's estimated at this time for next year. What I want to do first and foremost is explain some of the limitations with the tax base. In some other states, when you're estimating the tax base, there are more known variables than we have in North Carolina. The system in North Carolina, it presents some challenges when you're estimating the tax base, and I want to cover this as the first slide. And these things are often the reason that you'll see an excess in revenues at year end, or in a bad year, you might see a deficit, a shortage in revenues. These are some of the things we're going through when we're estimating the tax base at this time of the year. And so real property is the piece of information that is most accurate at this time. It's still not fully accurate, but most accurate. The assessed value is as of January 1st of each year. Right? So a property is built in November of 2020. Then as of January 1st, 2021, it's fully complete. And we'll put that on the tax books for the next tax year. The market value of that new house is reflected as of the date of the last reappraisal, which is 2019 currently. Now, what we don't know at this point in the year, in February, well, for one, we don't have all the new construction picked up and on the books for this year currently. The second thing, which holds true in any year, is we don't know what's going to be appealed. The appeals process starts in April, May. If you're not doing a reappraisal, it starts in April or May. So we don't know what's going to be appealed. Now, I hear that because of COVID and some of the revenue downfall due to COVID, there may be some appeals this year from businesses. So we'll look at that, but that's something we have to estimate for the appeals, the refunds, releases, additional exemptions. That's something we have to account for in the data that we know with real property. We don't know what that is right now. We just have to estimate based on historical trends. Personal property, most businesses, especially the big ones, they can and do request an extension through April 15th of each year to file their equipment. Now, once they file, which is usually all over April 15th, we have to appraise it. We have to apply it to the correct schedule and get the values that way. So it's not that we have values on April 15th. It's usually late April, early May before we get a really good value on some businesses. But right now, we're hearing a lot of businesses closed, have suffered because of COVID. So it's going to be interesting to see, as I mentioned at the retreat about this time last year, this year is when we might see some downfall in the business personal property, because they have to list as of January 1st. So we'll, as we get more information on business personal property, I will keep the board and budgeting updated on that as well. And public service companies is another category. We don't get values of public service companies until about September of each year. Those are appraised by the Department of Revenue. It's certified locally, but it is appraised by the Department of Revenue. We have no idea what that is until after the budget is set, until about September or so. And then motor vehicles is the last item. We won't know, we don't know the value of the motor vehicle tax base until the registrations are renewed. So we're sitting here in February right now, estimating based on registrations that might be renewed in March of next year. So more than a year away. Those are some of the limitations that we go through in setting the tax base. And like I said, that's sometimes you'll see, a lot of times you'll see an overage. And it's because of these limitations that we face in estimating the tax base and the budgeted revenues. Next slide, please. So the variances for this year, how did it change over what was approved for last year? And you can see it goes through the 4 different categories of the tax base: real property, personal property, public service, and motor vehicles. And we've included a % growth over what was budgeted last year versus what we are projecting at this time based on the information we have for next budget year. And you can see real property, about 2.89% growth. Personal property, a little over 1%. Public service companies, almost 4%. And then motor vehicles, it's a 7% growth over budget last year. But it's, we're keeping it steady with what we actually experienced for this year. So overall, we're looking at about a 2.98% growth in the total tax base of what was budgeted last year versus what we're estimating for the upcoming year. Next slide, please. The holdbacks is kind of what I talked about in the beginning. We don't know what's going to be appealed. We don't know who or what company is going to request an exemption. So as is standard practice, some of the holdbacks that we include and we take away from the actual tax base that we know today. For this year, the upcoming year, we've set it at about 1.5% of real property valuation. And I'll show you later how that breaks down, but it's safe, but we don't think it's too conservative. Given all the uncertainty that's going on, we don't think that's too conservative at this point. We've got here holding back too much. It reduces the revenue that the board can use to accomplish its goals, its missions, its objectives. And then holding back too little, well, that can be a problem too. If the board allocates money for a purpose and it turns out that the revenues that we estimated to come in aren't coming in at that level, then we got to backtrack a little bit. So that can cause a problem too. So we try to find that balance in there. How this breaks down, I mentioned the 1.5% holdbacks. All right, so that the actual tax base that we are projecting, and this is real property. It's not all 4 categories, it's real property. 38 billion, almost $38.9 billion in real property tax base. Now, how the holdbacks breaks down, if you have to break it down into a more detailed component, we still have some appeals from the 2019 reappraisal that are at the PTC level. We have to account for those. We have some, a few 2020 appeals that we're waiting to resolve. And then the builder's inventory, anytime a builder builds a home, think about these large subdivisions going in, the builder can request an exemption because that is classified as inventory for the builder. It's not taxable until that property sales to an individual. So we have to account for that as well. And then additional exemptions. I know we've got a stack of brownfield exemptions, low-income housing exemptions that we have to go through. So we have to allow for that. And we've pulled out about 200 million in reduction for additional exemptions off this tax base. And then the last metric, the 2021 appeals, which are those appeals that we don't know about yet. They're going to come soon, but we don't know about them yet. About 183 million is what we're allocating for 2021 appeals. And that gives us a net projected real property value, about 38.3 billion. Next slide, please. Real property exemptions. This is something I show, well, I say every year, but last year and this year. And it looks at the real property exemptions as we report to the state on the TR1 each year. And you can see there's a general upward trend in real property exemptions. If you look at what we have on the books for 2020, almost $698 million in residential exemptions. That's equivalent to about 4.97 million in property tax revenue for Durham County. So these are the state programs that we administer. There's, you know, it's stuff that we advertise, promote. If somebody qualifies for an exemption, we want them to get it. And that's why they're out there. And that's what this number represents: the homestead exemption, circuit breaker, disabled veteran, things like that. Next slide. So how does a property change year over year? We went back to about 2014 in this chart. The real property change, we've broken it down into residential and commercial. And you can see just the change year over year. 2016 and 2019 were both reappraisal years. And you can see a slight uptick in both of those years. But overall, nice natural growth in the non-reappraisal years. And a good balance, I should mention as well, a good balance between residential and commercial. Next slide. So the percent change, and you can see the spikes here, 2016, 2019, those are the big changes in property values. Next slide. And then commercial, just like the last slide with residential, you can see when the reappraisal occurs, 2016, 2019, those are your years of spike. Next slide. All right, Keith, this is your slide, I believe.
Thank you, Dwayne. I think Dwayne has probably wrapped up his slides. The next two are just sort of slightly budget related, but they're directly related to all the property tax valuation numbers that Dwayne just showed you. This slide here just shows a history of Durham County's property tax rate compared to other counties that we usually compare to. Key points you might want to note are the revaluations in 2007-8 and the one in 1920 both had 2-cent tax rate increases. What looks like waves for each of the county are generally where revaluations occur for each county. What I want you to note for Durham County is we have been fairly steady in our tax rate, including revaluations. One thing to note is that normally a very strong revaluation generally means a decrease overall in the tax rate. But historically, Durham County's revaluations have had less and less of an effect of decreasing the county's property tax rate. Having said that, we're still lower than Orange County, and we're lower than Forsyth County, but we're higher than some other counties. Just thought you would want to note that. The next key point I want to make for commissioners to remember, this is a number worth writing down. You can round it up to $4.5 million. This is what 1 cent on the tax rate will bring in estimated for 21-22. Another way to think about it is if you're pondering to yourself, where can I find revenue to support many of the county needs for 21-22, or even some particular policy issues that are important to me as a commissioner, where can I find that revenue? Well, I might need to add 1 cent of property tax rate to the current rate, and that would bring in $4.5 million. So again, Dwayne's valuation that he showed you at 38.3 billion, and including some other numbers, all that trickles down to what an individual penny on the tax rate brings in at 4.5 million. And I'll stop right there, and I think it's about ready for me to go into the budget one, but I'll give it back to Martha to allow any questions for Dwayne.
Any questions from commissioners?
Martha, this is Brenda.
Yes, go ahead.
Keith, could you say what that means to give an example for the community that's listening? 1 cent on their tax value would mean for them individually if they have a $300,000 house or a $400,000 house. What does that equate to for the public?
Oh my gosh, I think a cent on $200,000 house would be. Is David, help me run the math. Is it $2 or $20? It's one of those base 10 numbers. I think it's $20, 1 cent on a tax rate for a 200. So for a $300,000 house, it would be a $30 increase. 1
That's
cent
right.
on their.
That's what I calculated out to be. $300,000 home, 1 cent would be $30 annually on the tax bill.
$20 per cent.
For a $200,000. Yeah.
Yes.
So it depends on the value of the house. But having said that, we gave you two numbers. For the county, what it means is an additional $4.5 million. Did that answer your question, Chair?
I just want people to understand, what does that mean? If you're paying $1,500 a year, what does that mean for an individual that has to I'm thinking about right now with this pandemic and the way things have been in our economy. What does that mean for people individually when they have to pay their taxes increased?
If they're paying $1,500 a year, if they paid it for this current year and we increased it 1 cent, they would pay $1,520.
Okay.
It would be a $20 increase to their $1,500 bill.
And Commissioner Howerton, that's a great question. Some of our slides, we scaled down and we used to have a few more visuals that broke it down in smaller increments. So what we can do is make sure that we put on our website what that means to you. And we definitely do it in the recommended budget, but we can showcase that information.
That would be great.
This is Wendell, Madam Chair. One of the things that I think that you're also asking, we'll hopefully be able to get into a little bit of discussion about when Mike Walden comes, in addition to some of the national, state, and local data that we will look at, because at the heart of where you're going, I believe, is essentially some of the economic indicators that drive whether or not we would have the ability or flexibility, quite frankly, to impose such going forward. And I don't think that we're quite there yet in this conversation, i.e., when we start to talk about things like, the unemployment rate and poverty levels and things of that nature, obviously all of that comes into play as we are trying to make decisions about how we move in that space. And so hopefully we will get to that a little bit later in the conversation today.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commissioner questions at this point?
Martha, this is Wendy. Dwayne, I have a question related to when you were talking about trying to estimate what kind of revenues we'll get. Just wondering what you're seeing in terms of commercial and residential, in terms of the impact of COVID, and, are folks contacting you? I mean, we know that there've been a lot of retail that have been closed, offices, people have been working from home, restaurants. Just wondering about the ripple effect of people not being able to pay their rent, and then it impacts, whoever owns the building's ability to pay their mortgage and their taxes. So just wondering about that dynamic. And of course, with homeowners too, people who are out of work, and then their inability to pay their taxes. Just kind of, I'm sure there's nothing scientific, but what kind of things are you seeing or hearing from your staff?
Yeah, well, first of all, there's still a lot of construction going on. With the interest rates the way they are, there's still a lot of commercial and residential construction going on. So the economy that natural growth is there. As far as payments, we are hearing from some people who are struggling to pay, which is it's no different than any other year, maybe to a greater level this year, obviously. Those are both, restaurants, hotels have sent me a letter saying they can't pay and they're appealing their value as a result. And the community, the people, the community, the homeowners, they're contacting us as well. And I think the general sense is that people understand their obligation to pay. And I like to say that Durham County is leading the way by, we haven't done enforced collections since last March. And the other top 10 counties, I think they all are. But the thing is, we're tracking right along with them. So we've changed the way we communicate, become really a partner with the community. And we're trying to help them get it paid without necessarily forcing it on them. So I think that's what they want, is for us to work with them to get it paid. And right now, that's resolved the calls that we have, and it's been a really good approach. So right now, that's working. It seems to be.
Great, thanks. I see Commissioner Carter wanting to
Yes.
ask a question.
Yes, thank you. Dwayne, you sent us an email yesterday with some changes that seemed like they might have an impact on our forecast tax revenue. Is that an accurate read on my part? If not, could you explain why not? And if so, are we already factoring that in to these projections?
Right. Yeah. That's proposed legislation. Who knows what it'll look like when and if it's actually enacted, ratified. But yes, in its current state, in its current language, it would affect the very projections we just shared. These projections were developed a week or two ago. We just found out about that proposed legislation last Friday. So that would affect the valuations, not to a great extent, but it would affect valuations for the upcoming year. It also reaches back into 2020. So we'll have to account for that. As my goal is by March 1st or early March to have better information on hand and say, okay, this is the construction that we have on the books. It's finalized. Here is where real property is. Here's where it stands. We're still not going to know business, personal, and public service and all that. Here's where real property stands. And then we can factor in this new legislation in its current state or whatever state it may be in at that point. And, hopefully it won't be terribly impactful. But you're right. In its current state, it would affect the current projections to a small extent.
Small extent then. What I hear you saying, the plus or minus is maybe not as significant as I was fearing.
Right. One thing that we're struggling with as an assessors group statewide is that there's no methodology provided in that legislation. It says that the assessor may consider affected businesses, but it doesn't say to what extent the assessor must consider it. Nonetheless, they can use the loss of revenue due to COVID. They can use that as an appeal platform, whereas usually they can't do that. So it's something we're evaluating.
I'm going to ask for us to be quick about moving on. Are there any further questions? Because I believe we have one more segment right now from Keith. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Apparently no commissioner wants to hear it per last night's doom and gloom discussion, but yes, give that presentation again this morning. So are we ready, Martha? You ready to shift to me?
I believe unless I see anything from a commissioner that needs another question, let's move on to you. I don't see anything.
Thank you, Martha. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your attention to what's going to be a relatively brief budget presentation. I'm going to start with just reminding you that the county has some operating budget guiding principles that we have used and talked about for the last several years. I just want to make sure that you know that this information is part of your pre-budget materials. It's attached to the Legistar agenda. I won't go through all this, but do understand that we do have some guiding principles that sort of set the groundwork on which we develop a budget annually. And right now we're going to shift to a 21-22 overview. Just a second. And let's get started. Some key budget process highlights. January 5th through the 8th, we were having pre-budget meetings by goal area. We'll skip to February. We're having the retreat. March 1st through March 31st is when departments will meet with the manager and review departmental budget requests. May 10th is a key date because that's when the manager will present his recommended budget to the Board of County Commissioners. May 18th through June 9th, we have planned BOCC. We have planned time available for budget work sessions with the board, and hopefully we will get this budget approved on June the 14th. 21-22, if we could sum up the year, it is one if we look backwards and we look at what we have to do related to what was backwards and how we have to move forward. A term the manager uses a lot in his email is onward. And so these are some of the things that have happened last year that in some ways are still affecting 21-22. A lot of change, a lot of stress, some new hope, and some new ways of seeing the world. So where are commissioners at as they start developing a 21-22 budget? This is a statement that we have talked about a couple of years in a row now with commissioners. There are choices. We have economic growth annually in the county, and we have some annual growth of the budget. But the key points I want to point out are that the board has choices. That the choices you make today on any particular issue have options. They potentially limit options in the future. And what I mean by that is budget choices that cost money today may take those dollars away in the future. And that's not a good or a bad thing. I'm not making a judgment. It's a fact. What's an example? You all made a choice to support $15 an hour for DPS classified employees this year. Well, that's going to be a guaranteed cost to the county next year of $2 million. And it's going to be a guaranteed cost that the county is going to have to support moving forward. So those are today's choices that have effects and limit dollar choices in the future. Also, we are highly dependent on property tax revenue, and the second biggest revenue source we have is sales tax revenue on economically sensitive revenue sources. As the revenue goes, so goes the amount of money the county has available to spend on programs. And generally, when you need the most dollars to help people is when the economy is not doing well. So you have less revenue, but more needs sometimes in areas like we are experiencing right now, times like we're experiencing right now with COVID. Also, we are continuing in the county to have annual fixed cost growth. Those are the costs to pay for health insurance, pay for salary increases, any number of things just to keep the lights on in the county every year is getting more and more expensive. With that in mind, you as a board should have as a goals, some goals around choices, priorities, and results. And the sentence that we tried to create that sums it all up is that your goal is a strategic application of resources to meet current, ongoing, and new needs while maintaining long-term operational resiliency. And those things kind of bind each other. There are lots of needs that you all are going to hear from departments and from citizens. There are policy initiatives you all are going to champion, but you also have to take into account the long-term operational support that the county needs to be safe and to be financially sound. And so with all those limitations and things restricting you, you have to be strategic in your application of those resources. The county manager's charge to departments this year, and it has been in the last couple of years, the first bullet is to evaluate the return on investment, the ROI. He's asked departments and continues to ask departments, are there opportunities to decrease your budget or decrease efforts in certain areas that are less important these days, realign dollars, realign efforts, or merge efforts? That statement has been true and has been requested from departments for the last 3 years in a row, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. What is new this year, when we talk about this year, I'm talking about fiscal year 21-22, is that we have asked departments to develop potential, and I have that in air quotes if you can't see me, potential budget reduction scenarios, just so we can find dollars if necessary. We asked for 3%, 5%, and 7% scenarios, and departments have done a great job in trying to work hard to find the dollars that would be a reduction in their budget and convey to the budget office right now, and we'll convey that information to management when it's all compiled about what the effects of a potential 3%, 5%, and 7% reduction scenario would be. It doesn't mean that the manager is going to propose a 3%, 5%, or 7% reduction across all departments. It just means we need those options available. As I'll show later, we're struggling to meet the needs that we have being requested by departments in the available revenue that we have to meet those needs. So one of the options you have when you are underwater with revenue versus expenditures is to reduce your expenditure costs. Another option is, remember the $4.5 million in the tax rate, you can always raise property taxes, but that has benefits and it also has costs related to it. So normally we show our general fund expenditures in a pie chart by functional area, and you can see that pie chart in our budget document. But we thought this year it might be interesting to note that separation of general fund dollars, budgeted dollars, in a slightly different way. And what I wanted to show you this was the size and the scope of certain key areas. Durham County personnel and benefits costs. These are just salaries and the benefits costs. Health insurance, paying salaries, and then FICA and 5% 401k match takes up 37.6% of our general fund budget. Then if you look at education support, and that's Durham Public Schools, and that is DTCC and some pre-K support, that's another 35.6%. You add those two together, 73% of our general fund budget is for personnel costs in the county and education. When you add in the operating costs, you're at 90%, the operating dollars that usually support personnel costs. So 90% of our budget is in some ways almost locked in stone. You all, commissioners, are working around the edges annually to add dollars to it, reallocate dollars, or even potentially cut dollars. But 90% of your budget is largely already filled up with just carrying out the duties that we're carrying out today. Just wanted to point that out. On the revenue side, what are the main revenue sources to support that general fund budget of $467 million? Property taxes account for 58% of the total general fund revenue. That's why Dwayne gets his own portion of the presentation every BOCC retreat, because almost 60% of our revenue comes from his estimates. The next biggest revenue source we have is very economically driven, and that is sales tax revenue. Those two revenue sources, sales tax and property tax, equate to 76% of the revenue the county receives annually. And it's the 76% of what we got for 2021. Just wanted to point that out. So we're going to move into hopefully some information dense graphs that you will be able to pick up on really quickly. What I want you to understand is every graph I'm going to show you from now on is going to have some gray bars in it. Those gray bars show you the growth or the delta number in that particular year in a particular revenue source. In this particular graph, what you're looking at is the natural growth in property tax revenue. Each year from 13-14 through 21-22, those gray bars shows you the amount of property tax revenue that the county receives, new revenue the county receives without a tax rate increase. So it's really important to see growth in valuation that Dwayne talked about earlier annually. And what do I mean by growth in valuation? When you see those apartment complexes, you see those structures going up in downtown, or any new buildings or new housing developments, that's new valuation. That's increased revenue coming into the county without having to have a property tax rate increase. However, for 5 of the last 9 years, the county has still had to have a property tax rate increase. That's the blue number on top of the gray number. So each of those years in 18, 19, we had an additional $9.5 million in property tax revenue from natural growth without a tax rate increase, but we still had a tax rate increase and added another 3.7 million on top of the 9.5 million. In 1920, we had a revaluation which brought in $8 million of natural property tax revenue growth, but we increased the property tax rate 2.3 cents, which brought in an additional $9.9 million. For 21-22, which is the year we're in now, we're looking at an additional $8.1 million in property tax revenue to support whatever needs we're going to have in 21-22 without having to raise the property tax rate. Sounds like good news, but wait, I have bad news coming, or less than spectacular news. We won't call it bad news. So again, I told you these are information dense, let's call them information rich graphs. This is Article 39 sales tax. This is our most important revenue outside of property tax. This is related to sales that are occurring in Durham County in any given year. Remember, the gray bar is the amount of change or delta or new dollars in any individual year. The green line is what we have budgeted annually for Article 39 sales tax, and the orange line is what we're actually have collected in each of those fiscal years. From 2018 to 2021, the number has been highly variable. In 2018-19, we had huge refund amounts. Durham County actually collects a tremendous amount of sales tax for the size of the county it is. That's largely due to some companies doing some major purchases. Duke Health Systems, Duke University, North Carolina Central, some big companies out in the RTP, but a number of those companies I just noted or institutions, Durham Health, Duke University, NC Central, all of those are nonprofits. And so whatever they pay in sales tax, they get a refund back. And that refund comes out of our sales tax money, and it comes out of Article 39. In 2018-19, we had huge refunds amounts, even though our overall collection was doing really well. In 2019-20, if you see the budgeted number, we went up a little bit in 1920, not as much as normal. What happened in 1920? We had a change in our interlocal agreement with the city of Durham. We normally had a split distribution of 58% for the county, 42% for the city. Well, that changed and was approved by both boards last year, and it's now a 56% distribution of sales tax to the county and 44% to the city. In 2021, the reduction was the budget office's attempt to try to take into account that changed ILA as well as any potential COVID-related cost to the economy. We are hoping to see an increase in 21-22, but it's going to be a relatively small increase. What I think the commissioners need to note is look at the year 18-19. The green line had a budget of $25.2 million, and 3 years later, we're only $800,000 more in our budgeted number. What I'm trying to point out is that the revenue growth from this article of sales tax has been very slow, and we need it to grow faster to take into it to support our growing annual costs in the general fund. I'm going to go to the next slide. Yep. Yes.
1 second. I know that we're already 6 minutes over the time that we estimated for this segment of the agenda. How many more slides? How much more do you think you have?
I have a few more, but honestly, I can go straight to the gut punch if you'd like. Right. Let me show local occupancy sales tax, and I'll skip to the next ones then, and we'll finish up here in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
All of these slides are a part of the pre-budget material that you should be able to have access to from the Legistar agenda, so feel free to look through those. I do want to show you the effects of COVID as they have related to one of our key revenue sources. It isn't a huge revenue, but it's one highly related to economic activity, particularly downtown. Our occupancy tax revenue is from hotel stays. And as you can see, remember the green line is the budget, but the key one here is the orange line. Look at the drop off in the amount of local occupancy tax that we have collected from 1920 in 2021, and then our adjustment to how much lower it has to be in 21-22. This is directly related to COVID. As you heard, I think Dwayne said, in fact, a number of hotels have contacted our tax department about paying tax bills or inability to pay tax bills for any number of reasons related to COVID. I'm going to skip to general fund property taxes. This is where you can see that growth. We showed you that property tax rate growth has been significant. One point I need to point out to the commissioners is our annual property tax revenue has grown by $41 million over the last 5 years. If you look at 2016-17, you see revenues from property tax of 231. We're at 281 for 21-22 without a tax rate increase yet that may or may not occur. That's $41 million in additional revenue every year that we are now experiencing, and yet we're still feeling crunched in our ability to pay our bills. That is concerning and worth noting. It's equivalent to having significant salary increases in your real life, yet your bills that you have to pay are still outpacing your salary increases. So overall, our key revenues minus property tax have looking at about a $3 million increase in 21-22. But it's very slow growth. It's only a couple of $1 million from a growth from 18-19, if you're looking at the green line, to 21-22. With property tax revenue, it's looking like an $11 million growth in revenues without a property tax rate increase. That has a huge caveat to it, and I'll explain it in just a minute. But as you can see, the effect of COVID has flattened out our growth overall over the last several years. Here's where it gets really interesting. We may have talked about having additional revenue sources, but we've got a tremendous amount of potential new expenditure needs coming up in the next year. And I just wanted to give you a small set of some of those potential costs that you, the manager first, is going to have to consider, and then the board is going to have to consider. Cleaning costs related to COVID at $2 million, security costs, COVID vaccine distribution software and call center costs, vehicle replacements that we need to increase this year because we decreased them in the current fiscal year 2021. DPS living wage, we're going to have to increase DPS support by $2 million next year, 21-22, to support the choices made this year. We are potentially, at a minimum, expecting DPS requests for an additional $5 million. We have to continue support for DSS Medicaid-related positions, public safety warehouse rent at $1 million, IS&T contract costs, increased economic incentive payments. These are expenditure requests that are currently in the 21-22 budget, and some of these are going to be very hard to say no to. So where do we find ourselves at this moment? We find ourselves with about $24 million worth of expansion drivers or expenditure increases, of which I noted some in the previous slide in the bullet points, and we only have about $5 million of revenue, increased revenue, once you net out some key areas. And so how do we make up that $19 million difference? That is the big question that commissioners have and the manager has. So again, you have choices today that can potentially limit options in the future. You also have the cascading effect of depending on economically sensitive revenue. Remember, sales tax is 17% of our total general fund budget, and we have continued growth in annual fixed costs. So when we look at a future year budget development issues, we see that we're out $19 million. And if you look over this right here, we have a tax rate of $4.5 million for additional property tax, 1 cent on the tax rate. So to make up that difference that we talked about, $19 million or 18.7, if you want to be specific, it would take a 4-cent tax rate increase just to meet the needs that are currently in the department requested budget. This is before any choices that commissioners or ideas that commissioners may have about eviction diversion, rent support, any particular issue of importance to a commissioner. That's before any of those choices are considered and the costs related to those considered. We're also wanting to ponder property tax relief, which is coming up next. That actually could potentially make our revenue go in reverse. We would have less revenue and that means we would be out of balance even more. So I've gone through this really quick because we've ran out of time. Remember, the board and management's goal is a strategic application of resources to meet ongoing and new needs while maintaining the long-term operational resiliency. One last thing, we have department performance measurement that you can always go and see. It's the manager's key, one of his key programs is managing for results. You can go online to the Durham County Transparency Portal and see departmental performance measures, strategic plan, community indicators. Right now, those measures are updated through Q1. We will be finishing those updates for Q2 by the end of February. There you go, Martha. I'm done.
Oh, wow. Fantastic presentation. I'm just very disappointed that you're $19 to $20 million short.
Yeah.
Bad. Commissioners, in recognizing the time on our agenda, are there any very essential questions that you have at this point of Keith? I'm seeing Commissioner Carter and then Commissioner Jacobs.
Keith, I just have a clarifying question. And it's about the $19 million gap. And what I'm looking at on your slide number 23, the general fund key revenues, it looks like we have 11 million. Wait a second. Yeah. Looks like we have $11 million increase in key revenues. But you're saying you're expecting it to only be $5 million. I don't understand.
Well, that's reasonable that you wouldn't understand it. The key point here is these are only a few key revenues that I looked at. One of the main revenue sources we used in the current fiscal year, 2021, we used $10 million of one-time money to help support the general fund budget. We moved money from the capital financing plan fund to the general fund, and we moved some extra money upwards of $10 million. So that's a revenue source I had in 2021 of 10 that went to zero. So while I had $11 million of new revenue in 21-22 from these key revenue sources, I lost $10 million in that one revenue source. But then I've got other revenues across the general fund that add another 4 million. So that's what nets to the 5. I wanted to get to it, but Martha was pushing me. And so I'm blaming her for my lack of clarity, but I hope that answers your question.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
I will say this, that is the something that every commissioner needs to be reminded of. There's always a temptation to use one-time dollars in a particular fiscal year to shore up budget differences, that 24 to 5 million. And it's okay if you're using those one-time dollars for one-time purchases. But if you're using those dollars to support ongoing costs, then the next fiscal year, you lose that one-time revenue and you're back in a hole.
Commissioners, this is Wendell again. There is one thing I would like to caution in light of the question, and that is last year during this time, we started out with about what we thought was in the range of $16 million worth of new revenue. By the time the recommendation came forward, obviously there were a tremendous amount of changes in the economy that were COVID driven. And so subsequently, that 16 million that we thought we were projected to get went down basically to zero. There will be some things that will happen between now and the time my recommended budget come forth. Hopefully they will have positive impacts on the revenue, but we never can tell, or we will never know. But as we get there, and as we are able to get more reporting from the state on collections, and looking at our own local collections here, we'll have deeper and better insight in respect to, where we actually are. And my hope, as I said, is that we will not end up in a situation as we were in the current fiscal year where we had zero revenue growth when it was time to do the recommended budget. Thank you.
I know we had a question from Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Martha. Keith, So I don't, at what point do we also look at revenues that are going to come in from other sources outside of the property and sales tax? And I'm thinking, like, when I look at that $20 million COVID cleaning bill, and we've had lots and lots of budget amendments, thank goodness, of money coming into the county to help us with COVID expenses. And hopefully we'll see more coming from the state and federal government. So when do we also take a look at some of the revenues that are coming in to help with those expenses?
All of those things will take into account. I mean, we have to take into account whatever the state and the federal actions are. Commissioner Jacobs, as you well know, I don't think the state ever adopted a budget the last time around, and so there was a lot of uncertainties, around how those monies were coming down. And then, of course, we are all aware of the $1.9 trillion bill that the president is essentially asking the feds to take into consideration. So we will be watching that very closely. And once we have some better insight in respect to what is coming out of Congress and the state, we will be able to give you some more definitive answers.
Okay, thank you. And Keith, I know you've talked about this before, but it's certainly stark in what you just presented to us with those charts, just the impact of personnel related expenses on the budget. And could you talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, I can. Is there a specific question? They are significant. I'll scoot back real quick. As we continue to increase the number of employees, the cost for health insurance for those new employees and existing employees continues to increase. We had a great discussion. The manager may want to speak to it yesterday about our potential health insurance rate increase, which is going to be minimal comparatively for 21-22. But those costs continue to rise every year. And the more employees that we hire, the more that we carry each year, it just increases the amount of cost, annual growth in paying salary increases and paying for the benefits for those folks. So there's a push and pull. Those costs at 37.6%, and I haven't done the math, but I would pretty much guarantee you that's not out of sync with other counties in terms of the percentage of the budget for personnel costs. But they're very real and they're very significant. If there's a more specific question I can answer.
Well, you don't have to answer this now, but I think it would be helpful if we could get benchmarking information with our peer counties about the percentages that we spend in our budget related to these key areas that you have shown here. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, Keith, that might be something we'll put on, not only the parking lot, but the to-do list. Beautiful.
We have multiple analysts taking notes, so we have it down.
I know you do. All right, are we ready to move on to the next agenda item? And I'm not seeing any commissioners with questions, so who's next up to queue up?
Martha, next up will be Dwayne again with a brief overview of potential property tax relief legislation and how we might move forward with that.
We are at 10:36. We were going to be at 10:15, so we're already 20 minutes behind. So let's keep that in mind.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I'll it's a brief presentation, very high level, just to get the conversation started about property tax relief. So what I want to go through, want to outline the state property tax relief programs. The coalition, as you might recall, pretty much since I started with Durham County about 18 months ago, been working with the coalition on its proposal for a property tax relief program locally. And then I want to discuss briefly the program that we actually adopted in Durham County last August, I think it was. And lastly, I want to cover the Mecklenburg County Homes Program, what I know about it, which is not a whole lot, but the board did direct me to bring information back of new legislation, new programs on tax relief like this. Next slide. Okay, so the state tax relief programs, there are three big ones, and you probably are familiar with them, but just to cover the highlights. The Elderly and Disabled Homestead Exclusion Program, 65 and over, 31,500 household income or less, and it has to be your primary residence to qualify. And what this does, it exempts half of the property value, or $25,000, whichever is greater. It is an exemption. You never have to pay it back. It's an exemption. The circuit breaker deferment, it kind of feeds off the homestead exclusion. 65 and over, you can make up to $47,250 in household income and qualify for this program. So it increases the income limit a little bit. Primary residence for the last 5 years. So you have to, it's for, if you want to say long-term resident, it's for the long-term resident, 5-year resident. The income, how this works, the amount of taxes you pay is based on the income, based on your income. If your income is less than 31.5, you pay no more than 4% of your income in property taxes. The remainder is deferred. It's not forgiven like the homestead, it's deferred with interest. If your income is greater than 31.5, then you pay no more than 5% of your income in property taxes. Now, upon a disqualifying event, the last 3 years, only the last 3 years is due with the interest. So if you're in the program 10, 15 years, only the last 3 years is due and payable. And then a disabled veteran exclusion, no age requirement, must be honorably discharged or the unmarried surviving spouse and qualify. And it excludes $45,000 off the tax assessment, and that is an exclusion as well, no payback. Next slide. So one goal that we could do, and I wanted to bring this to Durham County, was increase awareness, increase education, and make understanding the current programs easier. So this screenshot is just our new, as of last summer, I think it was, our new property tax assistance evaluator tool. It's on the website. You can go on there 24/7, share it widely, but basically it reduces a multi-page legal application into just the questions you see here. The multiple choice questions, you answer these, a resident goes in and answers these, clicks on submit, and it'll, this form has an algorithm. We work with IS&T, and it'll basically pre-qualify the taxpayer for these big 3 programs: homestead, circuit breaker, disabled veteran. And then upon the results, they can send those results to our office and we'll follow up. But that's a great tool that really simplifies all the programs, and it's very easy to use. Next slide. All right, so this is the coalition's initial proposal that we were working with last year. And it's a grant program, it's grant-based. So income, 30% or less of the area median income, the AMI. And then it goes through another set of criteria here, another set of qualifying criteria. You must own the home for at least 10 years, be at least 65 years of age or permanently totally disabled, or you could acquire the residence through an affordable housing program, or you could acquire the residence through inheritance. So lots of qualifiers in there where someone could get into the coalition's proposal. Now, about this proposal, we did a number of presentations with the board, with the city, and talked about it a lot internally as well. But the legal opinion of this program was that it is illegal. It's a compromise of tax, which we can't do in North Carolina. So next slide, please. So what we did do, the long-time homeowner tax deferral program. Well, the coalition's proposal was deemed to be not a legal option. So I came up with this option of, okay, if that's not legal, then how can we do something that is legal? And basically, the way we do that is by not compromising tax, not using grant money to pay tax bills. Now, this isn't the most attractive program, understand that. It uses basically the same metrics that the coalition's initial proposal uses, but it defers the taxes above the amount paid. Instead of forgiving it by grant, it defers it for up to 10 years. So that's the current program, in addition to the state programs that we offer to the residents of Durham County. Next slide. The Mecklenburg County Homes Program. I sent an email, a memo to the board quite some time ago. And I don't know a whole lot about this program. It was just brought to my attention, and I reached out to my counterpart in Mecklenburg County, and I got some information. And that's basically what this is. And I've reached out again recently to inquire as to how it went. You know, how many applications did you get? How much money was allocated for this program? And I've not heard back. He said, he emailed me a couple of days ago and said he's working on it, but I've not heard back on the actual experience of the program. But the homes program, it is administered through DSS, not the tax office, through DSS. The amount granted will be equal to 25% of the tax amount on the last available tax bill, not to exceed $340. How do you qualify? Household income must not exceed 15% of AMI. There's a 3-year residency requirement, and there's no age restriction for the homes program. So the amount they budgeted, what I hear, was $250,000 to administer the grants in this program at $340 each. That's basically all the information I have on the homes program. But I did want to bring it to the board's attention, considering it is a tax relief program in North Carolina. Next slide. And that's not me. All right, so that's it. So questions from the board?
I did want to, I just want to say thank you, Dwayne, for the work that you did. You know, we keep hearing certain people say Mecklenburg, 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 and they never have any answers, can't tell anybody anything. So a few of us, when I talked to you last week, I know you reached out. I can admit that I've reached out, tried to get some of the same information. They can't tell you who applied for it. They can't tell you how successful it was. That's not to say it's not successful. It's just odd that so many people have reached out and not gotten one word back. Now, that is not to speak on whether or not the program is good or bad. That's just a reality. I will state that of that $250,000, I know another commissioner will probably speak. And if I'm not mistaken, what I've heard, because I've actually reached out to a number of legislative liaisons that have representatives in that area. I think of that $250,000, something like $30,000 or $32,000 of that has been utilized in that grant. So I can admit here that some funding has been utilized, right? We don't know how many applicants that is. I will also point out, and we can do some math and creatively and say, it's $340, so we can do some division. I guess I'm just happy that you put out here, because the misinformation campaign is very real. The legality of it was the fact that it could not actually be put under your office. That is not to say that we could not put it under another office. I just want to be very clear about when we got our legal opinion, it was about the fact that it could not go under your office. So again, the misinformation campaign needs to stop. And I thank you for doing your research. And I thank some other folks, and I'm going to yield time because I know that Commissioner Alam, along with myself and some other wonderful people, have done a great deal of research, but I'm not going to steal her thunder. So I'll pass it along to my colleague.
Yeah. Sorry, I apologize. I saw her, Commissioner Alam's hand up, yes, a while back, yeah.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much, Dwayne. And thank you I know we've thanked you for this before, but for sitting down with me and Commissioner Burns on Friday for that in-depth conversation about the tax program. So I was doing some research, as Commissioner Burns said, and I was looking at, I believe it's General Statute 153A-149. It lays out the power that a county has to tax property, and it also provides information about how the county has the power to authorize social services and provide for the public welfare through the maintenance and assistance of public assistance programs. And those public assistance programs are defined as programs for low and medium income individuals. And by the Federal Reserve definition of low and medium income, that's individuals' income that is at least 50% and less than 80% of the area median income. And so what I would like to see and for us to discuss is to have this type of program, since we're able to enact this power under social services, to have a property relief for residents of Durham through the Department of Social Services. Can we get more information on that?
And perhaps that's not a question for Dwayne, because that's not under him, right? You know what I'm saying? But the fact that we've done the research that others didn't do, and I will knock to you, and we got some clarification that it can't be under Dwayne. I think it makes sense to bring it up now, though, because it's doing his portion. Perhaps we could at least investigate how it could look under another entity. Is that fair to say, Commissioner Long?
Yes. And looking at it using like the general statute and the Federal Reserve definitions.
And let's say that may be a very long conversation.
Right.
So let's put that on the parking lot, and it could even be something that's, discussed as early as tomorrow. I did see Chair Howerton had her hand up. Was there something that you wanted to ask Brenda?
Just quickly, in the research that we're doing, I would like to also, or if Dwayne's going to do it or whichever staff, find out what's the difference in the consolidated district. In Mecklenburg County is a consolidated district.
It is.
What is the difference between what we are able to do versus a consolidated district? Because there are some differences, and my understanding in talking with the chair of Mecklenburg County is that the commissioners had the power to put it through DSS. So I'd like for them to find out what's the difference in the way we are structured and the fact that they could do it in a consolidated district differently.
Agree, Commissioner Howerton. I would agree. Yeah, I would agree, but I just think we need to have the logical, realistic conversation that was not had in the past. So I agree with that.
Yeah.
So we're going to put that on the parking lot list for things that we need to be paying attention to and build into future agendas. Were there any other questions on this segment before we move forward? Chair, I see Wendy Jacobs up there.
Thank you, Martha. And I want to thank Commissioner Burns and Commissioner Alam for doing research into this. I want to thank Brian Wardell for doing the memo that he gave us recently, which did explain that whereas the Mecklenburg County Commissioners were able to authorize it directly, this would actually have to be authorized by the DSS board and administered and run through DSS. So I would be interested in knowing what the admin costs are, because Dwayne, you said they've allocated $250,000. I'm assuming that's how much they're going to allocate for grants, but it'd also be interesting to know what are the admin costs for a program like this as well. Thank you.
All right, so seeing no more commissioner hands, I think we're ready to move to the next segment.
Martha, yes, this is Keith Lane. I just wanted, I think we're moving on to the managing major FY 21-22 needs. And we're going to start with general services, talking about janitorial services and maybe a few other things.
That's my understanding.
So Motrio and whomever from general services.
I'm here.
All right.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. And we've been tasked with providing you information associated with our janitorial services. So we tried to break it down so that you will know what we're doing in the background. We have an in-house group, staff group that actually supports the courthouse. And that right now consists of 5 custodians and 1 supervisor. Those individuals are treating the courthouse. Can we go back to slide, please?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry,
Thank
I don't
you.
know.
They're treating the courthouse, which is a little over 200,000 square feet. Our janitorial contractors, we presently have 6 contractors. You can see that their standard service staff is noted, which is a total of 54. And once we got into COVID, we had to have day porters in many of our facilities that are still operative. Those day porters increased the quantity of individuals to 24. So we have a total of 73 janitorial staff members that support 21 buildings, which is basically about 1.1 million square feet of structure. Next slide, please. So we've in previous boards have seen this. Some of our new board members have not. We have industry standards with regards to janitorial cleaning. They go from level 1 to level 5. An 8-hour shift. This is the number of square feet that a person should be able to clean based on those specific standards, like a hospital or etc. Or a school facility, or just a room cleaned every day and vacuumed 3 or 4 times a day. So there are definite standards that we do apply to our buildings. And when you think about something like a human services building, you're between a level 2 and a level 1 for that type of building. So we'll go to the next slide. So when we talk about COVID cleaning, we're talking about something far greater than what is the standard average, because the introduction of the virus caused us now to look at doing touch points, surfaces that, that are not normal with regards to cleaning, things like light switches and countertops and desks and phones and keyboards, and actually sometimes just sanitizing the whole building. And so we developed and complied with the CDC cleaning processes for all of our janitorial additions that we brought into the buildings, and required that they also prepare their staff with the appropriate PPEs and disinfectant soaps that would, and materials that would actually deal with the COVID virus. Next slide. So here's an example of some of the expenses that we've had for some of our buildings where we know that we have regular traffic. So if you look at 2018, 2019, you might say, well, why is the library blank? Well, that's because the library was under construction in 18, 19. And so it was pretty much taken and given over to the contractor. I know these slides must be timed, but it's going a little too fast. But if you look at 1920 and 2021, you will see the increases in these facilities in order to maintain them after COVID. So you've gone roughly from like $700,000 to almost $1.8 million to cover these facilities because of the COVID expense, which you can see is $675,000 right now. This is the 21 buildings that we actually do provide contracted services for janitorial services. And as you can see, the standard services are about a little over $1 million. But when you get to the COVID services, there's an $800,000 increase. So you can expect, and which makes this actually worse, is that we are presently in the position where we are presently negotiating for a 5-year contract with vendors with regards to providing contractual services. All of them have been asked to provide us COVID costs for COVID standards. And we're anticipating that the costs for janitorial services will be close to $2 million in 21-22. I think that's my last slide.
It is, Matria. Are there any questions from commissioners?
I see Commissioner Alam.
Yeah, I had a quick question just regarding the contracts that we use for hiring the janitorial services. Are they paying a living wage?
Commissioner, that's a great question. There are some contractors that are paying living wages that, but it is not the $15, it's $11. It's $11 for the janitorial classification. There are others that do not pay the $11. That would be the standards for janitorial classification. Right now, our present janitors, we might have one that actually pays $15 an hour, and that's to their management staff.
And is that broken down? Are the contracts given out by department, or is it like overall and then split evenly across?
No. So when we ask for a request for bids, the contractors bid on the facilities which they believe they can handle the square footage of the buildings and the specifications of the buildings with the required cleaning. And then we assess their ability to perform those services and pretty much divide up the campus of Durham County with regards to based on cost and cost savings that we can acquire through their services.
And then my last question, do we know the cost difference of what it would be to bring this in-house versus having it contracted?
That's what we did with the study with regards to the courthouse. At the time, we felt that we would be able to bring in a savings if we had staff. The reality is it's a very tough business to be in. And we've had to even augment our staff with contractual support in order to keep the facilities at the standards that are required. For example, we weren't able to ramp up to deal with COVID at the courthouse. So we had to actually ask one of our janitorial contractors to provide us those individuals who would do touch points because our staff, was fully occupied with regards to maintaining the building. So we have done that study, but there's pros and cons to both.
Can you share that study with us? Because
Sure.
I would love, for me personally, I would love to see how we're able to, provide a living wage to all of our staff.
Sure. We will get that to you.
Thank you.
Very good. Other questions? I see Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Martha. Mo, can you explain I don't really understand why the cleaning costs are so high at all the libraries, since the libraries are closed for the public. So when I look at the main library and then the regional libraries, we're spending about 700,000, more than 700,000 on cleaning. I know that staff are there and we're doing pickup for books, but because they're not open to the public, they're not getting the same use. Why would the standard services even be the same?
So, Commissioner, if Josh is on the line, Josh, are you on the line? Can you actually explain the difference in the regional libraries, all 5 regional libraries?
Yes, ma'am. Gabriel. Sorry. At the regional libraries, they are still performing the daily services. Although the libraries are operating, only to staff and pickups, we still have to provide those daily services as far as trash pickup, bathroom cleanings, etc., because again, the staff are still in the building. We also, in addition to that, because of having to meet standards around COVID-19 cleaning, we have also instituted day porters at each of the libraries to increase touch point cleaning, door handles, light switches, bathrooms, etc., in an effort to reduce any possibility of an outbreak at a regional library or the library.
But aren't you all also cleaning individual books when they come back? That was what I was about to ask. So when they're doing pickup and when they're bringing them back, you all are now having to perform individual static cleaning on every book and DVD that comes back. Is that correct, Joanne?
Yes, good morning. I just wanted to pop in just from a public health standpoint that the same care and attention regarding the safety that we need to provide, whether patrons are in the building or not, we have staff there, and there's just an elevated level of care and attention that we must take because our staff are there. And Commissioner Burns, to the point of the books, the collection, the volume, taking in the books, the drive in or the service that the staff provides, they have to bring those in. The books have to be sanitized. So we have to also provide the same care to the buildings where all of our staff are. Thank you.
Any further questions from commissioners before the next segment? I see none, so we can advance the slide, and our next presenter.
Martha, this is going to be between IS&T and public health, I believe.
Perfect, perfect. And I know we now seem to be running maybe slightly ahead. So that's a good thing.
We will have, this is Claudia. I had some technical challenges a moment ago. We will have Marcia Richardson with the Public Health Department, who will talk about some challenges that we're facing, but we have solutions to present to the board with managing the technology that's needed for vaccination distribution, as well as the infrastructure for that with the call center. And then at the end of it, Greg Marrow will give some updates about requests that are in his area, very broad, and we'll come back to the board at a work session to discuss them further. We're sensitive of the time and try to focus on those highest priorities, but we'll come back in work session to discuss further. And so I'll turn it over to Greg and Ms. Richardson.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I actually have before you our Durham County COVID-19 vaccination distribution dashboard. This goes over a lot of our data input that we are collecting in regards to our vaccination distribution. We will actually have an opportunity to present at a future Board of County Commissioners meeting. So we will present further information on this dashboard, but I did want to make sure that we shared this information with you in order to know how to get to the dashboard. Please go to the next slide. So our vaccination management, we needed a way to be able to, manage all of our COVID-19 vaccinations for our Durham County residents. And so we wanted to come up with a way for our infrastructure in order to be able to, meet our managing for results, and also to be able to see, have a call center for our infrastructure and a management platform that could house all of our components of vaccination management. Proceed. So just to kind of give you an overview of where we were when we first started with our vaccination rollout, we had a call center business process, and our current call center volume was probably about somewhere between 2,100 calls taken to book appointments. And so unfortunately, we were not able to capture how many actual calls were coming in, because the number of the calls and the capacity of the call system did not allow for us to be able to handle the volume of calls that we were receiving. So we had about 1,248 calls that were abandoned, and our average wait times were about 20 minutes. And I do want to make sure that everyone understands that our team, our average staff on our call lines were probably about 11 employees at a given time. However, there were a number of individuals and staff members who were manning this call center. So our Microsoft Bookings app, which is also part of this call center effort, we have booked over about 7,000 appointments through our Microsoft Booking app. And again, this is just to reflect a given period at the peak for about 1 week to show the average amounts of how many volumes we were taking in. Please escalate. Thank you. So just to give you a little bit of numbers to talk about our business proposal to address two of our issues. So one is about, the call center and being able to allot for more capacity in terms of how many calls are able to be manned at one given time, and also to be able to provide enough resources in order to, meet the needs of our Durham County residents. And so one of the proposals is about Insight Global, which we'll talk a little bit more about. And the projected cost right now, as you see on the screen, that is the total cost. But what I want to make mention is in red, you will see that the numbers deflected below are going to show the FEMA cost, which is about 75% reimbursable. And so those are the numbers that actually Durham County would have to cover in terms of those items in red. And we're looking at about a stand-up cost and for about 8 to 10 days in order to be able to implement this call center once we decide to move forward. And then, of course, with the other issue is, of course, talking about, like as I mentioned in the beginning, about capturing the data, being able to show meaningful and measurable data that we can actually use for our managing for results as well. You can proceed. So just to give a little bit into the second issue that we were talking about the vaccine management solution, we did actually work with a vendor called ServiceNow, and they presented to us quite a great opportunity to be able to manage our entire infrastructure of COVID vaccine management. And so this covers our appointment booking, as well as a virtual agent dot. We have a phased-in approach where we'll be working with we're currently working with our seniors, but we'll also start to work with millennials. And so it would actually give us an opportunity to provide an infrastructure that is scalable. So you'll have a virtual agent It'll also have a dashboard that can provide some geographical measures. And one thing that I do want to mention is this provider management component, which is talking about how we see our departments in terms of how our employees are coming back on board. We will also be able to manage that information as well. So this would actually house all of our vaccination management solutions. Go to the next slide. And thank you. Are there any questions?
I'm looking for commissioner questions. Do we have any on this piece about the vaccination?
Thank
So
you.
now I turn it over to Greg.
So good morning, everyone. I'm just going to reinforce what Marcia said, not going to go through any slides other than to say that Marcia talked about the ServiceNow platform that we would use for vaccine management. And I think the beauty of that platform is that we're leveraging a platform that we already use in-house. We will be using that within our HR organization to provide services to employees. We're looking at using it over in DSS for our rental assistance program. We will be using it in IT for our services delivery of IT services. And now we're looking at using it for vaccine management over in public health. So it gives us the opportunity to leverage a piece of technology that we're already have made an investment in. Of course, these modules, these different modules that you put on top of it, you know, they come with a price tag. And that's what Keith and a few others alluded to earlier during the presentation, that we will have to address the COVID software vaccine distribution management software. So we will be coming back to you with more information on that in a future, probably work session. Thank you.
Martha, you're on mute.
I see Commissioner Jacobs.
Thanks, Martha. And I just had, and Rod, I know exactly where you're sitting right now. You're sitting in the back of the Health and Human Services building in your perch there. Hope you're doing well today. I mean, I think this is great to hear about this call center and just all the different ways it can really help us. Greg, I hear a lot about the DSS call center, and I know we've had a lot of challenges related to the capacity that was put into the Health and Human Services building with the limitations to the phone lines there. And I've heard a lot of discussion about using Jabber, and that our staff are now going to be using Jabber to deal with the problem with the limitations. Could you just talk a little bit about that?
Thank you for that question. A couple of things to keep in mind is that all of these call centers right now are running on 20-year-old voice technology. And we've been able to take existing capital dollars and move forward with upgrading our voice system. And so that's going to give us a lot of capabilities once we get that in place. That's a piece of work that's underway now. Of course, there's some urgency to it as a result of COVID and the vaccine program rollout. What this other piece of technology gives us the capability to do, Commissioner Jacobs, you mentioned it, it's called Jabber. What that allows us to do is basically give those who want to work remotely in the call center, so they can be sitting at home answering calls using this piece of technology called Jabber. And so we're trying to, you know, the saying, meet you where you are, whether you're sitting physically in the call center at public health or sitting at home, you can still be a member of the call center using the Jabber technology. Now, when we upgrade our phone system, we'll bring some more advanced technologies to the table that will give us some other capabilities, but that's kind of where we are today. And we're limited again, we're running on some pretty old technology, so we're limited in terms of the number of connections, the number of people we can serve on this old technology. And so that's why we're moving expeditiously as possible to upgrade our current technology.
And so related to that, to what Marcia presented, does that mean even with the new call center that people could work at home, work from home?
Yes. Even with the new call center, we'll have Jabber-like technology where people will be able to work anywhere in the world and support the Durham County call center. Awesome. Yeah.
This is Claudia. Yes, I wanted to jump in real quick and highlight our tax department's efforts. About a year ago when COVID hit, they were the first department to start with the use of Jabber. And from there, when we had some issues in some other areas, we followed that framework and expanded it further. I'm sure it was in other areas, but they were the ones that were using it in a major way and helped us as we were hit with this pandemic. So S&T has been phenomenal in deploying all of these technology systems. I call it process improvement times 20 in a very short period of time because we've had to meet all these demands. So thanks again to Greg's team and to Ms. Richardson for all of their efforts.
Very good. Any other commissioner questions on the call center? It looks like then the next item up relates to Bull City United expansion. Is that correct?
That is correct, Martha. And I think Joanne Pierce is going to run this, if I'm not mistaken. I would like to ask Joanne, I have a copy of a presentation, a PDF copy of a presentation from the city. Does she want to, does Claudia and or Joanne, do you want to use that or do you just want to talk?
Keith, for this one, we were just mainly going to let the board know about this partnership. It was presented at City Council. This was one we were not going to necessarily have a PowerPoint, but the pre-meeting materials does have the program description, and I'll let Jan talk a little bit about that.
Yes, good morning. Yes, just wanted to give a high-level overview and hopefully later come and talk more about it. But as you may already be aware, commissioners, the City Council approved to expand Bull City United into 4 additional census tracts in Durham. And so with that, the team will expand, maybe triple in size, actually expand with 18 additional staff members. So that's upcoming for perhaps some of this fiscal year and next fiscal year. So we're excited about that. We just wanted you to know that that happened. And of course, with that, we have to look at, the current arrangement and how we will possibly need to reorganize to make sure that, as you know, the staff, as they come on board, it's a process to make sure that they are the best fit to serve. So we're really excited about that, and just wanted you to know that those funds are coming to us, and that may require some reorganization for the team so that they can serve the community better. And that's all I had, Claudia, unless there were additional questions.
Are there any questions? I see Commissioner Burns.
Because I know we're moving ahead here, and I did look at some of the support and documentation, and I'm not going to pretend like some of it didn't cause some concern. This is very sensitive work, as many of us know, and to be honest, as many of us have lived. And as this work is beginning to scale up, I just want to make sure, because there was reservation, we can sit here and say the city council passed it, but there was significant reservations from some folks, including Mr. Mayor. And I just want to make sure that with the work that we're doing, we get the return on the investment, because this is really about safe communities and working towards, quite frankly, people just being able to walk from their house to their grocery stores. And so if we are going to expand their capacity, I would like to talk to you, Joanne, a little bit more about what the qualifications of those individuals will be, because what we're essentially doing is putting some people in some very dangerous situations. And I just, as a public servant, I don't want to be haphazard about that, especially when we're scaling up to this magnitude. And so I just wanted to throw that out there.
Other questions from other commissioners? Chair Howerton, I see you.
Thank you, Martha. I just want to say that, this started in the health department, and I would have served on that board with the folks that started this program, and it's nothing to take lightly. Right. Ms. Pierce can tell you, this program was something that the health department brought on board with Gail Harris and her team, and serving on the Board of Health. I got to hear the conversations and the requirements of people that were going to be in the streets to do this work. So this is nothing to take lightly. And I don't know how long it'll take for the new people to be trained, to make sure that they're ready. And taking on, is it 4 communities at one time? I'm hoping that that's going to be staggered rather than people going out there all at once. Is that correct, Ms. Pierce?
Thank you for that, Commissioner Burns and Chair Howerton. You are exactly correct. This will be a multi-phasal approach. Strategy must be included in this, and it is. And so there are regular meetings weekly with the team. And as you said, there is a process that must happen, training that must happen. We must ensure that team members are fully vetted and that they are that they have the support that they need. So no, this is not a typical position where you can just put out a posting for 18 staff persons and apply and come on board. Careful consideration and strategy is very important and critical to the success of the program and to the outcomes we want to see. So everything you've said certainly is key and important so that we can support the staff members. So you're right, it's going to be a multi-phasal approach. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Commissioner Jacobs, I see you.
Thank you. Joanne, just to clarify, the city though is the entity that is paying for this expansion. Is that correct?
That is correct. In addition, though, we will need, as we look at when you expand, you triple your staff and the team, we have to look at and restructure and design, what will be the most effective way for them to operate across the 6 census tracts. So that's what we're looking at right now. So that may mean that we need, although the city council has provided, the staff, and that's for boots on the ground folks. What do we need in terms of an analyst for that data? What do we need in terms of, someone who can really oversee this entire piece? And so that's what we're looking at. And so it's an opportunity for us to reorganize, because when you have 7, or if they would have matched and had an additional 7, that's 14. But when you add 18 more, you've tripled in size. And so those are the considerations that we have to look at. So we have to also look at our infrastructure. Thank you for asking that.
It sounds like there will be some perhaps admin costs for us. And I know that the data analyst position was grant funded. Jason Schiss was that before, and I guess that grant ran out. And so we actually, I don't think, have we even had recently that? I don't know if we've actually had a data person, have we?
So
the
in our
data-
current arrangement, we had a process where our program manager would be able to handle that, but now we have to look at it because now we have certainly the city and our performance measures and metrics that will expand. So we now have to define a discrete role for that. And so for some other pieces. So those are the things that we're examining right now. So those are important.
Right. Well, I'm
Maybe-
really excited that
Oh,
the
sorry.
city is partnering with us on this because, you know, we've been spending a lot of money for, I guess, at least 5 years, I think, for this program. And so I'm excited about it. And to the point about hiring, the whole model is that the folks need to come from the neighborhoods. They have to be trusted community partners. So you can't even just hire from anywhere, right? That's the whole
Indeed.
model.
And I see
Yeah.
Mr. Manager,
Yeah.
did you have anything additional?
Yeah, the only thing that I wanted to say was effectively this. Jason obviously works for the police department and does all of the crime and data statistics for law enforcement. The data analyst work that has to go on in this space, it has to be first and foremost separate and apart from what happens in law enforcement, number one. And number two, the kind of data and statistics that will be captured is quite different from what we will see coming forward in our gang reduction strategy task force meetings, along with our violent crime roundtable meetings.
And Joanne, whenever you're ready, it would be great to get an update on BCU. I know it's been impacted by COVID and all that, but we actually haven't heard much in a while. So that it would be great to get a report at some point. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I look forward to sharing the work that they've been doing during COVID.
And Commissioner Jacobs, we've already had a conversation, Ms. Pierce and I, about Bull City coming to do a presentation for us. So it's being discussed.
So maybe not even on the parking lot.
It doesn't need to be on the parking lot. It's already on.
It's moving ahead.
Yeah.
Any other commissioner questions on this segment? And as I'm looking at our agenda, it appears we're in a very good place. We are at 11:30. We were projected to go from 11 to 12 on this. We started a little early. So we have apparently gained a half hour. Some options, and I want Claudia to take over here.
Martha, on our agenda, I think we forgot to refresh one topic. We have one on that we will hear from Quayle as we're looking at the infrastructure that's needed for racial equity, and we have a slide presentation for that. And the pre-materials were also in the within the agenda on Legistar. So
Claudia, we had Quayle set for 2:15.
Oh, my apologies.
According to the agenda.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're rolling.
We are.
My question in terms of direction, there was lunch. The item after that is the state fiscal update. I'm not sure if that presenter is on board to go. So just asking you, Claudia, if we should move something else up or if we should adjourn for lunch. I think you're on mute, Claudia.
Okay, well, we can, I think the earliest our second presenter could come was at 12:30, Dr. Walden. We can, if the board desires, we can adjourn and then try to get another presenter at 12 and then start Dr. Walden at 12:30.
Does that work for the board members? I'm seeing hands up, fist, yes, 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 yes. All right, so it sounds like we will adjourn for half an hour for lunch. We will pick back up at noon, and Claudia will slot in another willing presenter.
Yes, we will work with, and I see Sarah Young on the line, and also our inspections director. So we'll try to coordinate with them to see if at 12 we can at least get one of them to start sharing.
Yeah. The other thing I also recognize is, as we look at the agenda estimate, I cut Keith off quite a bit from some slides. And so if there is something that's got skipped over there, you can also look at that.
Entirely up to commissioners.
All right.
Claudia, one thing, and Martha, Sarah unfortunately has an unavoidable conflict at 12 that she cannot move.
Not a problem. Not a problem at all. We will work our magic by 12.
Great.
All right.
All right. We'll see you soon.
All right. Very good.
Hey, y'all.
We'll have to ask Monica to check in on when all the commissioners are online. I see names.
Heidi's the only one I don't see.
Yeah, about every time I think I've got this lined up,
There we go.
something shifts around.
Been
There
here the
she
whole
is.
time. Been here the whole time.
I
I
will
think
we see you now.
as they
Yeah.
show their faces, it'll come back into that line that you had
Right.
earlier, Martha. But I'll let you know once I see everyone is on here. Their faces just aren't showing right now.
Okay.
So I guess that means that we are ready to begin. And I believe Claudia Hager was going to line up an agenda item. I'll let her weigh in on what's next for us.
So commissioners, what we are going to do is share some information that we pulled out of the agenda. We went really fast this morning. Normally we are not quite this speedy. And I think I sent so many emails saying you only have X amount of time. And so we just went really fast. So one of the things we did want to slow back down and talk about, and it was in your pre-meeting materials, and we will, we spent some time talking about the economic and demographic trends, and we showed the board sort of what's happening in our community. How are we comparing to our peers, to our state? It just helps to set the context. And also, I'm an economist by trade. That was my undergraduate major in finance. And I'm one of these people who still get the Bureau of Labor Statistics monthly data points on the CPI and change in personal income, all these kinds of things. So as one of those quote geeks, this excites me as well, but it tells a story. It's a place that I know the board members often have lots of conversations about. And it's more of a discussion of where we are and seeing the trends where we've been, and allows us to just have some dialogue on what's there. So less about ways to fix it, but more about here's the data. So if Keith will jump in, or David or others as we go through them. Real quick, when looking at the percent population change, you'll see that Durham County's population is growing at a faster pace than some of our peers. We are right now in about, in 2019 at 315,000, and that's a 1.47% change in the previous year. And it's a slight decline, but we're still pacing at a steady level. And we can go on to the next slide. And as you know, the demographic changes or population changes up through forecasted through 2050 is at least a 20% growth. So we are on track to see that. The projected population growth, and here we are at this slide, from 20 to 2029 is projected at 356,000. And we are projected to grow by 13.1% by 2029. I would not be surprised if we don't surpass that number at the pace that we're going. But when we look at where we were in 2000 and where we're headed, as we think about infrastructure, all the other policy issues from schools to economic development, those are all factors that we face in looking at how our population will change. Next slide, please. This slide is always most interesting, looking at where we're growing and by which age group. You'll see that we have patterns that have continued to stay the same over the past several years. The key point with this is that between the ages of 25 to 34, it's an economic driver, but not the same as the 65 to 74 bump. And Durham has 18.05% population growth in that 25 to 34 year age. And it's our highest level. And if you look at our peers, you will see that we're pacing higher and have paced that way if you were to look at some of the other patterns than in historical years. So we are pacing higher there. And we can go to the next slide. When looking at county poverty rate, for the state of North Carolina, the poverty, hold on one second. For the state of North Carolina, it's the green line. And we have, over the past 10 years, fluctuated close to being near the state line right now. Our poverty rate for 2019, because there is somewhat of delay when the Census Bureau posts this data, it was at 14% for Durham, and for the state, it was slightly lower than that. We have seen patterns when we have been higher than the state average, such as in 2012, and we continue to be slightly higher, but it is at a rate that is closer than in some of those peak years. It will be interesting to see what the poverty rate looks like as we see the impact to COVID, which is a note that is there. Next slide, please. This slide is always one that is dear to all of us, the percent of children living in poverty. And this is based on 2019 data. The children in poverty is a percentage of children under the age of 18. And the characteristics of the family used to determine the poverty threshold are the number of people, number of related children under 18, and whether or not the primary householder is over age 65. And so all of this data comes from the North Carolina County Commissioners Association fact book. And so we pulled out selected slides from that. For this one, the key point is that the number of children living in poverty for Durham is 20.6% as in 2019. The percent of children living in poverty between 2008 and 2019. With this trend, you will see there's a consistency with how this benchmark compares with other counties. For Durham, you'll see the blue shaded categories, and you will see how we have reduced. We've gone up slightly. We've gone up slightly from 2018 to 2019, and a pretty significant decline from 2017 to 2019. However, when compared with our peers, with certain peers, we are clustering in similar patterns. When looking at food insecurity, this is another area of great focus of our board. Durham County food insecurity is at 17% and has been trending down over the past 5 years. The statewide average is at 15%. And when looking at food insecurity trends from 2014 to 2020, you will see the different trend lines, Durham being the one in blue. And so when looking at the bar, you will see Durham in 2014 was at 20%. And looking at some of our peers, such as Orange in 2014, they were at around 15%. If you look at Durham in 2020, we are at 17%. And some of our peers here with the state of North Carolina at 15%, and at Orange at 13%, and Wake County at 12%. So food insecurity over the years continues to be a challenge for our community, and we have slightly decreased, yet we're still above the state average. This slide from 2018 shows child food insecurity. Again, when we're talking about childhood poverty, food insecurity also is something that is an unfortunate correlation of the two. For child food insecurity, that percentage in 2018 was 19.1%. When looking at per capita income, not adjusted for inflation, you will see Durham is at $51,713. And when looking at sort of some key points from this, years 1 and 2, there was a decrease for all after the 2008 recession. And you will see all communities after the recession have gotten higher, with the United States average at $56,490. We're at $51,000. Wake County is at $62,000, and the statewide data at $47,766. So we're above the state average, slightly lower than our neighbor Wake County, and above Forsyth. Next slide, please. And this is another per capita picture. I won't go much into this detail, but another way of looking at the real per capita income, personal income. And you will see where Durham is for this with the large blue bar and how our peers compare. Durham is higher than most of our peers, with Raleigh, Cary slightly higher. We are grateful for how our market has remained stable. Even in the recessed economy times, we've been slightly higher than our peers in many of those cases. We go to the next slide, please. And this one is a look at our unemployment rate as a percentage of labor force. And this is a historical perspective for over 13 years. And you will see from 2007 to 2020, those trends. Durham counties and Mecklenburg and Wake and Guilford are some of the peer communities that are looked at. And our unemployment rate in 2020 was at 5.5%, which is higher, which is also a function of the pandemic. Historically, we have been below or near the state average. And so if you look at patterns in 2009 and 2010, in the recession period that we went through before. And we looked at these numbers real carefully last year when we were looking at the budget and doing projections as well. So it will be interesting how the patterns happen for the current year. And we are definitely tracking those as we look at our trends and patterns. So monthly, the patterns have gone down, but if you may recall, last year this time, around May, June, unemployment numbers were quite high, but they've come down some, but they're still something that we watch carefully. Next slide, please. Economic trends, we always look at the top largest employers and we compare where we were in 2011. We look at a 10-year comparison. If we look at 2011, you will see the largest employer was Duke University, IBM, Durham Public Schools, and you see the list. In 2020, there are some similarities with the places there, but you will see some, the sizes are much different. In 2011, IBM's employee count was at 10,000. Now it's at 5,200. And so these are patterns that we look at, as well as something that is looked at when we talk with rating agencies is, what does your employer base look like? How is it shifting? And is it stable? Those are things. So we've had some shifts, but we still have a great mix of employers that have remained stable in this economy. All right, next slide, please. Then we also look at who were the 10 largest tax payers. I have the largest tax, there's just something that's hidden, so I can't see what part of that title is. But you will see in 2011, GlaxoSmithKline was ranked as having the highest assessed valuation at $551 million. In 2020, CRE is the highest at $436 million. And if you look at the list, you will see the comparisons, again, similar to the employer trends. IBM was a major taxpayer at that time at $461,000 as the assessed valuation. In 2020, they're almost a fourth of what they were then, and at $171,000. So we see these patterns, and I know as the board makes decisions on how we manage our economic development policies, these are items that stay in the forefront in looking at the mix of businesses in the community and making sure that, to the extent that we can, help to keep the community attractive for the business community. This slide gives some view of our teacher supplements and how we compare to the rest of the state. And Keith may weigh in on this because I know this is one that they look at carefully and with the view of Durham Public Schools' budget. Looking at this teacher supplement as well as the local per pupil funding, Wake County has the largest teacher supplement at $8,873. Mecklenburg is next at $8,818, and then Durham is at $7,375. And when looking at per pupil funding, the relationships of those, Durham is at $3,800 and Orange County is at $4,334. And the relevance to this too is it just shows when there are comparisons to how much a county contributes to a school district. It's the total amount that's looked at, and then the total amount of that budget divided by the number of students gives you the local per pupil funding. How and where the district applies the funding will determine some of the factors that are that you will see here, such as per pupil funding per teacher supplement. So hopefully I didn't make that confusing. But so you will see, although Wake County and Mecklenburg County have higher allocations for teacher supplements, their per pupil funding for students is at a lower rate. But there are lots of factors in all of that. So let's go to the next slide.
Well, Claudia, do we know what Buncombe's per pupil rate is? Or can we just get that later? I don't want to stop you now.
Yeah, we can get that later.
That's all. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Okay, this next slide is educational attainment percentage. For this, Durham County has a greater percentage of adults with bachelor and graduate degrees than the state and nation, and this does not come as a surprise to any of us. And it's great to be in a community where education is priority and to have so many wonderful universities here. And next slide.
That's it, Claudia, for the economic outlook.
Fantastic. There are more of these slides that were included in the state fact book that's published by the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. We selected certain ones to just share with the board, and we can have conversation. I know this usually generates some dialogue from board members as we talk about food insecurity, poverty, and other types of concerns. And so I'll turn it back to Martha to pose any types of questions. But this was more for us to talk through the trends and to show where we are compared to other communities. And Keith and Dave, I did the talking, but they did the work and pulling things together. So I applaud them for all the work.
Claudia, real quick to answer Commissioner Burns' question. Buncombe's per pupil expenditure for 2018-19, which is comparable to what you saw on that slide, was $2,896 per pupil.
Thank you so much, because I saw that we were at 7,375 for teachers, and then I noticed that they were at 7,800, and I was wondering, since we were so close, like I saw the difference between Mecklenburg and us, but since our numbers were similar, I was wondering if our per pupil is, and it's not. There's like a 900 difference. Thank you. That was all.
And I would
had all the other light ones.
I would also caution those 2019 numbers. I believe over the last couple of years,
right,
DPS has made a concerted effort to increase the teacher support. So those numbers, right, while comparable, might be slightly out of date from where we are at this moment. And it might be worth asking Durham Public Schools, particularly Alex Modesto, when they show up at a meeting to say, and I'm sure he does tremendous benchmarking on what is the teacher supplement versus other jurisdictions.
It is up there. Thank you.
Right. One quick shout out. I see you, Commissioner. You can find a lot of this comparable information as it relates to per pupil expenditures by county and all that sort of stuff on our transparency portal. There's some data that we have collected in our office, and we use Power BI to sort of show it, and you can click all different sorts of counties and compare across different counties and have all sorts of fun with data that we've collected, and just wanted to make sure you go out to that transparency website and take a look. I'll be quiet. Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner questions, comments? Commissioner Alam.
Thank you, Martha. Claudia, I know you mentioned that this was only just snippets that you pulled to give us highlights. I was wondering if you would be able to present to us or share with us, either if you have it available now or emailed, data specifically around Durham County's real unemployment rate. So I know you presented the unemployment rate, but if you can get more data and information on that, that would be really great.
We can do that.
Thank you.
I see Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, and thank you, Claudia. I always love getting these big trends that you give us, and thank you to everyone who's worked on them. Yeah, similar to just follow-up information, if we could get related to food security, because I know that was kind of just getting it. I know that with the pandemic, that's been a huge issue, and I think the food security team did give us some information at one of our meetings, but if we could get maybe even as close as possible to what's happening now around food security with also seniors, so children, seniors and families. I know at one time I saw something like 500% increase. We have some data around SNAP, the SNAP benefits that have increased. So if we could get that, and similar to what Commissioner Alam was mentioning around the unemployment, really deep digging down into the actual sectors of the types of jobs. I know we've seen some data about it really being, especially in certain industries like hospitality, tourism, entertainment. If we could get anything up to date on where we're disaggregating that would be helpful. Thank you.
Vice Chair Jacobs, this is David Ades in budget. We will do our best to get as much of that current information as possible. As you can imagine, one of the challenges with current is it's always balancing out the reliability and validity of the data source. But without a doubt, we'll look and see if we can disaggregate it a little more from a reliable source. So thanks for the questions.
I see Chair Howerton. Yeah.
Just for that might be helpful. The new president of the association, North Carolina Association of Counties, food insecurity is his initiative this year. So they're doing all the research possible for all the counties across the state around food insecurity. So you're looking for data, that's probably a good place to pull that kind of data from, and it would save time.
We'll do that. We'll work with our food security partners, kind of that Donna Walt's heading up, Michael Davis and that team, and we'll see if we can get some more reliable or up-to-date data. Thanks for that.
Very good. Anything further here? Commissioner Carter.
Thanks, Martha. Thank you, Claudia. Those are fun facts that you present to us. I agree with you. They're fun to learn about. My question is related to the slide where you showed a decrease in our ability to be dependent on corporation tax revenue. And I assume that means more reliant on property tax revenue. And I was just surprised to see that, I guess, because of how well we're doing with recruiting corporations here, it seems like the past year or so. And wondered what you thought about that and if the trend might be going up eventually.
Well, it's that we have smaller companies. So for instance, and what we can do is follow up with a more detailed response. So in prior years, we had maybe, and if I can find that slide, in prior years, there were, for instance, IBM in 2011, it was, it may have been close to $450 million for their base.
Right.
And so, but we're attracting a lot of smaller companies. So we have companies that are smaller that require less footprint. And so, when you think about the IBMs, the GlaxoSmithKlines, they required a lot of real estate. We recruit a lot of companies now, they are on smaller footprint. And so, but they still have their large tax bases. And so, but we can give you
that's good. That's good, Claudia. Thanks.
Because our mix, the last thing, our mix between residential and businesses are the same.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, a mix between residential and business RTO. Dwayne did a 10-year trend, and we compared our peers or 20-year trend, and we can send that information to you too.
Okay,
We're
thank
always
you.
information overload. And I see Dr. Walden is here.
Very, very, very good. Commissioner Burns, were you asking to speak? Yes.
No, I was waving at Dr. Walden.
Oh, very good.
I thought it was the next speech. I waved at everyone. That was really all it was.
Oh, very good. Claudia, do you want to set up the introduction for the next segment?
Well, it is our pleasure to have Dr. Michael Walden with us. It's always a treat. He's state, national, internationally known for his economic forecasting, is in my heart, a legend, and is someone that local governments, state governments, and communities rely on for expert advice on what the state of the economy is. He is currently a professor emeritus at North Carolina State University and has a long vita. But he's also humble, so I won't go through all of those things. I will transition to Dr. Walden, and Keith will run your slides, and we again welcome you for today's discussion. You're on mute. Dr. Walden, you're on mute.
Unmute. Thank you for that nice introduction. Now, do you want me to share my slides, or are you going to run them out?
We have our staff member will share your.
Okay,
slides.
excellent. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Not quite yet, Professor Emeritus. I've got a few more weeks to go, but yeah, 43 years and age 70. We put the numbers together, and my wife and I thought that's enough. But I'm still going to stay active. Please ask me to speak to your group again next year. That won't change. Well, thank you for inviting me and allowing me to give you an update on the economy. Incidentally, the question about breaking down your job losses by sector, yes, those data are available from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. In fact, I will share a little bit of that with you, and there have been very, very distinct differences in the various economic sectors. So I want to look at the economic outlook, how what I call the mandated recession, some call it the COVID-19 recession. How deep was that? Are we now beginning to recover from that? Quick answer is yes. And probably the last, I'll give you some forecasts, but probably the last part of my presentation, at least I think, might be the most important, because one thing economists are fairly agreed upon regarding what COVID-19 has done to the economy is the post-pandemic economy is going to be different than the pre-pandemic economy. And that's going to create, I think, some opportunities for North Carolina, for the Triangle, for the Durham area, but it's also going to create some challenges. So that'll be my final comments. And as I recall, I've got, I think, an hour of time, Claudia, is that right? And I will stop before that because I know you are very intelligent, well-informed, inquisitive group, so I certainly want to leave time for questions. So I'll talk maybe about 40 or 45 minutes, and then we'll fill out the hour with questions. Next slide, please. One of the reasons why this pandemic and the impact on the economy was so bad is that about a year ago, or a year and a couple months ago, when we were looking, people like me were looking ahead to the 2020 economy, we were optimistic. Now, quickly, let me say, we always have issues in the economy, and you know what they have been. But in terms of the sort of the 30,000 foot level picture of the economy, the macro economy, if you will, the numbers were actually very encouraging. We actually had set a record length of time between recessions. That is to say, the last recession we had, the so-called Great Recession, that was induced largely because of issues in the real estate market. That recession ended in mid-2009. That is, the economy began to rebound in mid-2009. So we had gone about 11 years without a recession, which was a record in our history. And we were looking for another year to add to that record. We had a very decent growth rate of 2%, not too hot, not too cold. We had wages adjusted for inflation rising. We had 50-year low unemployment rates. And when you break that down by various components of the economy, pretty much the same there. And we had all of that in an environment of very, very low inflation. When I was starting out my economics career over 50 years ago, I remember my first class in economics, we were taught that you can't have low unemployment and low inflation at the same time. Well, we actually do, which probably leads to one result that you should question economists and question some of the things that they believe. Next slide. Then the virus came. And just about a year ago, we were getting a little nervous about the virus. I think the first case, correct me if I'm wrong, popped up in the state of Washington. I'm not quite sure when the first case was in North Carolina, but it wasn't too far after. And the two troubling things about this virus, COVID-19, was number one, it was very contagious. Number two, it could be very, very deadly. And I think immediately, the healthcare people sounded the alarm that this could be a situation where we have so many people who've caught the virus and so many people that need to be treated by experts that we could overwhelm the healthcare system. You heard Secretary Cohen talk a lot about that. And in fact, there was precedent for that. If you look at the so-called Spanish flu of 1917 and 1919. I'm 70 years old, so I wasn't around for that, but I remember my grandparents actually talking about that. That was exactly what happened. So many people got sick. So many people got deathly sick. The hospitals couldn't handle them. People had to, I remember reading about makeshift hospitals, not really hospitals, just a place for sick people to go, in warehouses. Cemeteries stopped taking bodies because they ran out of space. It was just a horrific situation, and we didn't want to go through that again. So next slide, please. One of the ways that the healthcare people said we needed to deal with that in order to prevent what I just said was to take a pause in the economy and try to significantly reduce personal interaction. You know, our economy is based on personal interaction, so clearly this was going to adversely affect the economy. So here in North Carolina, I think it was March 20th, somewhere in the March, Governor Cooper issued orders that said that we were to stay at home unless you had to go out for an emergency. We were not to go to work unless you were working at what were deemed essential service industries. And a lot of industries were simply told to shut down, not operate. And we knew, this is where economists come in, we knew this would cause a massive recession. Now, we thought it would be rather short, but clearly we knew this was going to impact the economy very, very adversely for some period of time. Next slide, please. And indeed, if you look at the data from the second quarter of 2020, so we're talking April, May, June, a lot of these numbers only come out quarterly. Once the numbers came in, we could see how bad this was. In fact, the headlines talked at that time, and some of you may remember this, that we lost a third of our economy. And actually, that wasn't quite true, because this is a little inside economics. Economists like to often quote numbers on an annualized basis, meaning that we say, okay, for this period of time, if this happens, what if that happened in the entire year? What would the number be? And so actually that statement that we lost a third of our economy was not quite true. That was what we call an annualized number. The actual decline in the second quarter was 9%, which is still enormous. And you might say, well, Walden, how do you get 9 times 4 is 36 rather than 32? Well, there's some seasonal adjustments there, but it doesn't matter. 9% drop in the economy in a quarter was big. And clearly we had a problem. Next slide, please. And if we look at this on a jobs level, which is probably the most understandable metric to follow, and I have North Carolina on the left-hand side, I'm sorry, North Carolina on the right-hand side, the US on the left-hand side, you can see in both cases, April was the worst month. At the national level, we lost 20 million jobs, unheard of. North Carolina, we lost 600,000 jobs. Thank you for moving the cursor. Thank you very much. Now, the good news is you can see that in May, in both cases, we started to gain jobs back. And that was because when May got here, in most states, including North Carolina, some of these shutdown orders and stay-at-home orders were revised and they were less onerous. And so some people began to go back to work. Some sectors of the economy began to open. And so you can see in both cases, national and North Carolina, we had actually very good job gains in May and June. In the nation, those gains continued through December. Actually, December at the national level, we lost some jobs. January, we came back, but gained very, very little. And I think that's mainly due, or economists think that's mainly due to the resurgence of the virus in the winter. And some states, not North Carolina, but some states, particularly big states, started to reimpose some of their shutdown orders. But on the other hand, if you look at the right-hand side in North Carolina, you can see we have continued to gain jobs every month. We don't yet have the January numbers. So North Carolina has actually performed a little better on this metric than the nation. Next slide. Now here I'm introducing the Durham-Chapel Hill Metro, and I'm presenting numbers here in a slightly different way. What I'm looking at here are changes as a percent. These are job changes as a percent of the pre-pandemic level of jobs, which occurred in February. So for example, if you look at April, you can see that in the nation, we lost about 14% of total jobs, an enormous number. In April at the national level, we lost about 12% in the North Carolina, and a little bit better, about 11% in the Durham-Chapel Hill metro area. And then as you go on, you can see the changes. And we don't have job numbers yet for the state or for metro areas in January, but you see the last measure there that North Carolina and Durham-Chapel Hill continue to gain jobs through December. So that's the good news. We're not totally back in terms of jobs. We're somewhere between 85 and 90% back in terms of where we were in February. Next slide. This is another metric that is very popular to look at, simply the unemployment rate. You can see the big jump in the unemployment rate in April. Actually, the peak unemployment rate in Durham-Chapel Hill Metro occurred in May, and you can see improvement since then. However, I do want to linger here just a second, because economists, again, are fairly totally agreed that these unemployment numbers understate the real unemployment rate. And to explain that, I just need a little bit of a detour in how the unemployment rate is calculated. Most people think, or many people think, that the unemployment rate numbers, or the unemployment numbers, and hence the unemployment rate, come from the application or the claim that people make for unemployment compensation in their state when they lose their job. And they think that, well, that's where the state numbers come, and then you simply aggregate them for the nation and you get the national situation. That is not the case. Emphasize not. The unemployment numbers, both the count as well as the rate, come from a separate survey that the federal government does every month. They survey about 100,000 people across the nation. It's a randomized, stratified survey. The statisticians have developed this. And this is the way it's always been done since the 1930s. And in order for someone in that survey, well, let me back up and say, there are three critical questions that are asked in terms of employment in that survey. The first question is, do you have a job? So if someone says yes to that, they're done, they're counted as employed. If someone says, no, I don't have a job, the second question asked is, well, do you want a job? Obviously, everyone that doesn't have a job doesn't want a job, retired people particularly, like my wife, who's been retired 15 years from public school teaching, hardest job in the world. In the second question, you have to say, yes, I want a job. And then the third question, this is crucial. The person is asked, have you actively looked for a job in the last month. And active means that you have gone on job interviews, you've sent out resumes, you've in some way contacted a potential employer. If the person says no to that, they are actually not counted officially as unemployed. And I know that sounds strange. That's the way it's always been. There's some people who say, well, this was introduced some time back to make the job numbers look better. No, this is the way it always has been done. What the developers of the unemployment wanted to do is they wanted some measure of intensity of desire to get a job. Now, the problem, this always gives you a somewhat of an undercount because, for example, in typical times, you're going to have some people who may be unemployed and want a job. They're out there looking, they don't find anything, so they may get discouraged and take a break. We actually call them discouraged workers, and the federal government actually calculates a supplementary unemployment rate that includes this. But we think that now, or during COVID, this issue has become even more paramount because think about it. There are probably lots of folks who lost their job. They obviously want a job, but they've not gone out and looked because maybe they're afraid of going places in the businesses and potentially getting COVID. They may have had COVID themselves or had someone in their family that they take care of who has COVID. And then importantly, if they have children and the children aren't in school, physically in school, they have to take care of the children. So we think that the number of people who don't have a job and want a job but aren't officially counted as unemployed because they haven't looked for a job, we think that is actually undercounting the unemployment rate right now by about 2 percentage points. That's the estimate. So rather than 6%, we're up around 8%. Now that'll get better as time goes on and as time and people begin to feel more confident about going up and kids are back in school. But that is something to keep in account because I've done presentations. I've heard people say, well, gosh, we're at 6%. What's the problem? I mean, 5% was typically viewed as low. We did get down much lower than 5. So I think some people may look at these numbers and think things are better than they really are. But when you account for what I just said, again, we're probably 2 percentage points higher. So do keep that in mind. Next slide. All right. I heard your question about, one of the commissioner's questions about, can we break out the unemployment numbers by sector? And you can. Those are available. And in fact, this is very, very important. That was a very, very perceptive and important question. This is very important now because COVID-19 and its impact on the economy has not affected all sectors equally. I got an example here by having 2 different categories. If you look at the sectors that have been have had the biggest job losses, 2 are hospitality and leisure and personal services. Now, I think you understand why. Those are sectors where a lot of the jobs, not all, a lot of the occupations require face-to-face contact. Think about hospitality. There's your restaurants. There are your hotels. There's your travel, personal services. Think about folks who, personal trainers, barbers, et cetera. So a lot of face-to-face contact here. And many of those businesses in those sectors initially were told to shut down. In fact, many of them are not even back yet fully. So those 2 sectors, although they have seen improvement, they were really slammed. In fact, in April, the hospitality and leisure sector, the number of jobs there were cut by 50%. Unbelievable. I never saw it. I've been doing this for 43 years. Never saw a number like that. Now, if you look at the right-hand side, what's the commonality between those 3 sectors, financial services, professionals, and tech jobs? A lot of them can actually be done remotely. I've been fortunate to be able to continue my work, teaching, speaking, doing research remotely from my home, which is where I am now. The chancellor has wanted us to stay away from campus unless we absolutely positively need to be there. There was an adjustment period, but I got over that and I've been able to continue my work and without much of a loss in productivity. A lot of professional jobs are like that. Financial services, actually, jobs were deemed essential. So you did see losses in these sectors, and there are some others. I just have 3 examples there. You did see losses in these sectors early on with the COVID-19 recession, but right now they're 100% back. In fact, some of them, I think in the professional and tech sectors in North Carolina, they're back more than 100%. In other words, they've actually gained jobs compared to last year. So there certainly is a difference in the effect of the pandemic and the recession that the pandemic inspired on sectors. The other fact here that comes into play is if you look at those two categories, look at the left-hand side, hospitality, leisure, personal services. In general, I'm just saying a fact, those tend to be, the average wage rate or the average salary is lower there, much lower there than the jobs on the right-hand side, most of which require college or advanced degrees. And so another thing this pandemic has done is exacerbate, make worse our issue with income inequality. The main issue, at least from an economist's point of view, with income inequality is that well-paying jobs have been seeing salary gains that are much faster than jobs that aren't as well-paying. So the gap between lower paying and higher paying jobs has widened in really in the 21st century, and the pandemic actually has made that worse. Next slide. Okay, let me talk a little bit about the federal government's response to this. I think it's common for people to criticize the federal government's pace of action. I mean, we have a system set up that is built around debate and getting agreement among multiple chambers. But if you look at how quickly the federal government has responded to this, it actually has been very impressive. I think the first COVID relief bill came out of Washington. It was around $2 trillion. I think it was passed in late March, early April, which is rapid time. You all know this better than I do, given your elected officials. But that's pretty fast in political speak. To date, the federal government has pushed into the economy about $4 trillion. And of course, we're now beginning a debate on some addition to that, the Biden administration's $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan. All that money's been borrowed. About $39 billion of that has made its way to North Carolina. Now, one question I always get is, well, where'd that money come from? And it came from borrowing. So it's all been borrowed. And then often a second question I get is, well, Walden, should we have done that? We already have a national debt in the I think right now we're over $25 trillion. Why did we do this? Well, the example I give is, what if you came home one night after work and you came to your house and it was on fire? And let's say you're in an area, just work with me on the example, you're in an area where there's no public fire department. So you actually have to pay someone to come put your fire out. And let's say, stay with my example, let's say you just don't have the money now. If you're going to pay someone to come, you're going to have to borrow some money. Put it on your credit card, whatever. Would you do that? Yeah, you probably would, because your house is a valuable asset. You've got all your important papers and sentimental things and furniture, et cetera, in the house. You probably would borrow in order to prevent your house from totally burning down. That's pretty much what we were faced with the virus. When we had to shut down a large part of the economy and we had to throw millions of people out of work, and tens of thousands of businesses had to shut down. That was the equivalent of our economy being on fire. And without the assistance of the federal government, and the federal government's the only one that could do this. The federal government's the only one that has this kind of borrowing power for everything. You have borrowing power and state has borrowing power, but it's very limited to specific functions. If we hadn't done this, federal government hadn't done this, think about, we're probably going to get out of this with at least a 25% bankruptcy rate among small businesses. If the federal government hadn't had, for example, PPP programs and some other things that supported businesses at large and especially small business, we could easily have had a bankruptcy rate above 50%. And then furthermore, think about households. People who couldn't pay their rent, people, you were talking about food insecurity, people who couldn't buy food. So we would not have wanted to have the equivalent of our economy burning down And so I think if any time the federal government was justified in borrowing large amounts of money, it was right now. Now, some people may say, again, this is the third question I often get, well, Walden, doesn't this just mean we are going to cause our children and our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren to pay more on the national debt? And I said, yeah, we are, but we're handing off to them an economy that's in better shape than if we had not done this. So those are my responses to this. But clearly, it has been an unprecedented effort by the federal government to try to keep as much of the economy as afloat until we break the virus. Next slide. Now, the Federal Reserve's also gotten in the act. Federal Reserve, of course, is the central bank of the US. They have the unique ability to create money, something many of us wish we could, but we can't. The Federal Reserve is the only one that can do that. And in fact, the Federal Reserve has actually been a buyer of a large part of that $4 trillion. And again, how did they pay for the bonds they're buying from the federal government? They created the money. In fact, last year, these numbers just came out, the money supply in the country went up by about 26%, a record. Now, should we worry about that? Well, yeah, I think there is some worry. Let me take the second part of my worries there. I have two worries, speculation and inflation. I can remember, again, go back 52 years, taking my first economics course, and I can remember the instructor then, a guy named Dr. Herman, who's long passed, but I can remember him. He introduced the idea of inflation by saying, class, inflation results when you have too many dollars chasing too few goods and services. As people are trying to buy more than what's available, in our system, the result is prices go up. And there are many economists right now who are worried about, with all this money in the system. Now we haven't seen the rapid inflation yet because a lot of this money is sort of sitting dormant. It's not being spent and turned over. But the concern is once the economy gets better, once people feel better, more confident, and they go out and spend this, we could very well have a situation where they're spending at a rate that's faster than what businesses can supply the products and services. It's very interesting. A couple of weeks ago, two economists, PhD economists, who have been in public service, but who are at opposite ends of the political spectrum, did national op-eds where they stated they were worried about this. One was Larry Summers, who used to be president of Harvard. He was President Clinton's, one of President Clinton's Treasury secretaries. He was head of the National Economic Council for President Obama, very well respected. He wrote an op-ed saying, I'm worried inflation's going to bubble up, be watchful of that. And then so the person on the other end of the spectrum, a gentleman named Phil Graham, who taught economics at Texas A&M. Then he was a US Senator for 2 or 3 terms. He wrote the same thing, and they didn't coordinate this. They were writing the same thing, but in different publications. So I think that's a real concern. Of course, it's going to have impacts on your budget because as inflation goes up, that means unless you pay your employees more, they're actually going backwards in terms of the purchasing power of their salaries. Now, how much? Well, I think maybe the peak would be somewhere between 3 and 4% a year, but that's much higher than what we've been running. We've been running around between 1 and 2% a year. So keep that in mind. The other concern is speculation in the stock market. The $4 trillion that's been pushed into the economy, actually the data are out on what people, for example, did with the stimulus checks that were in the first phase of that $4 trillion. And what the data tell us is about 1/3 of the stimulus check money was saved by households. They didn't spend it. And the finding was, as you go up the income ladder, the household receiving the stimulus check was more likely to save it and invest it rather than spend it. And we don't have data exactly on this, but my guess and the guess of a lot of my colleagues is that a fair amount of that savings from those stimulus checks went into the stock market because stock market's been about the only place where you've been getting a good rate of return. And so the concern here is once the economy gets back, and especially if inflation goes up, and that would send interest rates up. In fact, we've already seen a rise in interest rates. And FYI, Fed Chairman Powell, I think he's testifying before Congress this afternoon. And there's some people are waiting to see what he says about this, because I'm sure he's going to be asked. The point here is, and I'm not a stock market forecaster, gave that up a long time ago. I'm just saying that for your personal consumption, I don't know if this matters for your county budget. There is some, you can construct a situation, a scenario where we have a significant pullback. I'm not saying crash, but a significant pullback in the stock market at some point due to these factors that are at work right now. All right, next slide, please. All right. Let's go closer to home. We've had some good news, particularly on the state budget. I'm sorry I didn't hear previous presentation on your local budget, so I'll primarily stick with the state budget. You may recall about a year ago, I actually live across the street from the NC State's Vice Chancellor for Finance, and we've had several conversations you might expect about finances and the impact on the universities, et cetera. And I can remember a year ago, he was concerned. There was a widely thought notion that maybe state revenues would fall by about 5% over the year, and maybe that would happen for a couple of years. And so the concern was, well, what do you do about that? Are you going to have to lay off employees? I had colleagues come to me and say, gosh, Walden, does that mean we could lose our jobs? And well, actually, the General Assembly could declare emergency, and we could. So there was a lot of concern about cutbacks. Well, the good news is that apparently is at the state level is not going to happen, because many of you probably saw the joint forecast that was put out 2 weeks ago by, now this is a joint committee that's made up of folks from the Governor's Office of Management and Budget and the General Assembly's Fiscal Research Division. So they get those professionals get together and they grind out a joint forecast. And it was very optimistic. 7 rather than a 5% decline, predicting a 17% gain in state revenues. And you combine that with the fact that because the governor and the General Assembly, I think over the last 2 budget cycles, have not been able to agree on a new budget, state's been operating on a budget that's several years old, meaning spending levels are out of date. And so that's actually generated savings for the state. I point out the $4 billion in unspent funds. This is even before the good news on the forecast. So the state looks to be in good shape. Local governments, of course, depend on a lot on property taxes. Now, the real estate market's been doing well. I'm not sure when your next revaluation is, but that's good news. Spending, you get a share of the sales tax, and in the latest forecast that came out showed that we're looking at potential big gains in sales tax revenues for the state. Of course, you get part of that. So I think this is not going to be statewide, because there's some counties that are probably going to be in trouble. But I think in general, budgets are looking much better than we thought. And then the other factor, of course, is, and I'm sure your eyes are on this, that a component of the Biden American Rescue Plan, the 1.9 trillion that's just being started to be discussed in Washington. I think there's 300 billion set aside, I think, for state and local governments. So hopefully your budget situation will be covered through a combination of those. All right, next slide, please. All right, now let me move into step 2 of my presentation, which is giving you my forecast. And of course, just remember, these are a forecast. There are a lot of moving parts here, especially with COVID, and I'll try to point out where we might get into trouble. First thing that you're looking at is my index of leading indicators that I've done for about a dozen years from North Carolina. The way to read this is simply, if the line's going up, that's good, means growth, future growth is projected to be faster than it is now. Line's going down, it's bad. And you can see on the far right-hand side of this slide, the line has been going up. So this is predicting, it's not infallible, of course, but it's predicting the state economy will be doing better in coming months. Next slide. This is my forecast for what we call real gross domestic product. Just read that as aggregate production in the state. What GDP allows us economists to do is take what farmers do and manufacturers do and retailers do and tech people do and educators do in terms of what their valued output is and put it all in one number. And North Carolina's GDP has been exceeding 500 billion a year. But you can see on the left-hand side of this slide, we took a big dive, as we might expect, given what I said earlier in the second quarter. But we had a good recovery in the third quarter, just like the nation. And you can see that I'm projecting that to go up. Now, you see a little bit of a dip in the first quarter of this year. So this would be data for January, February, March. My thinking there, and I may go back and revise this, is that we'll see the impact of the resurgence when there was some pullback in some states. But even if we dip down, that's not going to be significant. And the other thing to notice is if you look at the third 2021, go down to the bottom line, see 2021-3, and then you go up. Thank you for whoever's doing the cursor. That's great. You see 515. So by third quarter of this year, I'm expecting the economy in North Carolina to be humming along at a 515 annualized GDP, which is greater than the 512, thank you, 512 that we had pre-pandemic. So we should be fully recovered in terms of our aggregate output by the end of the year. That doesn't mean, quickly, let me say, it doesn't mean the recession didn't do damage. It did. We can't go back and get the losses that we had back, but it just means in terms of our aggregate production, we should be back. And then you can see my forecast for farther out. However, next slide, please. I'm not as optimistic about the job market. Again, you can see on the left-hand side, the big jump in unemployment, first, second quarter, then a rebound. Now, these are the official numbers. These are not accounting for that 2 percentage point. And then if we're going through 2021, notice I actually bump up the unemployment rate a little bit in first and second quarter 2021. That's because I'm expecting, as the economy improves, as more people get vaccinated, that those folks, and as children get back to school, for example, those folks who are unemployed and want a job, but they've just been, they couldn't go out and look, will start looking. And until they get a job, they'll be back counted as unemployed. So don't be surprised if the unemployment rate numbers look like they're getting worse in the early part of this year. That's because of just how the unemployment rate is officially calculated. What you should key in on is the number of jobs. Are we seeing job increases? But then as you go out of my line there, out to 2023, at the far right-hand side, notice I'm predicting that we'll still have an unemployment rate in the state of 5.4%, which isn't bad in 2023, but notice it's a lot higher than we had pre-pandemic, 3.8. And this, I think, is going to be one of the big challenges in, well, actually most states, but we're here in North Carolina, and that is that, and I'll talk more about this later, the pandemic is going to, what economists like to term, disrupt the job market. We have already, I mean, the job market changes all the time, but we think that the pandemic is going to accelerate those changes, particularly changes that have to do with technology and machinery taking the place of humans in doing tasks. I was on a call this morning with Chris Chung, who is the head of North Carolina's public-private partnership, the Economic Development Partnership. And he was recounting, actually some very positive news for the state, but he was recounting that when he talks to business people across North Carolina, he said one of the things that he finds actually on the face of it surprising to hear is a lot of them are saying, yes, we're bringing jobs back, we're adding positions. We just can't find people to take them though. We just can't find people with the right skills. That's what I'm talking about. I think what we're going to see is an acceleration of job losses in some areas. So people are going to lose those jobs and those with those skills, and the new jobs will be jobs where they need to get reskilled. So I'll talk a little bit more about that, but I think that's going to be one of our challenges. Next slide. All right, let me finish off by talking about how the post-pandemic world might be different. and what kind of challenges and opportunities that presents for us here in North Carolina, and specifically here in the Triangle and Durham. One challenge has to do with international trade. As most of you know, international trade, if you think about the 21st century, at least as I think about the 21st century, and think about the top stories of the 21st century, a lot of people might say, especially my students, well, social media, iPhone, et cetera. To me, as an economist, it's international trade, how fast and how pervasive international trade has grown. Now, that's caused some issues. But I think it is one of the big stories of the 21st century. And you have heard, or I have heard, some people say, we need to curtail that. And the reason they give is not the traditional reasons you hear about, well, they causes some jobs to be lost, et cetera. But the new reason you hear is, hey, they'll say, hey, the virus started in China. We got to cut our trade with China. We got to do more of our more production our own, so we don't have to interact with China and maybe bring over another virus. And of course, international trade is extremely important to the Triangle. You know, the number of international companies we have here, particularly in the technology area. We rely on selling overseas. Even in our farm sector, foreign buyers, particularly China, of our soybeans, of our pork, are big. So if we were to cut back on international trade, there would be a lot of dislocations in the economy. I don't think this is going to happen, though. I think international trade is too beneficial to both sides. I do think, though, there may be two changes that could actually be a plus for North Carolina. One, the second bullet point I have there on the left. If you think about when the pandemic started, what was one of our challenges as soon as we realized this was a big problem? We didn't have enough medical supplies. We didn't have enough ventilators. We didn't have enough masks. We didn't have enough gowns. In fact, there's a story, you probably heard it about. India apparently is a big producer of masks and gowns. And there's a story that President Trump had to really twist arms with Prime Minister Modi to get him to release some of the supply of masks and gowns in India, because they were facing the virus too, and ultimately he did work out that deal. We don't want to be in that situation again. So one of the things I'm predicting when we see a Biden administration budget proposal, that there may very well be money there to rebuild our medical supply industry, pharmaceuticals, masks, gowns, ventilators, et cetera. And on all those, North Carolina is very well positioned to get a lot of that. We're no longer the textile state like we used to be, but compared to other states, I think we're number one. We're a manufacturing state also, and we're a pharmaceutical state. So we've got all three of those covered. So I think we could see some real opportunities here, particularly for Durham in the pharmaceutical area, if we do have a national program to rebuild our medical supply system. The last bullet point is, could we see some redevelopment of domestic supply chains? Now, what's a supply chain? A supply chain simply traces where does a company get its inputs, where do those inputs come from, et cetera. And increasingly, a lot of supply chains now go to foreign producers like China. And we saw even before the pandemic got here, when Wuhan province was shut down, that's a big manufacturing province in China. And you may very well have remembered hearing here in North Carolina that a lot of businesses here couldn't get their supplies from China. And that, if you read the literature, that is supposedly causing some businesses to rethink this and saying, you know what, maybe we want to not cut ourselves off from these foreign producers, but make sure we have a backup here. And again, that would help North Carolina. I just saw I misspelled curtailed. I just want you to know that I do know how to spell, but sometimes my hands get ahead of my brain. All right, next slide, please. Labor market, I've talked about this. I think this could be the biggest issue in the post-pandemic world, especially in terms of policymakers. We've already had going on something called technological unemployment. It's been going on. This is simply where, as technology gets better and better, technology replaces people, and you got to find other things for people to do. That's been ongoing, but what we think is it's going to be accelerated, and it's going to be more pervasive. Even a place like a restaurant, I've read that a lot of restaurant people are saying once they get back, they're going to really rethink how they deliver their service. And if they can find technology to replace people, because now they view people as potential problems. If they get sick, if they get a virus, the whole place could be shut down. So we think this is going to be an issue. And let me give you, I think, a real good example of this, an actual example. Many of you probably know that North Carolina has a very large and significant food processing sector. And in fact, a big part of that is meat processing. North Carolina actually has the largest meat processing plant in the world in Tar Heel, North Carolina, and Brunswick County. If you've never been by the factory there, it's
Bladen County. Bladen County.
Bladen, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you,
It's
Bladen.
across
Yes.
the street from my high school. So.
Okay. Thank you, Bladen County. Yes. I did an interview with a national reporter. It was probably in April, and we were talking about some of these long-term effects in the economy. And I said, well, let me give you an example of where I think this could go. I talked about the food processing sector in North Carolina, Tar Heel, Bladen County, and I said I could foresee down the road. I said not tomorrow, not next month, but down the road, some of these processing plants saying we're going to try to reduce the use of labor because if and those processing plants are very labor intensive. People work very closely together. There have been breakouts there. They were deemed, however, essential service. I told the reporter that I could see them saying we need to move people out and move in technology, robots. I emphasized, I don't think this is going to happen around the corner, but it's coming. No sooner than the words were out of my mouth, almost. About 2 weeks later, I read in some national publication about a food processing plant in, I think it was either Nebraska or Iowa, where they were actually doing that. They were moving robots in to do some of the cutting and processing and packaging. So that's a real good example of what I'm talking about. And I could foresee us having tens of thousands of people in North Carolina permanently losing their jobs, losing their occupations. So we need to be ready for that. We need to engage our great community colleges. We need to work on apprenticeships. We need to encourage on-the-job training, because for a lot of these folks, they're not going to be able to spend a lot of time in school. They've got families, they've got bills. So we need to really think about this of how can we do this expeditiously and start to plan out where will the new jobs be that folks who do lose their occupation, their jobs can go. All right, next slide, please. Education, of course, there's been big change there now at the college level. We've been doing remote education for a long time. And it's expanded, of course, in the last 2 semesters. And my guess is at the college level, it's going to be permanently larger. Now, K through 12 really didn't do remote education before the pandemic. This was thrust on them. And of course, there's been an adaptation issue there. Teachers weren't ready for it. Again, I'm married to an ex-teacher. We've talked about this a lot. She said, if I'd been teaching now and I was told I got to teach remotely, so I wouldn't know what to do. She said, I was trained how to work with kids in person. So I at least cut our K through 12 systems a lot of slack because this was all done very, very quickly. However, I do think that we probably will see a permanent component of remote education in our K through 12 system. As an option at least. So I think even there we could see how education is delivered being different. Next slide. Teleworking, this was mentioned I think earlier, or maybe it was mentioned in one of my previous Zoom calls. They merged now. Pre-pandemic, about 8% of people nationwide worked from home at least 1 day a week. At the height of the pandemic, it was 40%. Now that we are past the worst, we hope it's around 20 to 30%, but I think it's going to be permanently higher. For a lot of people, if you read the studies on this, there are people who absolutely love it. There are businesses who love it, and there are people who hate it, and there are businesses that hate it. So it's not for everything, for everyone, every business and everyone. But I do think teleworking, which again, the futurists pre-pandemic were predicting was going to come, was going to expand, but what the pandemic done has hurried that along. I do think it's permanently higher, and I think it'll be an option that a lot of people will like. And next slide. In fact, let me go to the next slide, actually. But okay, I think that can feed into this issue. Think about this. Think about a household, a family, say both spouses working, children, and let's say they move to the Triangle and they want to be close to their work. You're going to pay, you know the real estate market in Durham. I know the real estate market in Raleigh. If you're, for example, in Raleigh, you're inside the Beltline, you're looking at price per square foot maybe 3 times higher than outside the Beltline. And then it gets even worse if you move further out from downtown. And I know it's similar in Durham. So families often have a choice. Do they pay more for housing? Yeah, they can only afford a smaller house in order to live in the city, or do they move farther out, but then they endure a long commute? Well, what if you have a situation where remote working is possible? That family could say, it doesn't matter where I live. I can live out in a rural area and I can buy the house of our dreams because the real estate is cheaper. I can remotely work. Maybe I can remotely have my kids educated. I can have stuff delivered by drone, etc. I'm not promoting that. I'm simply saying I think that is a real possibility or a potential area for growth in the post-pandemic world. Now, real fast, I'm sure a lot of you are thinking immediately, Walden, you need high-speed internet for that. All North Carolina doesn't have high-speed internet. In fact, the last numbers from the FCC indicate about 20% of people in rural North Carolina don't have access to high-speed internet, and many people think that's an undercount. Where's high-speed internet going to come in the future? Well, some say, like it's coming to pass, a cable, either underground or strung through, I'm in an older neighborhood in Raleigh, so it comes over the telephone poles. Maybe not, though. Some of you may have seen yesterday a statement from none other than Elon Musk saying that his Starlink program may be ready to go by the end of the year. Now you might be saying, what in the heck is Starlink? Starlink is Musk's idea of having low orbiting satellites. They're about 500 miles up, as opposed to if you get internet now from satellite, that satellite is 25,000 miles up. So we're talking about 500 miles up. So the reception or the technical parts of it are much better. He's got the rockets, his SpaceX program that he developed, reusable rockets, which cuts the cost dramatically. He's using those to get those satellites up. And there are a lot of futurists that say that's the way we're going to get high-speed internet everywhere. In fact, even in urban areas. It's not, we're going to get rid of the wires and it's all going to be shot down from these satellites. So we will see, but that is something that's out there and being discussed. All right, I think I'm close to wrapping up. So let me make sure. Okay, last slide here. Implications for the Triangle, which I hope you don't mind. I'm lumping all the triangle areas into the Triangle. I think continued growth, perhaps accelerated, and I say that for 2 reasons. One, North Carolina, I think, and this actually gets to my second bullet point. North Carolina is going to come out of this pandemic as what I would call viewed as a safe state. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, if you look at the 2 metrics that most people have been watching to compare how states have done, the 2 metrics are COVID deaths per capita and job loss per capita. Fortunately, we are relatively low on both. So we've been doing something right. And I think people recognize that. And if there are people and businesses who are looking to relocate for whatever reason, they could look at North Carolina and say, boy, North Carolina really did a good job. We're going to consider going there. In terms of this region, we've already been growing very fast. The Durham-Chapel Hill Metro since 2000 has been the 35th fastest growing metro in the country. There are 380 metro areas, so you're in the top 10%. We've got great universities, we've got great schools, we've got great entertainment, we've got access to beach and mountains. I mean, we've got it all here. And they've already done some studies of people who have already left the New York, New Jersey metro area, and among the top 10 destinations are the Triangle and Charlotte. So I think if anything, in terms of your growth projections, we might want to boost them a little bit for coming years. I do think that there'll be more looking at maybe, I'm not saying the downtowns, which of course have been the story of the 21st century, the big growth of downtowns. I can remember when I came to Raleigh in 1978, my wife and I, we unpacked, and she said, well, let's go to a restaurant downtown sometime to celebrate. Ask one of your friends who's been here, what's a good restaurant downtown? I came home and I said, well, you know what my friend said? There's only one place called Estes Des. I don't know if any remember. There was no downtown Raleigh after 5 o'clock. And now, of course, there is, just as there is a downtown Durham. But I do think probably, I think suburban and exurban growth will probably be a little bit faster. And then, as I said, the last bullet point, I think a game changer, all this will be universally available high-speed internet somehow, some way. Look for probably when the Biden administration gets through with their COVID relief plan, there's an expectation the next thing on their agenda will be a large infrastructure plan, roads, bridges, and maybe high-speed internet. So look for that as to whether that's coming. All right, let me stop. I've gone over my time that I thought I would leave more, but certainly happy to answer any questions before you move on to your next area. Ask me.
Commissioners, any questions? I see Commissioner Alam.
Yes, I see Commissioner Burns smiling because she knows I can't let Wolfpacker come to our meeting and not tease her about it. So thank you, Michael, Mr. Walden, for this presentation. I'm a fellow NC State graduate, but I wanted to ask a question more so for the staff related to what you presented. And I'm really glad that you brought up the real unemployment, since I had just asked a question from our staff for that. And I was wondering, would we be able to put together GIS mapping by census tract for the real unemployment rate specific to Durham County that breaks down more data regarding sex, race, and education levels?
I'm never shy to say I don't know, and I don't know that those would probably, if those data are available, it would probably be through the census. The data that I look at that are monthly come from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and I know they do not go down to the census tract. So you may be able to get some of that from the census. Now, of course, of course, we do have the inter census, the American Community Survey, so that would be where I would look. But you may sacrifice, I'm pretty sure you probably couldn't get that monthly, probably would be annually at best. So that would be where I tell your staff to go, American Community Survey.
Thank you.
So another question, do I see Commissioner Burns?
I was going to compliment Dr. Walden and tell him how much I look forward to hear him, talking on television and how I often use his data. But Commissioner Alam cost him that compliment.
Thank you very much. You're very kind. Thank you for what you all do. I mean, elective office is rewarding, but also challenging, and I'm always in awe of people who are willing to do that. So thank you.
You answered one of my questions, and I might email you later because I feel like it's a deeper question, like a three-pronged question about where our unemployment numbers are and how we could easily go back up to 7%. There's a part of me that says that dropped down to 5.4 and it moved back up to 7% also feeds into the fact that we still have a skills gap or a reskilling gap. But maybe talk a little bit about that, but if I could wait on that one, just could you give me, for my edification, I kind of know why we break out non-farm employment, farm unemployment, but could you just give me that answer? Is it because we're always going to eat? And I used to know the answer, but why we extract farm employment out?
Yeah, no, that's a real good, insightful question. The numbers that you hear discussed, whether it's total employment or unemployment rates, are based on non-farm. Right. I think that has to do with the antiquated way of collecting data. Right. if there's any consolation, obviously our farmers have become so productive that the number of farmers have gone down. Now you
Right.
can find job data on farms. In fact, our Department of Commerce has that, so you can weave your way through there. But you're absolutely right. They are typically not included in either the unemployment numbers, the employment numbers. You're absolutely right. It's non-farm.
I saw Manager Davis, did you have your hand up a moment ago?
I did, Martha, very quickly. Dr. Walden, thanks for the presentation again. You always do a great job for us. When I was looking at your economic growth numbers on the GDP, it looked like at the beginning of the dip, once we came out those quarterly dips, you were just less than about 1% growth, and at the end of the curve, looks like you're still less than 2% growth. Obviously, as we think about what happens down the road for us, 12, 18 months in terms of, just trying to prepare a budget. You didn't go further out, obviously, in terms of that projection, but just like we saw coming out of the 2008 downturn, we saw a few green sprouts occur and saw recovery, but we did not obviously see the type of economic growth that we saw prior to going in, whereas, growth was at 4 or 5% clip. We haven't seen that since, even, in the new economy. And so what I think I hear you saying is we can anticipate those sort of slow growth rates going forward, of course, with the challenge of the unskilled labor.
Yes, I would say that. And I think that there are two factors behind that. And let me talk statewide, we're in a little better shape in the country, but population growth is much, much lower. There are two things that go into economic growth: people and the productivity of those people. So population growth, I think, was it last year, was the lowest fertility rate on record in the country. This is where immigration comes in, our debates about immigration. That's one way to bring in more people and more skills. But anyway, low population growth is one factor. And the other factor is productivity growth. That's also been slowing. And that's where education comes in to make sure that we skill people and reskill people such that they're more productive. So they're two wings to that issue. But yeah, if I was making, and hopefully we can work on that, but if I was making predictions, yeah, I would be on I'm using this term, statistically conservative side in terms of a growth rate tops 2%.
Thank you.
Yeah, other questions? I see Commissioner Jacobs and then Carter. And then, oh yeah, we've got a bunch of questions lined up.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. I have to mention I'm an NC State parent. Okay.
Excellent. Excellent.
So
what field? What field?
He graduated from the material science engineering program.
Oh, yes, yes.
And now he's doing a PhD at Penn State. So great foundation from NC State.
Good, good.
So anyway, I really appreciate your presentation, and I'm glad that you did get into some of the issues around really looking at the economic disruptors in terms of jobs. And I really feel like that's kind of what we have going on in Durham. And so I think Commissioner Alam really got at this when she was asking about, can we get the disaggregated data around gender? I'm even interested in age too, age, gender, and race, because the information I have seen is showing that this is really impacting people of color and our lowest wage. As you mentioned, these are like the lowest wage jobs, so it's like a double whammy. But then
women too. Women have been,
and for women, yeah. When you were talking about the disruptor, that's like over 1 million women out of the workforce now. But I'm really interested in what we can do locally to really be laser focused on the people that need the most help. And matching that to the assets that we have, which is we've had like 8 jobs announcements during the pandemic, mostly in RTP. And we have exactly the situation you were describing, which is we've got, you know, life science, biopharma, tech, advanced manufacturing, and then the key is the retraining and the apprentice, everything that you mentioned. How do we make that happen?
Well, I think yeah, one role could be as a facilitator. I mean, half the battle is to know it's coming and know that there is an issue. And I think we're going to see this more so than ever before in the 4 decades I've been in North Carolina. So I think that's step one, knowing that we're going to have a lot of folks released from their occupations, knowing, however, that fortunately we're an area that continues to grow and add jobs, and we need to sort of put the two together. And of course, what makes that work is taking the folks that lose their jobs, get them reskilled for the new jobs. So I think that's step one, realizing there is going to be this issue. And then step two is to facilitate the merger of those 3 things. That is, work with the employers, work with the education institutions, which you have great ones of. And then I think maybe what would be the new component here is, rather than waiting for folks to lose their jobs, and a lot of people, when they lose it, they don't know where to go. They don't know what to do. They go and collect unemployment compensation initially, but they don't know what to do. But being proactive and trying to anticipate and watch where there's some big layoffs and try to identify those folks and try to put the pieces together so that they know, here's some training opportunities for these jobs over here. So I think that can all be done, but it probably requires us going this additional step, which is outreach to the folks who get unemployed.
I know.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carter had a question, and then Chair Howerton.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Walden. I remember how excited I was my first year as a county commissioner back in 2016 to see that our county manager and staff had invited you to be one of our speakers at our budget retreat.
Right.
So it's been a treat every year. I also read you in the newspaper.
Thank you.
I really liked Wendy's question. Mine is somewhat similar, and maybe if it's the same answer, this will be really quick. But in thinking about your whole entire presentation, and also trying to pair it with the decisions that we have to make about local investments, you know, with limited resources and unlimited needs, it always feels like.
Sure.
What do you think would be the most effective way to try to address this exacerbated income inequality that you mentioned? We think a lot in Durham about shared prosperity and inclusive prosperity. And do you have a strong opinion on that? I mean, maybe it's what you were just saying. Maybe it is really this workforce development, education, getting people into the jobs that we attract. But
yeah, I think that is part of it, and probably the main part of it. I think a second part is what you are. I don't know, the announcement's been made whether you qualified for the universal income experiment. I do think, and this is more of a federal issue than a local issue, but I just published a book. In fact, I'll show you. It's called Real Solutions, came out last year. And this was kind of been 40 years in the making, because I get asked questions like this on a variety of public issues, and I've over 40 years. And so I put my thoughts into here and did a lot of research. But anyway, this may be something that you work more with your nationally elected leaders, but I think our federal programs of income support are woefully, not necessarily inadequate, but woefully constructed and woefully coordinated. I talk about in this book, there's something like 27 different poverty programs at the federal level, each operated by a different agency, each with different rules and regulations. And so one of my approaches in that book is to say, let's just start from ground zero. Let's take the amount of money that we are devoting to this and let's coordinate it into an efficiently operated program that does 2 things. One, supports people who need support, but also secondly, always motivates people to work to help themselves. In other words, one of the problems with a lot of these poverty programs, if you earn another dollar from working, you have a dollar taken away in public support. There's no incentive there. So the other part to my answer, besides the employment part, would be to try, to the extent you can, as a public body and important part of North Carolina, work with your elected leaders to say, and this may be the time with the new administration that I think is thinking very broadly. You may have seen President Biden's proposal on a child support grant. To think boldly about, let's really sit down and reconstruct our poverty programs. Yeah.
Thank you.
Brenda, I know you had a question, and then I see Commissioner Burns again. Brenda, you're on mute.
Okay, thank you. I have to take it off there so you can hear me. So thank you, Martha, and thank you, Dr. Waldron, for your presentation today. And, you know, I started out with my question in a different direction, but let me just address the conversation around poverty. You know, poverty has been a conversation that is not a sexy conversation that, you know, last couple of years, we tried to do something, have conversations and bring people to the table around to talk about what do you do when a percent of your community is in poverty, and people seem to not want to have that conversation. And what I was told, it was not a sexy conversation. But as you talked about, but what I really want to talk about with you and looking, you could just kind of touch a little bit more on, as we're heading out of this pandemic, and I hope we get out of it soon, you talked about the unemployment rate the forecast seems to be that it's headed downward from 6.5, 5.8, 5.4. And when we look at our state and local government seem to be losing revenue. Can you say a little bit more about how do we begin to pace ourselves given that?
Well, actually, I did. There are much more optimistic forecasts now for the state budget. I won't talk to your local budget, but North Carolina increasingly looks like the state budget has money. Now the state spending of that money, again, we're operating on an antiquated budget because of the impasse between the governor and the General Assembly. But North Carolina looks like it will be, its budget will be okay. And then the other thing to recognize is there may be an influx of new money if the President Biden's plan passes. One of the things that at the state level regarding poverty that we used to have was what's called an earned income tax credit, which means that if you are a low income person but working, you file for that. There is a federal version, but we used to have a state version. You file your tax information, and if your income is below a certain level, not only will you get money, all the money that you had withheld for income taxes at state level back, but you can get extra on top of that. So that was a way to provide additional income support for folks who of moderate means. That was very efficient because it was essentially run through at federal level, run through the IRS, and North Carolina run through the Department of Revenue. That's something that many people have said maybe North Carolina wants to revisit and maybe bring back.
Great, thank you.
All right, I know Commissioner Burns, you had a follow-up question.
I just, along the same lines with what Commissioner Carter said, I think that Dr. Walden highlighted, for me, I think what I'll take away from today, I don't know what's to come tomorrow afternoon, he highlighted that, there are 27 federal agencies that are handling poverty. I would want to parallel that with what we've been doing here in Durham. I don't have enough fingers and toes to talk about how many churches and nonprofits are working on food insecurity. I don't have enough fingers and toes to talk about how many organizations say that working with underserved children is a part of their mission statement. I think when you go to the North Carolina Center for Nonprofits, just on the books, they have, I think, something like 500 nonprofits just registered in Durham, whether they're operating or not, that say that as a part of their thrust. And so what I would hope when we leave this conversation and we recognize that there are some people, I'll say it this way, I'm happy that we brought in the jobs that we did bring in. I love working with these leaders to do that work. And I see a want from all of them. I won't even say more, I will say from all of them to actually bring in jobs that don't have such a high skill level. I would want to implore to the community, allow us to work on doing both. You know, Durham, we can do both. We can bring in PhD jobs and we can bring in jobs that add a GED, and it just allow us to do that work. I would also ask for the community as they're listening, and I would ask for these county commissioners as they sit here, you know, let's work on being less sensitive about what we can and or cannot do. There are those of us on here who actually know how to do workforce development work, who know how to bring people to the table, who know how to get people in those empty classrooms at Durham Tech. So it's great that you bought the job, but recognize there's another piece. I said last week at the Coalition Against Housing meeting that, you know, Durham is not a place where you can build it and they will come. So there's a piece, when we talk about a skills gap, we ourselves as policymakers have a skills gap. And and I guess that was more of a comment. I just want us, he answered that question so perfectly for us. I want us to overlay that mindset on ourselves and, you know, just stop creating program after program after program where we're not seeing the results that we want. And we just think we'll build another one and put more money into it. I'm hopeful that after this is over, we'll say, okay, what works, and whatever does not work, we stop funding it. And so that's all.
Very good. Thank you. This has been just a really insightful segment, and I know we rather intentionally ran a bit over on this, but you know, I had assurance from Claudia that we would make up the time in another segment. Fantastic. Claudia.
Well, some of that's my fault. I get going.
Oh, well, I personally, and I think from the response of the other commissioners, it was extremely valuable. And we
appreciate that. I'm glad.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, once again, thank you all for what you do, and hope to see you next time.
All right, thank you.
All right, commissioners, we are about to transition now to hear a little bit on some of the trends and patterns as it relates to development and inspection trends. This conversation will be led by Sarah Young and Jean Bradham, and we have more detailed slides in the portal because we tried again to scale down slides and not be too long. So again, Jean, Sarah, thanks so much, and I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Sarah Young with the Planning Department. And I think if it's all right, we'll get started with some development trends first, and then I'll hand it over to my counterpart, Jean Bradham, in inspections to follow on with the patterns that he's seeing from their work. So I think there is a brief presentation of mine that's coming. There we go. All right, let's hit the next slide. So I want to start off by talking a bit about kind of our earliest indicator. I call these land use cases, kind of our early detection system in terms of development trends. And these are predominantly things like rezoning cases or annexations, things that approvals, entitlements that folks need to develop property before they can go anywhere in a permitting system. And so you'll see that Oops, I think there actually may be some inadvertent timing of slides. Keith, I apologize. I didn't catch that earlier, but you may have to rock the slide back or see if you can turn the timing off. That's the danger of recycling a template.
Give me a second and let me turn the timing off. So if you want to keep talking while I turn that off.
Sure. Thanks, David. So what you'll see when the slides do come back is that in things like rezonings, we have seen an uptick in recent years, but we are trending down for this year. That does not necessarily mean that we are expected to see a great slowing. It is more returning to kind of a normal level. Here we go. Yep. And so the other thing that I'll mention about this kind of trend for this particular year is that while you may think that it's, COVID related, that we got less applications, we also, it's not been for lack of being busy. Most of the applications that come in 1 year are actually processed the following year, because these are case types that take usually on average a year, sometimes a year and a half to process. So we are definitely seeing a bit of a slowdown on these that will actually probably be felt more like next year. But again, this is returning to what I would consider a more normal level from our really way above average years. All right, next slide. The next thing that I'll point out is kind of the next step in the development process, what we call development review. And these are entitlements along the lines of administrative site plans, subdivision plats. So these are folks that have their zoning in place, and this is the step before they're ready to submit for building permits. And you'll see that again, we're probably about 10% down this year, but it's still fairly consistent. The downturn is really only very slight. These case types tend to be fairly consistent overall year to year. Next. But the planning department in general, I will say, does a lot more than just rezonings and site plans and plats. And one of the things that I wanted to show you is that there has actually been a lot of activity this year. Overall, there has been an increase in all sorts of application types. We process over 30 different types of applications, ranging from small scale, home occupation permits for, entrepreneurs that want to start a home-based business, all the way up to, these huge site plans for, biotech or large scale residential. So all in all, our development interest remains pretty high. Next slide. And so, how does this correlate? I often get the question was, how does that correlate to where we think we're going in terms of population projection? We have been realizing just a little more than a 1%, it's like a 1.12% growth in population, pretty steady. And we're, expected to continue that. There's nothing trend-wise from the state demographer's office, which is the data that we use to forecast population growth for Durham County, that seems to indicate a change. So we expect that to be pretty stable, and therefore the kind of rate of development to also remain pretty stable. Next slide. So shifting gears then, we know that population growth is one of the greatest drivers of development, but moving from just the sheer number of development activity that we see to more of the nature of the development activity that we see, which may be something that is not so obvious to folks. And that is that on the residential side, our demand for sale residential is very strong. It remains very high, particularly outside of downtown. We still have in our community a lot of greenfield site. We have a lot of large tract infill sites available. And so this is really attractive to single family and townhouse type developments, which is the vast majority of the residential development that we have seen for several years now. Multifamily does happen. We do get some amount of multifamily. It is mostly in and around downtown and centered more in our urban core area. Next slide. In terms of non-residential trends, we are seeing a lot of interest in biotech lab space, industrial space as well. That has remained high. There is understandably low interest in office outside of downtown. We have definitely seen a trend in recent years to consolidate office in downtown or in the park. And so that has continued. We are really getting almost no office development right now. Commercial overall has been steady. We have understandably, again, seen a decline in retail, restaurant in particular. But overall, the trend for commercial for the past few years has really been focused on redevelopment as opposed to a lot of new development. And so, you know, I've got an aerial there of Northgate Mall, which is, I think, right now kind of our poster child for potential redevelopment of what might happen. This is consistent with a trend that we're seeing nationally, by the way. All right, and then lastly is kind of a look at where it is that we're seeing this activity happening. In terms of the larger residential developments, those are primarily happening in Southeast Durham, which hopefully you can see there's a kind of a green circle in that southeastern quadrant of the county. We are, however, seeing, you know, demand for a lot of infill countywide. There's not a specific area that is really attracting infill. The opportunities are a little bit everywhere. We have gotten a lot more interest in the area south of 85 and north of 98. So kind of moving north and west a little bit from that green circle. That area is picking up in interest. And then in terms of non-residential, it is also kind of scattered countywide. You know, we always have consistent interest in the park and in our northern areas near Trayburn. But there is also a lot of non-residential happening kind of sporadically throughout the county. So that is my super high level look at what we're seeing in terms of development.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gene Bradham. I'm the director of the City County Inspections Department. We have been a merged department now for almost 28 years, and I've been the director of the department that entire time, in addition to being the director of the city's inspections departments 7 years prior to the merger. So a lot of the history that I'm getting ready to show you in these slides are embedded in my memory banks, probably permanently. Next slide. So this first slide, we always want to show a comprehensive history. So from 1989 to current, kind of give you a big snapshot of everything, of our permit activity. And at the same time, in this same slide, we've embedded the staffing levels so that you can see how those are adjusted accordingly. As you can tell, during the dip, during the Great Recession there, where we had to have a cutback in staffing levels. So you'll notice that we set an all-time record in calendar year 2019 for the total number of permits issued at a little over 32,000 permits. We were at the 5th highest level in history during calendar year 2020 that we just finished up, with 29,358 permits. So we're looking at about an 8% decrease from that record-breaking year that we had in 2019. Next slide. So this chart shows the number of new residential building permits issued over the last 24 years. You'll notice from this chart that new residential permit activity has been humming along all the way up until you notice that dip with the Great Recession in 2006. And as we began pulling out of the Great Recession in 2009, you'll notice that new residential permit activity picked up each year and kept picking up, and it capped out in 2019 at 2,183 building permits. 2020 closed out fairly close to this number, right at 2,139 building permits, representing a very small decline, just a 2% decline. And that's not bad when you consider the impact of the malware attack and the negative impact that COVID-19 has had on the economy this past year. Next slide. So this chart shows the construction values of the new residential construction that we just talked about over the past 5 years. The chart's broken down to show you construction values in the city is in blue, the county is in orange, and the total combined construction values are in gray. And as you can see, the construction values have been steadily increasing each year up until calendar year 2019, which set a record at a total new residential construction value of 672 million. Calendar year 2020 followed up with a total new residential construction value of 638 million. It's only 4.9% lower, again, not bad when you consider the impacts of the malware attack and the COVID-19 impacts on our economy. Next slide. So this chart shows the number of new non-residential building permits issued over the last 24 years. Again, you'll notice that the permit activity has been up and down from 1997 up until the Great Recession of 2006, and took a substantial hit then. This began pulling out of the Great Recession in 2009. You'll notice that things have been gradually improving. We have the typical ups and downs that you see in new non-residential construction over the years. Next slide. So this chart shows the construction values again, this time of the new non-residential construction we were just looking at over the past 5 years. Again, the chart's broken down to show you the values in the city, in the county, and then the combined total value. And as you can see, the total construction values have remained pretty steady over the last 5 years, with calendar year 2020 setting a new all-time record with a value of right at $427 million. That represents about a 12.3% increase over the total construction we had in 2019. And I think that the best way to describe this increase probably is by the increase in pharmaceutical companies, obviously building new facilities and expanding and preparing for COVID-19 responses. Companies like Merck, Pharma, and even Corning, who sometimes you don't think about that part of it, but the manufacturing part, they do a lot of glass tubes that are used in testing and everything. So next slide. So we teamed up with our Technology Solutions Department and had them at our request create this slide for us. It shows the building permit activity by year from 2016 in the far upper left-hand corner up to 2020 in the bottom right-hand corner. And if you could zoom in on each of these years, you'd be able to see that the building permit activity has pretty much remained pretty consistent. It's with the heaviest concentration in the downtown area, around Duke University, and of course in Research Triangle Park. With that, Sarah and I have actually, Claudia, gained you the time that you were looking to make up from Dr. Walden's presentation. I always enjoy listening to Dr. Walden. I have been for a long time. Just to put it in perspective, Dr. Walden started at NC State, you heard him say, in 1978. That was the year I graduated from NC State from the architectural program. So just a plug in for the senior citizens. Thank you.
All right. That concludes your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, very, very good. Very good. Questions from commissioners? Yes, I see Commissioner Alam.
Hi, yes, thank you so much for that presentation. It was really, really great to see and learning new information. So I had a question. If the county has done any sort of assessment of county land and vacant land and property to kind of see for moving in the future and looking at more innovative ways for the county to function of, purchasing more land for future projects like affordable housing and new schools.
Sarah, that's probably more of a question that your staff might have looked into.
We have not. I would say that's actually probably a question for the administration, perhaps folks in real estate, or I'll defer to the county manager on that one.
Thanks, Sarah. Commissioner Alum, yeah, we were asked a few years back, it's been several years, I think, to essentially look at something similar. And I will get with real estate to share with you essentially the extent of what that request was at the time. And we can put that information together.
Thank you. That'd be great.
Just a quick comment that what we found, one of the things we found out from the report was we don't have a whole lot of land. We have very little land that we can develop on. That's what I remember coming out of that report.
That is true.
Yeah.
I see, Vice Chair Jacobs, your hand's up.
Thank you, Sarah and Jean, for great report. I guess that's a really good question. Commissioner Lom and Jane Corris helped us do that assessment. But actually what I remember from it was that's what we looked at, the assets that the county owns. So parking lots, buildings, pieces of land, and it really highlighted, we looked at what are some of the assets that we have. So that's where we ended up with, the 300 and 500 Main Street, let's use our parking lots for affordable housing, things like that. So, and one of the good things is Go Triangle, we own lots of important properties now that didn't get used for the light rail that we can think about using for other things that basically were purchased with Durham County funds, and those are still sitting there. So that's a great question. Sarah and Jean, related to the kind of growth that you're seeing, and I guess maybe it's reflected in the building permits. Are we seeing, in terms of price point, does that mean that you're seeing just more expensive housing? When you're looking at the building permit data, is that something that is reflected in that, or is there a way for us to see that? What types of price points things are at?
It's more reflected in the non-residential, the new non-residential. If you notice, those construction values were so high. And a lot of that, like I said, has to do with manufacturing, with a lot of these pharmaceutical companies that are responding to the COVID. So that's why you notice that spike. It was a big spike in 2019 and in 2020 in construction values. As far as residential, it's not as a telltale of a sign of it being higher in homes. I think one thing that's residential is going to continue to climb. I sat in on an economic forecast just a couple of weeks ago with the Home Builders Association. Thinking on the very thing you were talking about, land is going to be the one thing that's going to be holding up stuff, the availability of vacant lots. And construction materials are going up really high. And so that's going to have a chance to probably slow things down a little bit. But as far as construction values, I think the charts pretty much tell the story that they're holding their own. And in non-residential new construction, it's actually climbing quite a bit.
Okay.
Oh,
go ahead, Sarah.
Sorry, I was just going to add that, one of the things that while through the rezoning process, obviously folks do not typically commit to a price point when they come through the rezoning process. But one of the things that we have done since I took over as director is in our rezoning reports, we now look at Redfin data. And we look at the median sale price for houses within a certain geographic area. We look at zip code data. We looked at nearby neighborhood data. And we ask the developer to share with us kind of what their incoming price point threshold is. And we provide that information to our elected officials now in our zoning reports. Now, that's not binding, but that does give a sense of kind of where these developments are. I will also caution that that is also a little bit misleading because a lot of residential developers, they're, starting from the whatevers doesn't include, if you want X, that's, going to cost you more and all your options, et cetera. So it's very difficult sometimes to, before a development gets going, to really see what the real prices are going to be. But we are trying through some new avenues with our staff analysis to try and tease out some of that information from development proposals.
I didn't realize you were doing that. Thank you.
I would just add as well, I mentioned the Homeowners Association, but if you really need to get more detailed drill down information about the price points in single family home construction, they have economists coming in and address their membership every year. And they really do have some good detailed information about where the market is, where the demand is, because their members need to know that when they, come out of the ground with those houses.
Chair Howerton, your question now?
Yes, just quickly. The other thing that I remember is one of the things that we were looking for when we did that report was manufacturing areas.
And I'm with the North Carolina Office of Recovery and Resilience. So we run the Rebuild and See.
Manufacturing areas out in the unincorporated areas for the county. And the report showed how much little bit of land that there was left for manufacturing. Now we have Research Triangle and in the northern area, but in the closer into the city, there was very little land left to be able to develop.
This is Brent Fan from the Golden Leaf Foundation.
So when we talk about parking lots, I guess if we want to, the 300, 500 block, yeah, we are doing that, and that's pretty exciting. But I think that we were really looking for where else can we put manufacturing that would give people that were not high-tech jobs, making sure that they had a job to go to work to and make decent money.
Very good. I see Commissioner Carter and then Commissioner Alam.
Thank you, Martha. Thank you, Sarah and Jean. I'm thinking about the development trends you just presented to us, and also what Dr. Walden said about where is home and how distance is dead. And it really does seem like development trends are being pushed more out into the non-downtown areas. And so you guys both have agreed about that with us. And I'm wondering, how that might affect our transit planning. And this is probably too big of a topic for now, but I have been worried about it, and the future of transit-oriented development, which is kind of what I've been thinking we needed to do. And will that maybe approach need to change, or will transit-oriented development be within little clusters that may actually be in the suburbs? Just wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Commissioner Carter. That's one of the things that we've actually been exploring with the comprehensive plan and the county transit plan. This year in particular, with everything that has gone on, has really kind of changed the focus a little bit in terms of what we look at. I will say that one of the things that we have still noticed is that there is still a lot of concern on the part of established neighborhoods to have, we talk about how we want more walkable little mini neighborhoods where people can, if people are really going to be working from home as a long-term viable solution, then it makes sense to have more little kind of pocket commercial where they can, go get a cup of coffee, do their groceries, or, go to the dentist, or small things like that they don't have to travel great distances for. But to be honest, we still see a lot of concern on the part of established neighborhoods about really introducing mixed use, even in kind of smaller, more manageable quantities. And so I think that's a challenge that we're working through with a comprehensive plan in terms of community expectations and broadening the vision of what our community might look like. But that is also one of the things that I know is being looked at through the county transit plan in terms of, how to connect people, where are they coming from and to in terms of jobs, for instance. So I can certainly provide kind of some more information as we move forward with the comp plan related to those topics.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Sarah.
Commissioner Alam.
Yeah, I just had a follow-up to my previous question with the information that Commissioner Jacobs shared. to the manager, when you provide that information to us about the report and the analysis was done, can you also include the land that was purchased for the light rail project, if there's any restrictions on the use of that, and what we could possibly, look for in the future of using that land for more projects within Durham County?
We can probably do that consolidation. It's going to be a little bit more work before we get the report to you, because the initial inventory just looked at what the county owned at the time. And so I think we can put that together, yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Another really good segment. So, Keith, are you asking a question?
No, not a question. I want to weigh in. There is a slide in the budget presentation that's part of your pre-BOCC retreat materials I didn't get to show, that shows gross sales tax collection for FY 21-22. And it's a really interesting slide because it shows the slowest growing counties for the first 5 months of this year is every county that you might think that is a big county. It's Mecklenburg County, it's Wake County, it's Durham County, it's Guilford County, it's Buncombe County. And this gets back to Commissioner Carter's discussion about regionalism, and COVID is not the end of the world, and it hasn't changed things permanently, but this sort of concept of working from home or working from different places may have changed things in a way that will have to unfold over the next couple of years. But from a sales tax point of view, these places that normally were regional attractors because of universities, because of airports and things like that, may change and may grow slower in the future as people travel less or figure out they don't have to travel as much related to work and any number of things. Just something to keep an eye on. If you want to see the slide, it's in the budget portion of the presentation. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Claudia, are we ready for the next segment to cue that up? I see racial equity infrastructure coming up.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi there.
Okay, I see the slide presentation showing up. Okay, great. So my name is Quaylee Rashid Henry, and I'm the Racial Equity Officer. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to just share a little bit about what we've been doing and share an update for consideration for request. Okay. Oh, I see I control the slides. Perfect. All right. So just by way of overview, here are some of the things that I'll be covering this afternoon, going over our charge and our ask, presenting our racial equity goals, sharing a little bit of input from some neighboring benchmarking jurisdictions, and presenting a proposal for a new organizational chart and budget. And obviously, I'd love to hear any next steps and feedback. Okay. So our charge, our aim in this work is to change the conditions in our community so that race no longer predicts outcomes, and outcomes for all groups are improved. And we know that social conditions created by structural and institutional racism are responsible for many of the racial inequities that we see in our community. And we have a tremendous charge in changing these conditions and removing barriers to institutional racism. Although our aim is to work at the institutional level, we know that change cannot happen or will only happen with a shift in the mindset of the people, right? Thinking about the actors and the gatekeepers, the individuals within our structures and institutions. And so our discussion here today, in many ways, is about developing the infrastructure to demonstrate how racial equity is both a destination and that it is our North Star, and it's also about our efforts and the outcomes of our efforts. The county made an investment and took a bold stance in hiring a racial equity officer, and I don't take that responsibility lightly. However, this is not my work alone, and we need the resources to be able to stand up this work in a visible and intentional and tangible way, in such a way that it is sustainable. All right, so this will look familiar to you. Our communities are telling us what they want, what their experiences are like, and what they want to see happen differently. And so most recently, you saw the presentation on our county city resident satisfaction survey, the findings from that. And I just wanted to share one snapshot regarding how affordable housing is experienced differently by race. So this map shows us where folks live who are satisfied with housing and where those live who are sort of neutral on the housing issue. However, this will probably be a different map if we consider the related question of monthly housing costs exceeding 30% of monthly income. And here we see that Blacks, African Americans have a much higher percentage of housing insecurity, if you will, at 35.4% versus 29.6% for Hispanic Latinx and 19% for white. So I use this housing example because it is a social determinant of health and well-being, and its impact can be felt across sectors, right? When we think about education, the economy, transportation, et cetera. And we know that the COVID pandemic has exposed these grave insecurities in housing, with more and more people becoming unsheltered and at risk of becoming unsheltered. And in our survey this year, we also saw that close to 70% of Blacks prioritized increased government funding for housing in comparison to 54% for Latinx, Hispanic, and 51% for white. So housing is a top priority. So our community is telling us what they need, and I'm working to address these issues. We are working to address these issues. Now imagine for a moment that we had this information displayed consistently and clearly for people to track for themselves how these conditions change over time, for better or for worse, so that we can all keep our eye on this ball. The other two items that I wanted to highlight here from our resident satisfaction survey is about the state of race relations and our collective progress to address racial equity. So here we see that Black African American residents are less likely to report excellent or good race relations at 30% in comparison to our Hispanic, Latinx, and white residents. So the map is pretty telling too, in that residents on average are neutral on these questions. And interestingly enough, our own staff results kind of bore it out in the same way, where we saw less progress being reported by our Black African American staff in comparison to our Hispanic, Latinx, and white staff. And this is just general question about the state of racial equity and the county's ability to advance racial equity. So what does this tell us, and where does this lead us? I think this leads us to the question of what is Durham County's role in changing the community conditions to advance racial equity. And in our racial equity work, we're on an organizational learning journey. We're learning how to proceed with immense transformational change. And although this will be a marathon and not a sprint in terms of realizing the change we seek, we still need to act with urgency. We need to build the necessary capacity across the organization in order to experience the long-term sustainable change we seek. And our assessments by race and ethnicity are helpful in this area. It's helpful for us to look across functional areas where we're constantly asking ourselves, who are we serving? How does our department look? How does our enterprise look? And who's missing? And these assessments are really about both the internal assessment and the external assessment. So the internal work, example of that is making sure that all employees within Durham County have a baseline understanding of the principles and practices of racial equity. And an external assessment would be, how well does the community see our confidence? Do they have confidence in the county's ability to provide services equitably and to allocate the resources equitably? So this is an example of the kind of the learning that we're undergoing right now, and how we could potentially apply what we've learned, and how these actions overall will help us move the needle. So that was all conceptual. And here's what we need to be able to do to really achieve the goal of advancing racial equity across the county. And this will help us ensure that we're changing those community conditions and enhancing our own performance towards becoming a local government that truly upholds the principles of anti-racism. So over the next 3 years, we're looking to concentrate on these 5 strategic goals. You see them listed here in the chart. And this way, we'll have a good, solid starting point for moving towards equitable impact. So the approach is incomplete if we don't get direct input from community members, the resident stakeholders. And that, I think, is an active role that the Racial Equity Commission can play in ensuring that we have the overall support for holding us accountable and offering the level of transparency that's necessary to be able to achieve the work. And we've also learned a lot through our membership with GARE, the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. And we've learned that this is a widely accepted approach that has worked in other jurisdictions. So several of those neighboring jurisdictions include these cities in Orange County. The city of Raleigh has an Office on Equity and Inclusion that's comprised of a chief equity officer and 7 additional staff who are responsible for the intradepartmental work, the associated programs and related boards and commissions. The city of Greensboro has an Office on Equity and Inclusion that consists of a chief equity officer and an equity manager. City of Durham has an Equity and Inclusion department led by the Inclusion and Equity Manager, who's responsible for a similar racial equity action plan in which the city is working to operationalize equity across departments. Orange County has a Human Rights and Relations department that has been engaging in the GARE work and has used a collaborative approach with Chapel Hill and Carborough to develop their equity action plan. And here's our proposed structure. So with the addition of 2 full-time staff, we can focus through a racial equity specialist that'll help us work to deploy racial equity tools across our departments to enhance our decision-making, data collection, professional learning and development, all of the activities to truly promote anti-racism. And the community analysts will help support community engagement activities to advance racial equity and support the overall communications and engagement strategy and the collaborative approaches that will engage with under-resourced communities. Our graduate interns will continue to hone and develop their leadership skills in racial equity, to utilize and translate the input and guidance from GARE, the membership network, and to support our communications and data functions. And here's our proposed budget, which includes many of the anticipated efforts that will be related to expanding on the GARE work and ensuring that everyone across our workforce is trained on racial equity. And we also included some funding for a data dashboard, which we desperately need in order to be able to make the work visible and transparent so people can track inequities for themselves and see how we're improving in our efforts to eliminate them over time. So that's a nice overview, I think, to just give you a sense of where we're going. I appreciate this opportunity to share this information with you, and I'm happy to take any questions and hear your comments and concerns. I'd also like to thank Joanne Pierce, our general manager, and Claudia Hager, who helped to prepare this presentation, and all of the support that I've received from my colleagues and the county manager.
And thank you very much for that presentation. Very informative. Commissioners, do we have any questions or comments people would like to make? I see Chair Howerton. I think I saw another hand. Yeah, Burns, and then Manager Davis.
Oops. Commissioner Jacobs had her hand up.
Ah.
And Brenda, you on mute. Come off mute.
I'm on. Okay, so Commissioner Jacobs, you want to go first?
No, it was you. We were just saying like you was on mute.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to thank the team that is working so diligently on this, because this will be the root of the foundation of Durham and the systemic racism that is embedded in this community. I was reading an article that said the typical white family under age 35 has wealth of about $24,000, an initial sum that can be invested for the future. The typical Black family under age 35 has wealth of about $600, a sum less than typical monthly rent. So you can imagine what it's like now with people being evicted and not having a place to stay and not having food because of the systems, the systemic racism that is embedded in our systems. So I am thankful for this work that we are approaching, and I look forward to working with you, that we really cause something that Durham has never seen before. And one of the things that I have asked the staff to do is research right now, because we were talking about a stipend for the Racial Equity Commission. And I've asked the staff to do the research that's needed to be done to come back and make a recommendation for stipends for folks that serves on that committee. Thank you.
Next up, I have Commissioner Burns. Did you have something you wanted to ask?
Quilly, the only request that I have for you is that if you see yourself getting into a jam, either with the community or with the people that are viewing this presentation right now, I would ask that, you come to us. If I'm not mistaken, you started in April of last year, correct? Or sometime last
Yep.
May, okay,
Mm-hmm.
in May. And so we all have not had an opportunity to sit and talk with you. I think you have a heavy lift, but I think you have the capacity to lift heavy. And if you see somebody not wanting to do training, if you see somebody being mistreated, as I have seen multiple times since December 7th, I want you to feel free to come to us, because I think you have a board, no matter how short-lived, that wants to stop a lot of what we're seeing going on. And it's just not at the community level. When people say things and do things and then vote on policy the next day, the community feels like, how could you have possibly voted on this policy correctly? So I need you to call us out on things. And that's across the board. That includes myself, that includes the other commissioners. If you see us saying things that you think, you know what, that was somewhat tone deaf, as many of the tone deaf comments I've heard over the past 2 days, I would ask that you come to us and share those with us so that we can get better. Because I think the only way it gets better is if they hear it from multiple people, because it's quite clear with some of the sensitivities in county government that they can't hear it from some people. And maybe if they look at somebody that they're paying or that they're pretending to pay, they might start to listen. So just come to us.
Yeah, thank you so much for saying that. And I think that's one of the reasons why I highlighted this notion of us being on an organizational learning journey, right? Like we've got to be able to accept that the only way to go through this is to go through this together, right? And there are going to be some missteps and things that don't sit well, that are very sensitive, feelings get hurt, but it's important enough for us to do this work. And so, the charge that I have is to just ensure that I am bringing along as many champions as we can. And I see champions in you, and I appreciate you making that statement that you're here in support of this work. And that's what we need. But when it's time to roll our sleeves up, when it's time for us to say, hey, we want you to consider using this racial equity impact assessment as you think about different decisions that are going to be made, like that's where the rubber hits the road. And that's where you really see the commitment in action. And so it's not easy, but we are on this organizational learning journey. And I do appreciate the support that I've gotten since I started. It is a heavy lift.
I've got Vice Chair Jacobs, then Commissioner Alam, and then I believe Manager Davis had his hand up. Oh, and then Commissioner Carter. So let's start with Jacobs.
Well, thank you, Quayle, and I'm really grateful for all that you've accomplished since you came on board during COVID. The assessment that you did with staff that you shared with us, the work that, just kind of getting a sense of where we're at within Durham County government. I read through that and found that really informative. And then also just obviously the work with helping get the Racial Equity Commission going, because it's one thing to talk about these things, but then how do you actually implement this at the government level? And that's one of the things that I really came away with when I read through the survey that you did with staff. It seemed like, because of the foundation that we have done over the years, Durham County led with doing racial equity trainings for not only county staff, but city staff, Durham Public School staff. I mean, we did that for several years. But then I kind of got the sense with staff was like, people really are supportive and they really want to do this work, but they're not sure how to do it. And what is the next step within the departments and how you really operationalize it with the decisions that are made. So, and then for us too, us being able to almost, I look forward to it being embedded in our AAF reports, and how we even are going to look at every single decision that we make. So when do you feel like we'll get to that point? Like, where do you see the operation? I mean, you just said it's like a 5-year rollout. Like, where's your vision of when we're going to really be operationalizing things?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And I think that we've already started, right? The work that we started with the GARE North Carolina learning community was very informative and guided us through that process of using a racial equity tool to guide decision making. So we started looking at that with some of our own internal workplace activities, and how we look as a workforce, just looking at representation and then also thinking through some of the hiring and promotion strategies. So that's an example of, lessons learned that we can begin to apply in other areas. And then the other nice thing is that we've organically begun to see departmental teams being developed, building on, as you said, the training experience and exposure that's been offered and staff taking advantage of, and then wanting to organize themselves and think about how departments can begin to apply racial equity tools to guide decision making themselves. So I would say, we're at that juncture where we can begin that process now. We'll start small, we'll pilot the effort and begin to just apply those lessons learned and expand from there. And Joanne is off mic, so she may want to weigh in on this as well.
Yes, I would just want to piggyback on that to say that there's so much to say in so little time. So hopefully the board will invite us to one of your meetings, work sessions. But I will say that every decision that you make is an opportunity for racial equity, every decision. And I had the pleasure and have the pleasure of sitting in this meeting the entire day, and all through my mind, just thinking about every budget decision, every policy decision, every decision that you make is an opportunity for racial equity. But what does that mean? What does it really mean? And racial equity is not my job. Racial equity is just not something I do. It is a way of life. It becomes a way of life for how we're going to work. Because for centuries, just with the beginning of our nation, inequities have been built in. Equities have been built in. They're just baked in. We weren't here. We didn't create it, but we live in it. And so we're the ones to address it. And the other piece is that each and every one of us has a role and responsibility to advance racial equity. Because when we think about it, we have one racial equity officer, and she has a role. But each one of us, our elected officials, staff, community, we all have a role to play. And it is our work, actually, and I'm supporting Quaylee. I'm so excited to have her here. And as you all know, we had started this work a few years ago, and the first thing we were doing was just normalizing the conversation around race and racism. What is it? What is it not? How does it operate? And what are we talking about? Are we talking about people, or are we talking about systems and institutions? And we have to know that programs, services, initiatives, they will not solve for racism. And policy, practices, and procedures are where we need to get at. But it's really important. And I'm just for Durham County, we're at a very critical moment in history, in the history of Durham, and then just in the history of our nation. It's really important that we know that. And we have an opportunity to affect change. And I don't want us to miss it. And so I'm just glad about where we are. We're nowhere where we want to be, but it takes all of us truly all of us to participate in this process, to come along on this journey so that we really can see the change we want to have in our outcomes. That's how we'll know if we're making a difference. And so I just wanted to just share that for you, with you. And that's all I have to say for right now.
Ms.
Thank
Pierce,
you.
would you, yeah, Ms. Pierce, would
I-
you share with everybody the other states that are calling regarding the Racial Equity Commission? Would you share with everybody the other states that are calling you about that?
I will just say that many across the country are watching us and looking at the work that we're doing. And we don't want to just have the words, we want to follow with our actions. And so from the East Coast to the West Coast, I don't want to name them out right at this moment. I don't want to get any wrong or miss any, but they're reaching out, different counties. How did you get to this place? And so it's a really important moment, but we have to embrace it and open ourselves and be willing to do something different, to have the different outcomes that we want to see. So I'm inspired, but yet I'm also challenged, and yet I'm also concerned. So I want us, this is not my first time doing this work. I will do this to the day I die, because it is the work to be done, to change the outcomes for the people that we serve, the people who are disproportionately experiencing the burdens in our community. And so I welcome you all to join on this journey. But yes, I didn't necessarily answer your question, Chair Howerton, but I will say that many have reached out to us.
You did perfectly fine. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. And I just want to thank you too, Joanne, both of you. We're really lucky to have both of you with all of, helping to lead us all through this. And I'm Quaylee, I'm glad that you mentioned departments, because I should mention that DSS, Crystal Harris and a lot of the staff, they have formed their own racial equity team, and that's already happening within DSS, and it's really amazing, the initiative that staff is taking on. So thank you for mentioning that.
Really great. We have on deck Commissioner Alam, then Commissioner Carter, then Manager Davis. Next up, Commissioner Alam.
One of the positives of going a little bit later is that you can process your thoughts, but one of the drawbacks is, everyone takes everything out of your mouth before you get a chance to speak. But I'm grateful for Quaylee for all of the work you've put in, and you've been a one-woman show really leading this charge. I'm really excited to see what you've already accomplished in this short period of time. And, General Manager Pierce kind of got to the point that I was going to make. And what I really hope that us as a commission can look for is, we talk about development when we look at developers coming in or building, we look at an environmental impact analysis. And, we really need to be doing that around race equity, also looking at the racial impact analysis of all of the decisions we make, from development to what our transit plan is going to be moving forward, to when we have new companies wanting to come, we have Mr. Miracle their team puts together a list of requirements that we really want to see companies address, the $15, are they bringing green jobs or green development? But race equity also needs to be at the table there, and having that holistic view. And I know you're just a one-woman show or one person, and we can't spread you too thin, but I hope we're able to grow the work that you're doing so that we're able to have someone looking and addressing the tax administration. Are we having a racial impact analysis there? When we're talking about, as I mentioned, the transit plan, there needs to be race at the center of every single one of these conversations, because with the disparities that have existed, they're going to take a lot of heavy lifting to undo the mistakes of years, hundreds of years of racial inequity and racial damage. So I'm really grateful for the work. I'm glad that the past commission brought you on and that we're able to work with you.
Commissioner Carter, you're up next.
Thank you. And I really agree with you, Commissioner Alam. I only wish that we had had a chance to sit in a room in person with Quaylee because of the pandemic. I've only seen her in a square. but I always do appreciate your presentations. I am thrilled that you have laid out so clearly and in such a detailed way what you need to achieve the goals that you're trying to help us achieve in Durham County. I like it when our staff tells us, this is where I want us to go. This is what the community says we want to do. This is what the departments are saying. This is what it will take to get us there. So the $230,000 request seems very reasonable, and it's good to know exactly what it is. You know, so that we can begin to look at every system, every decision, think about who is it going to benefit? Are there any unintended consequences? Is it going to begin to not necessarily only benefit or disproportionately benefit white people? Is it going to improve the lives of people of color? So I'm glad that we have the funding requests that you need to begin to help us make even more progress. So thank you very much. And we know what our marching orders are as far as the budget goes here.
Manager Davis, I had your hand up some time ago, but I let the commissioners go first.
Not a problem, Martha. Thanks a lot. I just want to quickly say that at the earlier part of the meeting this morning, I shared with you that Joanne Quayle and I had an opportunity to sit through the GARE conference, GARE being the Government Alliance for Race and Equity, which we are in fact a member now. And based on everything we heard at the conference, and when you look at the operational impacts of the work that we are trying to do in this space, what Quayle has presented to you is quite consistent with what we heard at the conference, particularly around the ability to do data collection, data analysis, so that we'll know, in fact, whether or not we're able to move the needle given the analytical components that we have in place. And so I just wanted to assure the board that we are very consistent in what other jurisdictions who are around the country that are attempting to do this work.
I have just one final comment.
Absolutely.
Just one of the ways that we will know whether we're doing the work or not is whether the culture of the organization shifts. If the culture, as we learned last Friday in a training, if the culture of the organization stays the same that it is today, we will know we have not done the work, because it can't stay the same, and there's a willingness to shift the culture. Thank you, Martha.
Oh, thank you all. This has been such a thought-provoking session. We are on the cusp of a 10-minute break, and we're going to be coming back to focus on some commissioner priorities and some directions on things that we need to pay attention to in future agendas. I just want to have the commissioners be clear. I have asked you to be thinking of 2 to 3 things that you think are really priorities for emphasis in the upcoming budget. We will probably have time just to share one verbally in our 3 to 4 segment, but we will be asking you to email those before the end of the day. So please do get your thoughts together on that. We'll also want to know if there are budget policy issues that either were brought up and we didn't have enough time for, or if there's some particular policy issues that you want to see discussed either tomorrow or during future budget calendar deliberations, to let us know on that. So I want you poised for thought, but let's take a break until 3 o'clock and be refreshed, energized, and ready to have a great conversation. So see you in just a few minutes.
Martha, this is Keith Lane. David 80, our shop has been using a spreadsheet to collect the parking lot items, the major policy initiatives, and the follow-up. There's not a whole lot of major policy initiatives yet because we haven't had a chance to really talk about them. But basically, we want about 2 minutes. David's going to show what we have in the parking lot, just to remind commissioners that had been brought up but haven't finished, what we have for major policy issues. And then we'll talk about, we won't go over everything in the follow-up other than to note that we're going to follow up, obviously, if not tomorrow, within the next couple of days or week or so. And then we'll give it back to you to talk as you want to see. But if you'll give us a few, just 2 minutes for him to show that, okay? You're on mute.
Do you want me to do a general introduction to the topic first and then let you all go to the items?
That's up to you.
Let me do that.
I wanted to allow the commissioners to see that, not focusing on us taking notes, but that we had, so in case we had missed something important over the previous conversations, recognizing that a lot of the policy stuff is going to get ready to happen for the next hour or so. However you want to set it up. But David will show, it won't take more than 3 minutes, I promise.
Perfect. I love it. I love it. I see people coming back. Beautiful. I think we are ready to resume and embark on our last hour of this today's work session. I want to make a few general remarks, and then I'm going to let folks from the budget office share kind of where we are with some items that have been on the parking lot and policy issues, just so you can see what they have on their list. And then as we're speaking during this last hour, you can add to that. I just want to say I have always appreciated the work of government leaders and elected officials, maybe never so keenly as now. When you think about the work of governance, I used to use and do use an analogy of it's like being on a major ship, and the board, the elected officials are steering, and the staff is desperately trying to row. In these very turbulent times, I think it's been an intense challenge just to keep the ship afloat. And from everything I understand, Durham County has done a pretty commendable job of keeping things afloat during this pandemic and keeping on pretty sound financial footing. So that is a good thing. That is a good thing. I know from speaking with you individually and some quick get acquainted calls that you are a very aspirational group of individuals. It is a group with incredible, bold, big, good ideas. And so we have many ideas, not only from the commissioners, but ideas and needs from the community. So we're in a situation where the needs and the aspirations are big. And I don't know what the folks in the budget office have been doing, but they clearly have not been printing enough money. So we'll have to speak with them about that. Before we get into and give the board a chance to share at least one of those aspirations, Keith and David, if you want to share with us what you have so far on the parking lot as far as some policy issues and things that have come up.
Thank you, Marcia. I'll turn it over to David. David's sort of been overseeing our budget group as we've taken notes. This is not a finished list. This is sort of a working list, understanding that a lot of policy issues are getting ready to be discussed by the board in the next hour or 2 hours. So, but we just want to show you what we have in case we've missed anything major. David, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Keith and Martha. What this is kind of the official parking lot as we planned for this retreat was to keep track of when the magic word parking lot was used. We put these down as items that we can potentially follow up on over the next day and a half, or the next half day, I guess, tomorrow. So there's not been a lot of things officially put on the parking lot, especially things that maybe can be resolved in the next day as we see them. Benchmarking of counties, we have some information already. The office, our great team of analysts has collected. So we'll see what we can get out pretty quickly on that. The property tax relief is going to take a little more study, I think, but it's definitely an item that it appeared to be, commissioners appear to be very interested in. And then the unemployment data disaggregated, it kept coming up quite a bit. I can assure you our team will look in depth at that. Again, I just want to reiterate that the challenge with getting down to the micro level data, especially anything census tract related, it usually comes so much in arrears. I heard Michael Walden or Dr. Walden say that there is some stuff out there. I may have to reach out to him. We may have to reach out to him to see if he can directly point us to it. Because we've been looking over the last couple of weeks, we've struggled to find really micro level information that's really current. So current became more important than that. And as Keith mentioned and Martha mentioned, the major policy issues, we don't really have a lot yet, but I imagine in the next hour or so, we'll fill this tab in quite a bit. And that's for items that General Manager Hager and Manager Davis have mentioned, that over the next couple months as the budget process ensues, we'll come back to the board and be presented, whether at work sessions or the future budget work sessions as well. And then we've taken with our team, we've taken a pretty extensive list so far of kind of the follow-up items. These are more the things that you traditionally hear back from our office to the new commissioners, what happens during the budget work sessions. Our team takes notes, and then we go out and we'll send you updates probably about 3 or 4 or 5 days after the retreats or the budget work sessions with follow-up information. So that's where we are right now. We look forward to hearing the policy issues that we can add to this list.
Very good. And thank you, David. And if you will add another tab to that, and you can call that priorities. And we'll, in just a few moments, we'll let each commissioner share one. We'll also have the commissioners, after our time together, send in their top 2 or 3 so that on tomorrow we can go through a combined list and try to look for where there are areas of consensus or agreement. But if you can start keeping that list now as we talk, that would be fantastic.
We'll do so.
Love those spreadsheets. You guys are good. All right. I know that this day there has been a lot to take in about not only the current situation, economic data, budget data, but also a sense of what's out there or what may be out there in terms of incredible needs in the community, maybe even ones that we don't have a great handle on right now because of imperfect data or just the ability to drill down to where there is a problem. I know that you all have been thinking about priorities. I'm so struck by the limitation of money, but not struck, we have no limitation of thought and good ideas. So I would like to give each commissioner a chance to take a couple minutes to share just one possible priority for an area. If we could do one thing, not one thing, but a very important thing that might move the needle somewhere, what would be a priority from your perspective? And to ask you to just share one thing and take no more than a couple of minutes. And so if we could, we'll rotate, I can go in whatever order you want, but let each commissioner, I know you've been listening. If you could share one priority, and then after we close, email your top 2 to 3, again, your individual ideas. We're doing a little bit of divergent thinking right now. And tomorrow we're going to be working more toward convergent thinking and trying to see what's common on the list and to look at merging or prioritizing some. But I think it's important that we take the time to hear from each one of you. And so who cares to go first? Who would like to share one priority? I saw Chair Howerton. You're up first.
So I'll go first. So I do want to follow up with something that you had on the list around the tax. If the staff could add Charlotte on that list as a research. Mecklenburg County came up with their program from Charlotte. So if you will do the research from Charlotte. And I guess if we could, a wish list would be, what is it that we can do to support our children coming out of around mental health? Mental health is going to be a huge issue as we come out of this pandemic. And what is it that we can do to support our children around mental health? And I've got a whole lot of lists, but I'll leave it right there.
So that's your one priority coming out of this to share today is children and mental health and recovery.
Yeah, and following up on the tax.
Oh, absolutely, and getting that follow-up done.
Yeah, get that information to us. Yes.
I see Commissioner Alam had a hand up.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm sure all of the commissioners, as Chair Howerton mentioned, have a long list of priorities. I have my list of at least 9. So if I have to choose one for right now, I would say, yeah, the tax wellness program through social services is a priority for me. I know we talked about it a little bit already, but that's a priority for me to provide that tax assistance to the residents of Durham who most need it and are most impacted by the taxes. And especially, once we reach a point where if taxes have to be increased at any point in the future, that we've already implemented a program and have started the infrastructure of doing the outreach to community members to take advantage of these grants that are going to be available to them, get them onboarded into the process. So when a tax increase or a tax reevaluation takes place, that they already have that assistance and welfare program established.
Very good, very good. Who is next with wanting to share one one idea, one possibility for making an impact next budget year? Commissioner Vice Chair Jacobs, yes.
Thank you. So I support both things that have been mentioned already. I think for me, the biggest thing that's on my mind is just for the next year is really recovery and renewal from the pandemic, from COVID, and the really specific impacts to our community. And if I have to pick one thing right now, it would be how do we scale up the things that we're doing now, like the Back to Work initiative, with the Bulls, Back to Work, the Bulls initiative, back on the Bull, but just really scaling up our job training and job retraining efforts that we have some seedlings of, but really understanding what it's going to take financially to pay stipends for people to go to school, to pay for the classes, to address the barriers like childcare or transportation to get to the classes if they have to be in person, or to the jobs. Working with the employers that are hiring and connecting them, but building that network, and our high schools, our CTE program. This is something we've struggled with the entire time I've been a commissioner. We've talked about cradle to career and, workforce development, and we've struggled with it. We have all the ingredients in Durham, and I think we need to I'm really concerned about the people who are unemployed right now. I think it's a racial equity issue. So it's a bad news, good news thing, where bad news is we've got a lot of people that are going to be left out and are left out. Good news is we've got some great jobs here for them. So that's what that would be my number one priority.
And so if you had to capsulize that with a title, I'm just trying to imagine, what David is putting on the tab. I mean, is it the cradle to career job, the workforce development? Is that what I know you're very broad.
Yeah, I think it's more of a job training, retraining initiative that's very focused on the COVID recovery.
Mm-hmm. So very focused, particularly.
Yeah, very targeted, really targeted.
All right. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Okay.
Which commissioner is next? I have Burns and Carter. Burns? Okay.
Sure, why not? A lot of the stuff I want to fix, money can't fix. Movement and replacement will fix, but we talking about money right now. So I'll echo the sentiment.
It doesn't have to be totally money.
Well, listen, we're working with money today.
Yeah.
But I'll get a genie in a lamp, Martha, and I'll let you know if I can get rid of them other things. I echo some of Commissioner Alam's ideas about the tax programs if we can continue to do the research and it works out right? Commissioner Jacobs, that workforce development piece, I'm gonna hold you to it, and I look forward to working with you on it, because that is a pivotal piece of what I want to work on. And you did, interestingly enough, actually highlight what some of the problems were, and I've never heard you do that before. So it makes me feel like you want to work towards this. So let's get people back to work. I've been talking about getting people back to work, but what I wanted to say to you, Martha, was, in the past three budgets, one of the things that was highlighted was infant mortality in Durham. For Black women, it is almost 4 times as high for white women. And for Hispanic women, it's almost 8 times as high. I think last year it was like 1.8 for white women. It was 7.3 for Black women, and it was 8.9 for brown women. And so for me, we're at a really crucial time where individuals are now looking at public health, and I don't want to miss this window of opportunity to try to make sure that we're doing as much as we can to help the women in this community, especially those that are underserved, have successful pregnancies. I just know for myself, going to any medical institution in Durham is a heavy lift. Whether you could have the flu, you must have allergies. You could have 18 fibroids, and they tell you have allergies. It's just when you go in. So what I would love to see the county do is look back at our budgets and see for 3 years in a row that dead Black babies has been an issue and we haven't done anything about it. Dead brown babies have been an issue and we haven't done, let me not say that, have not done as much about it. I want to laser focus on it. And I want to work with our public health professionals to figure out nationwide, what are some of the things that individuals have done to kind of sort of flatten this curve. And we are lower than North Carolina. North Carolina's infant mortality rate is actually 12.2. So Durham's at a 7.3. And that was as of last year. And shameless plug, I know we were supposed to do one. I want to make sure that we get the staff that we need for our MWBE program. I'm unmoved on that. We have positions we need to fill. We got construction we have to do for the schools. We have construction that we have to do here. And I just think before the last director actually retired, I got to see her doing Med Week. This was about 2 years ago. And I asked her, what is the number one thing that you want? She says, I wish my county commissioners would give me funding so I can train my people. She told me that 2 years ago, and I just want to make sure, because it does take continued training. And it's not, she was at the end of her career and she didn't get to make that request in the budget. And that's just something we can't sit here and say that we want to, bring women to the table and bring minorities to the table. And then we don't understand the regulatory compliance that goes around it. So I do want to get those positions filled. And again, getting people back to work, like it's a three-way tie for me. It's just it. I'm on the workforce development board. That's the work I want to do. But a mom numbers bill, because we do have people in North Carolina's General Assembly delegation working on that and in our congressional delegation. So we actually have the synergy right now, ladies. If the first time we have an all women's board, let's say 5 women decided that we were tired of seeing dead babies. I don't think that's a hard thing to ask of you 5. And I'll stop there.
And so just to make sure that we are understanding and recording the right thing.
Right.
The area that you especially wanted to focus was
reduction of infant mortality in Durham. Mm-hmm.
And then I'm expecting that when you send in your other couple of things, I'm expecting that you're going to mention something about the WMBE staffing. Mm-hmm. and possibly the tax program. I mean, it's entirely up to you what you
also throw in a researcher for the sheriff's department so we can have some data so we can know what we want to fix. But I'm sure if I say a researcher or analyst for CJRC or for the sheriff's department, I'll get 12 pieces of hate mail because nobody wants to give a line item to the police department. But how can we know what to fix if we don't know what people are getting arrested for? Yeah. That Commissioner Long asked that when we were on our tour at the sheriff's department. I want to know, like, what mental, they get diagnosed as soon as they come in. Why can't we do some data? The first thing she said, do we have data on it? Why can't we have a data analyst that works there and can say, we got this many people on heroin. Boom, we should put some money into this. We have this many people with this mental incapacity. Boom, we should put funding on this. And I'll stop here. North Carolina, sometimes Durham, to me, I love my neighbors because we care so much. We're like Wyoming. In Wyoming, if you ask people what is the number one issue in Wyoming, they say it is illegal immigration. They don't actually have one, but they watch Fox News all day, so they feel like they have an illegal immigration problem.
And I thought it was the Canadians trying to sneak in.
You did too. It's the Canadians. Mark, it's the Canadian. But I just want people to know, I think sometimes we see things on TV.
As a Canadian,
we have a problem.
Excuse me?
I knew I was going to get you before the day was over. You know I was going to sneak it in. That was how I got you this morning. I'm going to stop there, but I just, so that we can have realistic data, so that when the community asks us for these things, we can say, what, that is an issue and we have proof of it. That's what I want to be able to do. I'm a hush.
Thank you so much. And I know that Commissioner Carter, we're up to you now for your one most important item.
I don't know that I've heard anyone tell one important item yet.
No, that is a very unfair question.
Well, I think what's difficult about it is I personally wasn't sure if you wanted us to give like, a line item or a big, as Manager Davis would say, a big rocks, item.
It could be either. It's what strikes you.
All right. I will say, I tend to have sort of a simpleton way of thinking perhaps, but I think if we want to improve prosperity for all, then we have to think about education equity, economic equity, and health equity. And people have mentioned something in each of those categories. I'll focus on education equity, just because the very best public education system and everything connected to it is going to always be my top priority. Because I think it really is where we can have the biggest impact on both health and education outcomes and economic outcomes. And so, that's everything from pre-K to, really fully funding operations and buildings in Durham Public Schools, to the job training and workforce development that Naima, Sheena, and Wendy mentioned. And one thing that has not been mentioned in that arena that I would like for us to be sure we highlight is I think it's important that we have money in this year's budget to fund plans that we've been developing in previous year's budget. And so one of the ones that's going to be coming forward this year is the Early Childhood Action Plan. So maybe I'll lift that up, as a more specific priority. Coincidentally, I had infant mortality written down on my page. I think that is just such a key public health indicator of disparities, racial disparities. And I also sit on the Child Fatality Prevention Task Force and the Child Welfare Promotion Task Force. And they're going to be bringing a report to us soon with some recommendations around child fatality prevention. And it is heartbreaking. I mean, almost all the deaths are children of color. And they have some recommendations for us, and maybe there will be some that we can take seriously as far as getting behind with some funding for implementing.
So in terms of recording, as David is putting something on the spreadsheet tab, the one area that you wanted to particularly focus on was educational equity.
Yes, and then what I really wanted to lift up a little something more specific was the Early Childhood Action Plan that's going to be coming to us, and it's a very holistic plan. It includes, areas that aren't just classroom focused, but family focused, food, health, all of the social determinants of school success. So I just think we're developing a plan there. We're going to be, I think, developing a plan around renewable energy and greenhouse gas. And I think we want to do a big push on that too. Any plans that we have been working on, and any infrastructure that we've been developing in previous years, I think we need to, not lose sight of those and be sure we get some funding connected to them.
Very good. What we want to do tomorrow, before you end your day, I want each commissioner to please send to Claudia Hager and copy to Keith Lane your top 2 to 3 priorities. You've already shared one. I mean, some of you have already shared them. I mean, but just give it some thought. I'm not asking you if you've already stated them to come up with new ones, but just share your top 2 to 3. I also will turn now to look at some of the policy issues, but we'll take a look at if there are any policy issues that we should be paying attention to. Again, financial policy issues. We'll take a quick recheck of David's list so that you can, if it's quick, you can tell us right now, or you can add it to your email that's going to Claudia and Keith. So let's take a quick revisit of the tab on policy issues.
So do you really mean financial policy or any policy? These don't seem so much like financial policies. Well, I guess some do, but
I think any of these could have, I think we're looking for things that some discussion or understanding the board's preferences or direction on X would help frame the budget decisions. So, the transit plan, I don't understand all the ins and outs of that. I'm sure it has budgetary impact. I'm not convinced that maybe discussing it is going to frame your budget, but I could be totally wrong. I see Vice Chair Jacobs, yes.
I think tomorrow it would be helpful if we could look at, I know it was in one of the things that we were sent out. It was called FY 21-22 Budget Development Framework. And just some of the assumptions of going into the budget. I would like to discuss those like from a policy level and some of the things that Keith had alluded to, and around kind of across the board cuts, and how that would impact departments, and also the policy towards new positions and frozen positions that we're in now. Getting to one of the issues that Commissioner Burns brought up about the MWB program. So I would tomorrow like for us to be able to look at those and for our board to have discussion about those at a kind of a high level and some of the impacts or implications operationally.
Okay, and what I'll say is that we'll look at the list and present the list, and it may make sense to cover some of them tomorrow, and it may make sense for some other pieces to be covered in other pieces of your budget calendar. I'm going to let the staff or the manager and the staff kind of weigh in on that. Wendell, I see your hand up.
I wasn't going to comment on that particular issue, Martha, but what I did want to say from the big policy perspective, one of the things that would really help us is beginning to take the temperature of the board in light of all that they heard today around tax increase. We haven't had one in the last couple of years. Obviously, we hadn't been able to do a tax increase in the past year because of the economic climate that we're in. You heard from Mike Walden today that GDP is going to be really, if you calculate his numbers on his graph, it's really about 1.9% growth. You see what's happening in our planning and development pipeline, but it would help us, at the staff level as we start thinking and framing, recognizing that we're still coming out of a recession, but we just would like to take the temperature of the board around what their thoughts would potentially be for a potential tax increase or not, for that matter.
But certainly that's an area of, certainly a big policy area, financial policy area that will directly impact the budget. I see Commissioner Burns has a hand up.
Yes, ma'am. It's pretty quick. Since we're on financial policy, I know one of the things that this last board did, which I applaud because I've had to do that work, is that they came up with a long time period for grant. for the grant cycle. So we're entering into like an 18-month grant cycle. They made some awards. I think, before they want to do 700,000, they actually end up doing more. They decided that these were the issue areas they want to work on. But one of the issues that I've seen on the city side and I've seen on the county side, not with the board, but just with the public, is the presentations that they bring to us, right? Like they have all good intentions, they have really great ideas, but we don't necessarily always see great outcome. We don't see the outcomes, we don't see measurable deliverables, we don't see a budget, we don't see a timeline. And I think that we do get some folks who can actually afford to get a grant writer, or maybe that kind of capacity is already within their organization. So when we talked earlier this year, we talked to Keith about, how we were going to do some education around how to even access government funding, how to access funding from the county, from the city. And so it might seem like a stretch, but since that portion, since we're going to have to go through that cycle again, and it'll be probably 2022 or summer 2022, I would love to see, as much as we like to educate ourselves, I would love to see a series of seminars, or at least some Zooms around how to actually apply and come to us, because we do get a lot of proposals, and for one, I rip a lot of them apart, and I have to check myself because I look at proposals all day, and everybody can't take me ripping this stuff apart. So I think it's incumbent upon myself as a public servant to say, help me help you by making this better. So as we think about these rounds of funding, we had somebody that asked us for funding the other night, asked the city for funding the other night. I would love to at least say to the community, we want you all to be able to ask us for things. How can we help you ask us for things in a better way so that you're not consistently told no, 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 no? Because we do a lot of good with the money that we give out. So I would love to see, I guess, from a financial standpoint, another policy piece added in is how we engage the community about asking for financial support from us.
So something on the grants, perhaps grants process about enhancing the quality of submissions, or
well, I would sound arrogant saying the quality of submissions. But but that's essentially it, or just proposal development. Like if we could at least say that, and I know that I talked to finance about that before, and they said we were going to do it, but I think it's something that has to be ongoing, even if we did it once a quarter, because new issues pop up. I mean, right now, there are a lot of people who probably have ideas about all the things that we're talking about, right? Every person on here gave some great examples, and there might be this perfect nonprofit out there who does this work, who does it very well, who knows how, and to Commissioner Jacobs' point, knows how to get some butts in the seats at Durham Tech and get workers from some of these places. But guess what? In no way do they know how to do proposal development. And then we continue to give money to the same people over and over and over again. And I just think that if we are really open to new ideas, then let's be open to new ideas, but also be open to the idea that we have to meet people where they are. And maybe that technical assistance has to come from us. That's all I'm saying.
And certainly that perhaps coaching. So I see Chair Howerton and then Commissioner Carter.
I just want to add to what Commissioner Burns says. So there are things that we're doing right now that we don't have any data, no reports on. So I think it even starts now that we've talked about that we weren't going to do that anymore, and we're continuing to do it. So we need to start now that we don't consistently give money that we have no information on whatsoever about what's it causing, how is it impacting, all of those things that would normally, when you're dealing with the public's money, that you have to have in the process. There was one other thing, and we need to start to put everything that we do through a racial equity lens, that we don't ask those questions. So there are some blanks in the way in which we are conducting business. So I concur with Commissioner Burns, just add to what she just said.
And I heard kind of an add-on, an additional area of focus, the racial equity lens on decision-making
Yes. Yes.
and how to go about that.
Yeah. And I'm sure that Quilly and Ms. Pierce can help us out with that. But just approving things without making sure that we are getting the data that we need. Just, we've talked about this before the new commissioners came on board. We talked about it and we still have not followed through.
Understood. Commissioner Carter, you had something you wanted to add.
Yes, thanks. I really appreciate Wendell's asking us, about our openness, I guess, to a potential tax increase. And I feel like that discussion is really critically important, and it's connected to whether or not we're going to be able to develop, create, and implement, administer, a social services program for the welfare of low-income residents related to the property tax. So, if we,
I couldn't hear it. I'm sorry. It's my computer, it's not yours. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know what part you couldn't hear. I don't know where to start back again, but.
You were mentioning you appreciated the discussion of property tax, the
Thank you, Marcia.
receptiveness to perhaps raising that, but another piece of that from your perspective was that there also be some progress on the tax relief with social services. Was that, am I hearing that right?
I see those as connected. I would be less inclined to raise taxes unless we have a way of putting in a social services program to provide some tax assistance for those below 30% AMI, for example, or whatever we decide, we think we can legally do and we believe we can afford to legally do. But that would then allow us to raise taxes and shift the wealth around a bit, because we'd be providing some protection for our lowest income homeowners. But we would be still raising taxes on those who can afford it more, who are more able to afford it.
Commissioner Jacobs, Vice Chair Jacobs.
Thank you. I concur with what Commissioner Carter said, and I think they go hand in hand. Since we're so limited, we don't have local tax authority to have a progressive tax system. We have to try to, and we're very limited in the tools that we have. So I agree with that. And I just want to follow up on what Commissioner Burns said about finding the folks who can really help us. And that is part of what I'm really excited that we're funding Step Up Durham as our partner with the Bulls Initiative, that we funded them $75,000, because they work with a very high percentage of people have criminal justice involved. And I want to hear from groups like that. I want to hear from folks directly telling us, this is why I can't go over to, Durham Tech and take a course. This is what's standing in the way. I don't know about the opportunities. I think we have to really look to nonprofits like Step Up, and those who are working with people in our community who could tell us where the gaps are and help us with, being very targeted in what we try to do. I want to also raise one thing we haven't talked about, which is our housing crisis. And, we've had estimates from our DSS director that there are probably about 12,000 households in Durham that are really at risk of becoming homeless because they can't pay their rent. And so I think that's another thing related to the recovery next year is keeping people housed, keeping people in their homes, because every single thing that we might want to deal with, whether it's infant mortality or mental health or education or getting a job, you've got to have a home first. you have to have a safe place to live. And it's fundamental to even the data around COVID that keeping people housed has helped stop the spread of COVID. So I just want to make sure we don't forget about this housing crisis, this rental assistance eviction crisis that we're in right now.
Absolutely. Commissioner Alam, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. To the manager's question, for me, like I've been thinking about it, and that's why I wanted to go last, because obviously, you know, when you have the conversation about increasing taxes, everyone gets very worried, especially our residents here in Durham County. For me personally, I really see that there's a need for an education bond to improve our capital of our schools, including, you know, the universal pre-K program. So I would support a tax increase that would be able to supplement and support a robust education bond. And I think it also ties into what I had said earlier when I was discussing my priority of the tax welfare program, is that, you know, implementing a program like this, it's really setting up the foundation for when a tax increase happens, that burden is lessened on our lower income to medium income residents here in Durham County. And, you know, by the statute that I had read earlier, it was like, you know, 50% AMI is considered low and 80% AMI is considered median according to the federal revenue. So a program like that would take that burden off of our residents who would be most greatly impacted by tax increases.
So the old board, prior to you coming on, Commissioner Alam, we had worked through, for the most part, and got the new capital plan developed. We're going to talk about the capital plan a little later, obviously not in this retreat, but later, probably in the March, April timeframe. That board put some things in motion subsequently for the financing, should I say, of some new school projects. We're going to go to market in the next couple of months or so, I think, for about $150 million. Okay. Now, that is the first tranche of that work that we have to do in that space. As it relates to upcoming referendum, however, what I think we're trying to get our hands around is most immediately a tax increase that would support the operations in light of what you have seen today that is already on that list that Keith shared with you that says these are the things that we are already committed to. We know we got to give the schools at a minimum an additional $2 million just based on the $15 an hour that we went to. We know we've adopted a racial equity commission. We know we're going to have to essentially fund those things that that come as a result of operating impacts. We know that per yesterday, our rate setting committee, just as a case in point, met with our insurance broker. We know that there's an $800,000 requirement that's out there above and beyond what we had last year, just for the purposes of being able to provide insurance coverage for our employees. And so those kinds of operating impacts are things that I'm really trying to get at, knowing that these are natural growth areas in our operating budget and whether or not we can do work in that space. As it specifically relates to a tax increase.
Manager Davis,
You
you're
mute.
muted.
You went mute.
You're mute.
I don't know how I did that. Specifically, as it relates to a tax increase to support a particular bond referendum, one of the things that you heard at the school board meeting the other day was there's a desire, obviously, to move forward with the referendum in 2022. We are getting ready to go to market on the first tranche of money. But even if we were to do so, given the strategies in which we utilize financing, we may not have to put a tax increase in motion to support whatever comes as a result of a referendum until after we've had the need for the money. In other words, the just-in-time financing. I don't think that we'll have to have that conversation in this current year's budget, but next year, perhaps there might be a need for such a conversation, given the policy direction of the board.
I see Commissioner Burns and then Chair Howerton.
It's really quick because I know that our time is upon us. I, again, along with Commissioner Alam, so that people don't run away with this idea about how we can help some of our lowest income individuals here in Durham, and they run away with their own ideas about it, so that research can be done well, and so that we can, remember that we did hear from Dwayne today. If I'm not mistaken, one of the legality issues was we could not appear to have been raising taxes on some people so that we could pay the taxes for some other people. So I just want to make sure that as we talk about these things, we're very careful about our language. What Charlotte did was $250,000. What is $250,000 in this $700 million budget? We spend that on Post-its. But what I am saying, I want to make sure that we do it the right way. And I just know that from the presentation that Dwayne gave us and that somebody else gave, there's a three-pronged approach on what almost makes it look illegal for us to do it. So let's just be very careful about saying, well, I want to see that the increase in taxes intimately tied to that program, because that is one of the legs on the stool that makes it illegal. So I just want to remind people of that, because I do think that we have folks on here that want to do that. And as far as the 1% tax, since you said we'll talk about it tomorrow, I can leave my temperature gauge, Mr. Manager, for that. But let's just remember that that is not taking it away from the program. That does not mean call your friends and get them to send me 10,000 emails. And that machine doesn't care about the poor. I'm just saying, if we can put it under DSS, great. Let's make sure that we just keep it as far away from the tax office as we can until we come back around to the payment side. Process doesn't have to be not tied to progress. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Chair Howerton.
Yeah, mine is going to be quick, and I am on board with Commissioner Burns and the others that about the tax shelter for people in the community. I've talked to enough people that I know that it's needed. But also, I just want to make sure this, and I know that staff will do the research that's necessary, that we don't just put something together, just throw something together. And the other thing that people have expressed a concern about is that we raise taxes on one hand, give them a shelter on the other. So we really need to be careful about the language and how we position this whole conversation. The other thing is, Durham Tech is one of our major entities to make sure that people have the training that they need to be able to get the jobs that we have. And we need to look at what is the resources, what is it that Durham Tech needs to ensure that the people in Durham get these jobs, because we're creating a lot of jobs in RTP. So I haven't heard any conversation around Durham Tech. So we just need to make sure that we're supporting that community college so that people have the skills that they need to be able to get these jobs.
Very good. Very good. So we have heard priorities. We have heard items for policy discussion. I would ask each one of the commissioners, the request to email is still there, even though you may have stated it. I just like your reflections or thoughts on the top 2 to 3 priorities from your perspective. And again, it could be just reiterating what you mentioned, but we'll compare those lists. And if perhaps there is any policy item that has a real budget or fiscal impact that we somehow forgot to mention, to please put that as a separate item on your email. And if there's any way you could send it to Claudia and Keith by 5, that would be wonderful. I know you all have lives and jobs and all these things, but if you could fire that off, before the end of the day, that would be most welcome and most appreciated. That will help us queue up the agenda for tomorrow. I'll be putting my head together. I'm sure the staff will, about the best use of time. You have about 2 hours tomorrow on the agenda. That's a good block of time that can be priorities and policies, and we'll look at see how we can queue it up the best. Any closing remarks from the manager? Wendell, is there anything that
Martha, I don't have anything. Hopefully, certainly for our 2 newest commissioners, I know you were inundated with information today. I certainly hope that it was helpful. And obviously, you see the challenges sort of firsthand that we face on a yearly basis. There's never ever enough money to go around, and we always have an exorbitant amount of needs. But subsequently, this conversation is very critical in respect to how I go about the business of framing my budget that I will bring forward and recommend to the board. And of course, there's a deliberative process that occurs, and what things that get recommended that needs to be amended, you will do so during that deliberative process. But this is how we make the sausage, and I just ask for your patience as we go through this process.
Yeah. And it is our hope, again, this is like the commissioners having the conversation with their investment advisors. This really helps make the staff parameters clearer as they are putting together a recommended budget or making sure they're hearing you about preferences or community needs or tax policy. I think you are queuing up a very productive discussion for tomorrow. I applaud you. I understand that you were in a meeting last night. You're back today. You're back tomorrow morning. Bless you. We appreciate you all. Any other closing thoughts for the day before we adjourn? Commissioner Alam, I see your hand.
I just want to take a moment to thank you, Martha, for helping us through this entire day. It's been a really smooth conversation and for keeping us on time. I think you run almost as tight of a ship as our Chair Howerton.
She and I have some things in common.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I really appreciate all the work you've done to prep for this meeting and to help us run it smoothly.
It's a joy. It is truly a joy. I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Martha. Great
Right.
job. Thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
thank you to all the staff, Claudia, Keith,
Thank you, staff.
everyone
Thank
who
you.
presented today. Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks. We'll see everybody at 9.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Claudia, I've sent out the message. I forgot to include Miss Martha, so I am going to send you that email with the Zoom information on there.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And we have a few things we need to upload, so you should see that shortly.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
I'll go ahead and end the meeting if you guys are okay with that.
Yes, we are. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thanks again, Martha.
Thank you.